Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show. Welcome. I'm your College Genesis, your chief host. Getting an early start on a Tuesday night. I don't have nothing to do, so I was like, man, let's just start the show early. Maybe I can end early tonight. I can end early tonight. I don't have to be here all night, like I did before. The ratings are really, really good, folks. Ratings are good. The show's really growing back to where it was before I left. I thought I was going to have a hard time building the show up again. But as you know, the show is back where it was. It's doing thing. And hopefully to double, triple, and just really take off. I really do believe this show is entertaining, it's inspiring, it's enlightening, it's educating, and it's informative. So there's no reason why this show shouldn't be in the thing. I actually definitely say more than the damn the Tariq Nasheeds and all these other let's see, the Umar Johnsons and the damn O'Shea Duke Jackson. These guys ain't saying nothing. Even my good friend Diane Samir, he ain't saying much nowadays. Brandon, man, anybody still listen to Brandon? Brandon Tucker, formerly Pan African Strikes Out. Now I guess he struck out, and now he's down to Defiant Brandon. I mean, it is what it is. Some people can't hack it. Just come in. But I've been consistent since I've been on social media for 20 years. I've been consistent in my message. Do I bend some things and have variations here and there, but my main message is staying on point. I don't do a 360. 1 minute I'm a Pan African, the next minute I'm a fucking MAGA. I don't understand that shit. You went from Pan African to MAGA overnight, man. I don't. It is what it is, I guess. What can we do? Thank you for waiting. Now, folks, and let me tell you how it works. I usually have certain series that I work on. I have one of my series is called Deadly Clowns, and I give me examples. Then I'll have a series like The Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion. Another series I'll talk about The Road to Hell. These are all themes that I build on. The Road to Hell is often paved with good intentions. The other theme is one of my jewels. Well, based on my jewels. The other one of my favorite ones is how do I say that? Top of my head, man. I'm getting dementia or something. Okay, let me see. Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. That's one of my favorite ones. Then I do a whole show explaining that, and I use an example what I draw from and whatnot. What else? So I got I told you about that, but Sacred Cows, The Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion, Self-Hate. My favorite series that I build on is called The Enemy Within. That's my favorite one, The Enemy Within. So I'm up to like 10 different enemy withins. I talk about the race trader. The rogue element, the thug. That's a rogue element. I talked about that. The thug who just sits in the community, doesn't have nothing. That's the enemy within. The black conservative. I called him the enemy within. The Captain American Negro, the enemy within. I talked about people who are spreading divestor culture as the enemy within. The people who promote swirling culture are the enemy within. The people who bring talk, glorified drugs, violence, everything are the enemy within. And then I explain what the enemy within is. But tonight I'm talking about Black America's Doppelgangers. Now this is going to be an explosive show. Passions will be raised and feelings will be hurt tonight. As the Collar Genesis, or aka Collar Rumble, becomes a supreme hate monger, right? Because I thought about the Doppelgangers, and I'm getting to something here. I'm starting to figure out everything that's wrong with our community. Why we have a stupid movement like the FBA gaining so much traction, right? And I've concluded that Black America has doppelgangers, in our culture. And I think that's where a lot of the problems come in. And not just people from foreign places, but also black people who live on the margins of black culture and society. But they know how to fit into black society, and you're fool, right? You have the reason why black America is because you have outright savages in our culture, right? Who are not part of black America. They're part of that ghetto underclass that belongs to white America, right? I consider them that. Then you got black America, the functioning black America, who's a nation like anybody else, who could stand with, like anybody else. We got a middle class, we got education, we got good jobs, everything like that, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That's always been like that, right? And then you got a segment of black people, right, who don't want to do all that, but they are able to blend in. A doppelganger is somebody that can hide his identity among many others and pretend like he's one of them. And that's what we have with the doppelgangers. The doppelgangers could be these fucking stupid FBA types. They could be immigrants that come here, right, and become doppelgangers. They hide among us, right? Like I said last night, which I see the FBA's point on one thing. People hide among us, right? They benefit from our struggle here in this country, right? They want to be associated with all our accomplishments, right? But when it comes down to paying the price, or paying the tab, they don't want to pay up. They don't want to own up to nothing, anything like that. They want all the good stuff when it comes to America. But yeah, immigrants bring a lot of crime. They're also a burden on the welfare system, social system. They also take jobs and everything like that. We're supposed to forget all that. So therefore, like I said, they become doppelgangers because they fit into our world. We don't even know who's them or not. But make no mistake, right? As I wrote, that although they may live near you and stuff like that, and so I'm saying we're not having talking about xenophobia, right? But I didn't notice till recently how much hatred some of these immigrants harbor for us. I'm like, damn, I didn't know there was a serious problem between black Americans and Jamaicans. I never knew that. Then when you hear them speak online, you're like, holy shit, where's this coming from? What the hell we ever did to these people? It's just like the word. But these people, same people, will hide among us. That's a doppelganger. They will hide among us. They will live among us, right? They even marry us. But all the while, they want our ruination and destruction. So tonight, the enemy within, Black America's doppelgangers. We're going to discuss them, expose them, and root them out or not. Get them the hell out of our culture and community once and for all. The Black America's doppelganger. Get prepared. Now, when you got topics like the enemy within, Black America's doppelganger, it's going down tonight. Passions are going to be raised. Feelings are going to be hurt. It's going to be a knockdown, drag out rumble here in Colorland. So anybody that's ready to rumble, you come up, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. But then again, you still step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. So grab a friend, tell somebody, do the right thing, like, share, subscribe, and tell everybody the College Genesis is on tonight, on and popping. I got my stats back today, and when I was like, all right, so this show's actually pretty good. I think we're doing something here. We got something going here. Today makes, let's see, Saturday 15, Sunday 16. Today makes 18 straight days of doing show. On the 18th day of Kala, the Kala said to me, bah, 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 bah. 18 days of College Genesis. 18 straight days. You know, that's nothing to freaking laugh at. 18 straight days we've been on. No stop, no break, no mas, no nothing. 18 straight days, right? Have you ever known anybody do a show for 18 straight days, 6 hours a night, in 18 straight days? No. Only the strongest people could do this. The strongest, the people with the strongest will, only the strongest wills. With Daniel's where it says requires the strongest wills. He said something like it requires the strongest will. Wait a second. What's the strongest will? Let me write it. What's that quote? I was bothering me. Daniel's strongest will. Oh yeah, he said the hardest choices require the strongest wills, and that's what it is. I have a strong will. Yeah. I have a what you call the strong will to survive, the strong will to build and whatnot. So I make those hard choices. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. And that's why we call it Thanos. Another Thanos quote is, although there'll be, as long as there's some that remember what was, there will always be those same people who could never imagine what can be. They'll resist. In other words, all the people who basically worry about what was, they can never imagine what can be. What's the world we can build, right? Oh man, all I know is the same old, whatnot. But what can I imagine a world of imagination? What can we do? I have a vision of a world what we could build, whatnot. What can be. Some people don't like my what can be because they're satisfied by what was and what is. So we're gonna freaking rock tonight because we got to expose in Black America's doppelgangers. The doppelgangers are people who live among us, right? Whether it be uh, people who live hood rat shit, lifestyle or not. You know what the doppelganger is? They could be the most ghettoest, nastiest fucking people, right? That means the type of people, man, in the words of Hustle Smart, like the way Hustle Smart would put it, you got over in the house, you got fucking diapers laying all over the place, used diapers laying all over the place with roaches, maggots crawling in and out of them, right? Dishes in the sink for days and whatnot, weed all over the place and everything like that. Just anything going, whatnot, filth and trash all over the house and everything like that. And these same people, these doppelgangers, will put on their stuff and go out to an exquisite restaurant to look like one of you and me, to pass for one of you and me. Those are doppelgangers. They're trying to live a life that they don't belong in, right? These people are not part of decent black society. They're doppelgangers. Doppelgangers. You understand what I mean by the end within the doppelgangers? These people will eventually destroy Black America as we know it because they have realized that back used to be a time where ghetto, dirty, hood rat people stayed among themselves. They didn't venture out of the hood. They didn't venture out of the hood. It's all good in the hood. Whatnot. I eat at such and such spot. Whatnot. Yeah, we like, man, we'll make sure you get your little waffle chicken, Roscoe's chicken and waffle. You can have all that shit. We're gonna make sure you get Mr. Joe's hot dogs and whatever the hell you got there. Whatnot, man. Be happy in the hood. Be there. Whatnot. But that wasn't enough for these Negroes. Whatnot. They just said, man. I see all these black people out there, man. They going to places like fucking, oh man, exquisite fucking seafood restaurants, fine dining. Man, I want that life or whatnot, I know I can't get in like that, but I'm gonna pretend I'm a I'm gonna go in there and fool people by wearing a quarter zip. I'm gonna go in there and for me and my girl, I'm going there. We're gonna get dressed up or not, and then we're gonna still stiff the waiter on the tab or not. We're gonna keep our ghetto ways, but we're gonna to get us in the door and stuff like that. We're gonna pretend like we're one of the respectable black people in society. That's what you have going on. These guys are cosplaying respectable black people in America and doing all kind of fucked up shit. I'm dead serious. They go in the store when that act like this. You got older black women go in there acting like they're some housewife out shopping, whatnot. I got kids in soccer practice and whatnot. They try to act like a soccer mom, whatnot. The whole time they're shoplifting and putting shit in that bag, putting stuff in their daughter's bag, and whatnot. That's called being a doppelganger. You're being something you're not. You get in there, try to act like you're somebody. Then when you call it, little man, we saw you stealing. Oh, what are you doing? And you see the people outright lying. I didn't do nothing. You accused me of doing something. All of a sudden, they walk in the back. Where is this? I don't know how that got in there. I ain't put it in there. I innocent. I didn't do nothing. That's what you have right now with these doppelgangers. You know, they around destroying the image of Black America, right? They're doppelgangers. We're gonna talk about these FBA doppelgangers, and we're gonna talk about these immigrant doppelgangers. You know, they're all dangerous. You know, I saw a video on TikTok the other day. Like I said, I did a reference for a lot of stuff on TikTok, right? Sorry, that's what I get. Shoot me. Um, yeah, I'm early tonight because I don't want to be here all night. I can't be up with you Negroes all night. Well, this guy had raped a white girl in the elevator, right? Now everybody knows Black men do not fucking attack white women like that, especially in public, whatever like that. Anyway, the dude was obviously a Somali or some other shit like that. He could have been a Puerto Rican or whatever like that. The comment section is full of, yeah, man, 400 years we've been dealing with these people. I'm like, how is it that everybody automatically says? I said in the comments, I said, why do you think he's automatically ethnically African American? He could be from Colombia, Belize, any place in the world. But all they see is a person of color, right? They didn't even go look at his face and automatically assume he's Black American, That's because we have doppelgangers. The doppelgangers will go out there. They'll dress like what we call Black Americans with thugs, loose pants, baggy jeans, and whatnot. So you do that, you're a doppelganger because when you get in trouble, man, the media will pick it up and says 3 youth, whatnot, they'll show the picture from a distance. Everybody like, yup, look at them, whatnot. But when it comes down to achievement and stuff like that, and say, oh, look at these students that achieve high math score. They must be immigrants. See how they do it? They must be immigrants. Oh, look at these hardworking immigrants, man. They're not like our domestic Black over here, lazy. That's what the doppelgangers do. They'll basically put all their problems because let me tell you something. A lot of immigrants in this country are committing a lot of crimes, violent crimes in this country. But we get the blame for it. Some Nigerians come here and switch their names to like a baker, so they basically aren't detected. Because Nigerians are the best doppelgangers because they'll come over here, change their name to Charlie Johnson. Where really his name is Chukwu Ifadunda, whatever the fuck his name is. But they'll the Charlie Johnson, so they won't embarrass their Nigerian side. They'll cosplay as a Black American. So if they get in trouble, it's not like the Nigerian did it, it's a Black American did it. That's called a doppelganger. And having doppelgangers in the Black world is dangerous because you got people that sort of look like us, right? Cosplaying us, committing crimes and doing all stuff like that. And we get the blame for it. They get this walk off scot-free. And they even get the thumb on nose. Oh, why are you Black people always committing crimes? No, everybody's in the Black race is committing crimes. But we're the only ones that's paying the price. We're the only ones picking up the tab. Do you understand why they call me the College Genesis? Do you understand why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, broadcasting every night, 18 days straight, without a break? You understand why I do these things, folks? Because only I can't even say it, the hardest choices require the strongest wills. It was a hard choice for me to come back on and start doing this, but I have a strong will to survive, So doing 18 straight days of full 6-hour shows requires a strong will. And so therefore, like I said, anybody listen to anything I do, anything I do. So hopefully I'll be monetized very soon, but I think Hustle Smart basically. No, I'm not repeating Tariq's message. I said this way before Tariq said this, right? But problem with Tariq is he doesn't want anything to do with immigrants and Black people from other places at all. I'm not that way. I'm all for people coming here, getting along with us, mixing with us, building with us and whatnot, because we build our numbers up as a Black race, and be a part of us. What I don't like is when people come here and take all the benefits, and the blessings that Black America are created, right? And then basically when the times are rough, they go running back to their country or they hide themselves among white people and try to go against us. That's what I'm against, you know. So I'm not against somebody like this. Tariq, I had a guy basically talk to Tariq. It's like, Tariq, man, my brother, the guy was like, I like this content. When that guy was saying he liked him, and Tariq, hold up, man, but you got an accent. Where you from? Nah, man, but he was basically saying, I just felt so bad for this guy because he was saying, I like your content. And Tariq kept saying, where are you from? Where are you from? Let me see. Put your camera. Let me see your header. No. Oh, but hold up, Mr. Corey Mack. I'm glad you're here tonight because you're going to get an earful, right? I believe in delineating from scum, right? I also want to delineate from what I see as FBA. You know why? Because I realize the FBA are the lowest form of Black America. That's your black trash, and they are basically the biggest doppelgangers because they go around pretending that they're decent black people, right? And they got people convinced that they're decent black people. They're the biggest doppelgangers, right? I want to delineate from these people who consider themselves FBA. Every FBA is nothing but a pookie, a female with 5 baby daddies. The people that like the SNAP benefits, that argue, fighting about the SNAP benefits. The people that's always getting tackled by the police and fighting with police. The people that's acting a goddamn fool. The dine and dash type females and whatnot. The do my nails females. These are all the fucking FBA people, I want to delineate from that shit, That's the first thing I want to delineate from. These fucking dumb scumbags and whatnot. FBA is not a political destination. FBA is a bunch of degenerates online. There's no FBA institution. There's not even a fucking FBA website, So the bottom line, I watched this movement when it has done nothing, They started off talking about reparations and whatnot. Then what happened? That fizzled out because it was a joke and whatnot, So I don't know what the FBA is all about. I'll take your whatever legitimate points you have. I'll take them from you, Because a lot of stuff you say, oh, you're 3 years late. No, I've been saying it all the time. FBA actually hijacked a lot of my talking points and used it for xenophobic means. I always said Black America's culture and history and everything like that should be guarded. We should be proud of who we are or not, and we should put our interests and everything first. I've always said that, Most Black people think like that, but we don't sit there and be like, what's your hairline, all stuff like that. And we don't sit there and be like, oh, yeah, like this, Yeah, political destination to do nothing. That's a fucking joke. What a fucking joke, FBA. What a fucking joke. FBA may be single-handedly the biggest clown show that ever created. Most embarrassing movement in the Black history. Designation. Okay, so you're designating yourself to what? Where exactly are you going to designate yourself to? Being at the bottom of America, being ostracized. Yeah, come join FBA. Feel free to be ostracized, fooled, and ridiculed, and put down and whatnot, and dismissed. Yeah, man, let's join the FBA movement, man. We're not going nowhere and whatnot with this shit, but we just get online every day, call people tethers and cheetah pea and every. Oh wow, man, this is a real political destination. Wow, man. Sign me up right now, Mr. Mac. Sign me up right now, man. Sitting there talking about cheetah pea and all stuff like this, just going off like this. I'm like, yeah, sign me up. Yeah, sign me up. Yeah, that sounds enlightening and everything. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about that tonight. I believe the FBA's they're probably single-handedly the biggest doppelgangers, right? Because they mostly could fit in among us. Let me tell you something, Mr. Mac. There's African Americans and there's FBA. FBA represents a fucking fringe element of fucking morons and fucking lowlifes in Black America. That's all they are. Look, I never said I was a fucking Pan-Africanist, bro. I never said I was a Pan-Africanist. Do I have Pan-African ideology so much? Sometimes, but I'm not a fucking Pan-Africanist, Both ideologies, FBA, Pan, doesn't do shit for me, I am a black nationalist. You understand? I am a black nationalist. I am a black nationalist. I believe in a black nation. I believe Black America is a black nation. Whether we choose to be in America or we want an Afghanistan, a nation state of our own, that's what I'm for. Whatever our people decide to do, that's all I care about. I'm a black nationalist, so I don't care about no damn Pan-African, the Kumbaya Pan-African bullshit, and I don't care about your fucking delineating FBA cornball shit, You guys only know if you're Native American. I want to know what your FBA is going to do because the real people, indigenous people, just planned a terror attack. These are real Native Americans, right? Call themselves the defenders of Turtle Island. Ooh, they want their identity back. Yo, y'all Negroes, FBA, man, talking about y'all already here. And also, they want this continent back. They want to move white, black, everybody the fuck out of here, So what are y'all going to do when you're going to go up against people who got real evidence that they're here when that's about, I ain't no African. I'm a Chickasaw Indian when FBA, man, please. Yo, look, I work with anybody black, right? I'm a black person who work with anybody fucking black, I'm not a gangbanger, I work with anybody black. But as soon as you tell me, bro, that the slave trade did not happen, that's over. As soon as you tell me that you were already here, we have nothing to talk about. I don't care where the country is, to be honest with you, right? At this point, if somebody gave us 25,000 square miles in South America, I'd take it. 25,000 square miles in Africa, I'd take it, right? That's all future for Black America, a nation of our own, right? It was 25,000 square miles in fucking Siberia, I'd take it, anything where we could build among ourselves, He said, who told you that? Who told me what? Look, the bottom line is this. If you guys basically believe that I listen to you FBA types. I listen to you, no, FBA Jane Calloway or they don't fuse together, the same group of FBA still say some of them already, there was no black people in America prior to the transatlantic slave trade. None. You're not indigenous to this country. All black people, real black people, are descendants of the Ma'afa. Now, if you do that, what you're doing is you're cursing your ancestors. And I don't hang out with anybody that fucking will deny their ancestors. My ancestors never would deny me. So what the hell I want to deny my ancestors? If you're bold enough to deny your blood and your ancestors, what they fought for and died for, you are not human to me, Yeah, they're anti-African, If you're anti-African, you don't like Africa, even though I'm the one, people tell you anytime, I put Africans in their place all the time, I put Africans in their place all the time, but I don't hate them. I don't say I'm not one of them, because when it really comes down to it, my black ass comes all the way from the freaking Congo 400 years ago, from the Congo. As black as you can fucking get. Forget my skin tone. As black as you can goddamn get. I come from the damn Congo. So I am 100% black African, basically, Rico says no friggin' I think you did come from Africa, right? But the bottom line is, how you gonna hate a whole continent? What makes some people hate a whole fucking continent? Think about it. Think about what you're saying. But F them. What the hell? I mean, well, because what Afro dumbass said, or some stupid African online, somebody on TikTok picks you off or not, the only way you could friggin' feel like that, unless you have an inferiority complex with the thing. When you say fuck them, that means you hate them, And I'm the supreme hate monger. I know hate when I hear it, I am like the professor of teaching hate. And I know you'll never hear me say fuck Africa. You never hear me say fuck Africans, Much as I go through them when they're like, I'll never say fuck them. When you say fuck them, that means you hate them. That's not fair. You don't know all Africans. You never been to the continent. So you never fucking say fucking people. Yeah. Well, what the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about somebody else in the chat room, clown. You're chasing an idol like a woman. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm gonna put the. Oh shit. Oh shit. And plug my computer in. Oh, I'm back, folks. Yeah, I put the link in the chat room. You call them up. You want to rumble with the Collar Rumble, or the AKA Collar Genesis. You can do that. You can step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. So it'll be another 20 minutes before I like this. I don't focus on Tariq. You brought up Tariq. I never mentioned Tariq Nasheed. We need more man lead the patient. Look, bottom line is this: you tell Tariq to lead the patient on. He was just so happy. Now I don't like Somalis particularly. I don't really get on Somalis. I really don't like it. But the way he's all happy and giddy because Donald Trump said what he said, repeating Donald Trump's talking points. Look, why is he fighting the white man's fight? That's between the Somalis, and what they're doing is between the white man and Somalia. The FBA is sitting there single-handedly taking on the white man's, caping for the white man's thing. Let the white man deal with the Mexicans and all the things he considers his problem in America with immigrants and foreigners. When that's not that's not our problem, right? My problem is when you got Somalis who are gang members in Minnesota, right? And they don't say Somali gangs, they say black gangs. But when they talk about achievement and whatnot, they're quick to distinguish their ethnic group and whatnot. That's what I call a doppelganger. That's what I call a doppelganger. When you basically cosplay somebody to get what you want and everything, but you secretly are trying to undermine. That's what I'm against. I'm against doppelgangers. If a friggin' Jamaican comes and does his thing, he stays over there. Hey, you stay over there, right? Do your thing. Hey, we don't fuck with you. We don't fuck with you. If you choose to come among me, man, you're gonna basically respect and be honorable and stuff like that, right? But what I see is, I'm like, damn, man. I had no idea so many Jamaicans had these feelings towards us. I'm like, where the fuck this come from? For years, we ate there in their restaurants. We welcomed our community, everything. Like, we're all black. I had no idea there were people who thought like this. Like, goddamn, that's what y'all be thinking. Well, when you come here, we're not like, oh, man, look, whatever condition you think we're in America is way better than what you just came from in your little dusty ass island. You come here to get your life better. We're already here. You're trying to climb the ladder. We are the ladder. You would think all the Caribbeans, the way they talk, all the achievements in Black America belong to the Caribbeans and Africans, right? You would think Black Wall Street was done by fucking Haitians and Jamaicans. Yeah, man, these Haitians, Jamaicans came to Oklahoma and Negroes, man, they created jobs for Negroes and whatnot. What they gonna do? That's what they think. They have this idea that they coming here employing us. They come in here opening business just because they open fucking nickel and dime restaurants, that fucking unsanitary restaurants and businesses, that they're really building something in Black America. So this is what I talk about, but I don't hate them. My point is, we let them get away with this stuff under this so-called Pan-African flat blackness crap, and we have to now we're reaching critical mass. Well, I would say like this, Mr. Corey Mack. Download the Black Acts or many different apps in your apps that basically will tell you all the black businesses in the area, and make a commitment that if everybody downloaded the black apps, the black business apps, right, where they have listen, look, the black business world right now is not what it was 30 years ago. It ain't no mom and pop spoon, dirty spoon businesses. You got really fine dining now. You got real black people who have stores, black people who got mechanic shops, everything. And if you make a point of when you download the black-owned apps, right, like Blaps, that I'm gonna before I go and pick up that before I go out there and talk about saving a nickel, why don't I take my next transmission job to a black-owned shop? That's making a difference. Not worrying about nickels. Yeah, I understand what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, but let's get real with this economic shit, right? We can't do nickels and dime with black people, right? And then every time you need a roof put on your house, every time I see a black person getting their roofing done on their house or painting out, it's always white people out there doing. Why is that? What? There's no black electricians. There's no black roofers. I make a point of almost everything I use is black owned. My plumber, my landscapers, all shit like that. Make sure they're black owned. That's real black economics, right? That's transformational black economics. That's black economics that can pull millions of people into the middle class black economics that we traded and bought from each other, our goods and services with each other. I don't do enough. I know. I haven't. It's been a while since I've been in a black-owned restaurant because where I live at right here is not a lot. I got to go to a black-owned restaurant. I got to go another side of my city, and and I got to go to other cities when where like that. Where I live at, we got a couple of them, but I'm tired. I got tired of going them. Yeah, you see more. All you see is we talk black power. Yeah, save our nickels, but the person on your fucking roof doing your roof is a goddamn Mexican. Please, man, Mr. Corey Mack, man, you sound like a good brother, man. But this is a college Genesis you're talking to, I've been around the block. We need people serious about black-owned businesses and black helping black businesses, And I do believe, like I said, when you see the black-owned apps and whatnot, this other thing, say what you want, right? You don't see when you see Africans and Caribbeans can talk all they want, but they make sure they're in those apps, right? Because they want that black dollar. They want to be part of our community when it benefits them, right? Because you see in the black-owned business apps, right? Blaps, you see Mexican, you see Ethiopian restaurants. Damn, man, you're like, damn, I know Ethiopians identify with it. I know they do, but damn, because there's a need for it. But I think what it is, a lot of people don't want to be associated with our bullshit. At the same time, you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the good with the bad. When you're around black people, you're one of us. You can't be like, oh, I'm this model minority and whatnot, but yet you're dependent on the black community for your sustenance. I would say it was that Blaps. I haven't used it in a while. When is it still? I wonder, is it still active? Blaps. Back on. Yeah, it's still here. Hey, download this thing again. All right. You know what it was? It was on my old iPhone. Okay, I just opened it up again, man. Forgive me, Black Jesus. Yeah, Blaps. Forgive me, Black Jesus, man. I'll never stray from you again, Blaps. I'm in a New York one. Let's see. Wow, man. Yo, everyone right now, Dark Media posted a few times. I want everybody to download the freaking Blaps app. That's what we're going to do today. Everybody on this show, please download the Blaps app. If you don't download Blap, BLAPP, then you have nothing to talk about. I don't want to hear anything you have to talk about. Just download the app. I ain't saying buy nothing like that. Just download the app. Download the app. When you download the app, and then you put in your city or area, whatever like that. See what black businesses is there, and you got all kinds of black people coming. That's nation building. That's the future. Hustle smart, shame on you, man. Shame on you, hustle smart, man. Where was the brothers at, man? Where were the brothers at? All that money you spent on the Mexicans. Well, that's the whole thing. Where were the brothers at? So one thing about here, man, we got, even though you got Mexicans that do shit, man, still got a lot of black men who still do manual labor and stuff like that. Contractors. Yeah, everybody download the Blap app. That is the truth. Blap is the truth. I found this restaurant in my neighborhood called Southern Flair. I had no idea it was black. I saw a lot of black people. The way it's out there, got the patio out front and everything. It's a shopping center, right? And I was like, I see summertime, you see a lot of black people out there in their 20s, 20 something, 30 something, even 40s, right? They got a lot of them got bikes, motorcycles and whatnot, just young couple, mostly couples. Look like they're all professional, but just out college, like they're college educated black people out, a bunch of them, right? They're out there in the bikes, women looking good, dudes pull up their nice cars and whatnot. Everybody's out having a good time. I said, wow, man, this white guy's making a killing off of this shit, man. He all these black people coming to his establishment. Then a few months later, right, I looked at black-owned restaurants in my area. I said, Southern Flair. I said, wait a minute. I didn't know I was black-owned. I didn't know Southern Flair was black-owned. Because when you think of black-owned, you think of like a little shack and whatnot, That was a nice little spot, right? I stereotype. I thought if it was black African-American owned or Caribbean owned, it's going to be some little dirty, greasy spoon restaurant and whatnot, I thought it was gonna be we was black on dot. I said, "Oh, that place is nice. Where they got the lights, Christmas time they got the lights out in front. When that's was nice, like a little storefront. When the smoke glass window in the front says Southern Flair. When big glass smoke, tinted glass window. Man, it looks nice, nice place. It's right there on the corner on the road in the shopping center. Really nice. I did not know it was black owned. Right in my neighborhood. I was in there for 3 years. I didn't know it was black owned. But yeah, download Blaps. We're gonna make a commitment on this show that everybody's gonna say what I want to see. Everybody make a commitment that they bought something or they did something from a black owned business. If we get that momentum going, Mr. Corey Mack, now we're going someplace. Everything else is just bullshit. We need billions of dollars circulating back into the black community. If we could get 5% of the black dollars, $1.6 trillion, that's like $10 billion circulating back in our black communities. That will launch so much. That's reparations right there. If black people start paying 10% of what they earn to black-owned businesses, right? If you got products or whatnot, you find out, who's the Amazon person you order from, who's bringing, where the origin of products are. We should start tracking products that we buy, where they originate from, who's the distributor. They're part of a black-owned distribution chain. Stuff like that will make a difference, right? We got to be strategic, not emotional. So back to the show. We're talking about doppelgangers, right? And how are doppelgangers dangerous, right? I mean, I was like, let me give you an example. I saw this one video, right, where it's like a television commercial, Look, are you going to tell me the nation, you're still talking about the Nation of Islam? Mr. Corey Mack, I used to be part of that years ago. The Nation of Islam is a defunct organization, We like them in spirit, man, but you can't go back to the Nation of Islam. That's the problem, Hustle Smart. People don't want to look to the future. Mr. Corey Mack, this is the age of the college genesis. This is a new age. This is the age of college nation. So look, I have a better plan. Their plan failed. I got a better plan. I think you need to stick by it a little while. I think I got the plan that's not going to fail. And I'm going to make sure I see it through as I grow. I mean, I look, man. You don't want to be sound disrespectful and not like that, but please don't tell me about something that was written 100 years ago. Some economic plan from Elijah Muhammad, that was written 100 years ago. I know a lot of people, the haters, don't want to see me succeed. Just that's the sick mind of the Black American. I know that. The biggest people that I'm gonna have coming up is my own people, because those who remember what was, are those could never imagine what can be. Mr. Corey Mack remembers what was the Nation of Islam. He can't imagine what can be, which is a colonization and collagenesis. This is what can be, not what was, what can be. You know, I know a plan that could work. I know a plan that will work. And that's what I put out there. That's what I put out there. That's what I'm working on, building something that will work. I'm not going back in time when to fucking selling final calls and bean pies. I'm on a freaking 3-year economic plan. I donated so much money to that so-called 3-year economic plan, man. Come on, man. Come on, Mr. Mack. What do you think, man? Who do you think this is? This is a college genesis. I've been around the block, man. I used to be out there with Nation of Islam and stuff like that. I grew up with that shit, Yeah, it's an endgame quote. Those who imagine, who only can remember what was, or there will always be those who can never imagine what can be. They'll resist. And that's what I'm getting, resistant, right? Because everybody wants me to go back to, Garvey said this. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this. Kala, no, that's what was. I'm what can be. I am what can be, not what was. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. They're moving right on tonight, Where I want to see. Now, when we talk about the enemy within, right? The quote for the enemy within came from Roman orator about 87 BC called Marcus Tullius Cicero. He wrote a speech called The Enemy Within. At the time, Rome was in a really decaying situation, political corruption, stuff like that. People lost faith in the government and everything like that, right? And Cicero wrote orator called The Enemy Within, right? He talked about how, let me read Cicero and I'll give my thing, The Enemy Within. Cicero. All right. Here's Cicero, right? The enemy is within the gates. It's it's with our own luxury, our own folly, our own criminality that we have to contend. In other words, basically, because we let a lot of people, not just the friggin' foreign blacks, right? But these people that never assimilated into our Black American civilization, right? These people live on the fringes of Black America. So that's what you see right now with the crime in Black America. People who live on the fringes of Black America side that we welcome in. We give safe sanctuary and safe haven to destroy our neighborhoods, destroy everything like that. That's the enemy within. We sit there in our friggin' yellow silence. You know what yellow silence is? See, when you're being quiet about what's good and letting what's good take place, that silence is golden. But when you sit back and let silence means you letting evil exist and not saying that, that's called silence is yellow. It's not golden, it's yellow. Because there's time when you have to speak up and stand up, right? That you should. And it takes courage to stand up. We're not, because of fear, that we have. We don't want to, whatever it is. I know how it is, But when you said you've had enough and you want to build everything, then you stand up. But we let too many people destroy our community, right? We let people come in our community telling us, "Oh yeah, Black Power, this and the other thing," and they're all involved in the streets. And again, you can't look. You cannot be both. If you're going to be in the streets, be in the streets. I wish you a lot of luck. Go ahead and do that, right? But and also, if you're going to be part of this movement, right, you got to condemn the streets. Now, if you want to be part of the streets and whatnot and like that, then you can't be part of this movement. That's what I'd say it, right? You cannot serve two masters. If you're going to be doing the street life and everything like that, like Malcolm X, when he came out, he transformed, right? He said, "Nah, I'm gonna do that no more. I don't do that anymore. I don't involve in that. I live a righteous life and everything." But there's some people that's the life they're gonna do to the day they die. Okay, a life is about choices. That's a choice they made, and they understand the consequence. As long as you understand the consequences for your choices, then I'm cool with that. I'm at peace with that, right? But when you basically make those choices and you expect me to come defend you, right? This is what Umar Johnson is making his mistake. He's attacking 50 Cent for exposing Diddy. Diddy has harmed a lot of black people, right? Diddy is the ultimate doppelganger. He hid among us for years, talking about black this and black that, and he was a monster. So therefore, 50 Cent is right by exposing. Once like, no, you exposed another black. No. Once you decide to do evil or not, you're no longer a black man. You no longer deserve our grace. You deserve to get anything you have with whatever system of government that's coming after you. That's a problem in our community. People feel like they could do whatever they want to do because we'll always support them and help them. Not me. Anybody else, that's what you want to do, that's fine. All I can say is, not me. If my voice means anything, I'm saying, no, I'm sorry, I can't support you. In fact, I want to see you brought down. There's stuff I heard Diddy do over the years, raping men. He's a predator. Men, women, some everything, cheating people. He was a horrible person. He was a bully. He was a predator. And so therefore, he used his power to enslave, to manipulate, to abuse people and that, because he was drunk with power. Now, Umar Johnson was the one that's checked, to tell you the truth. I think he wants somebody, but he wants Diddy to be like, "Oh, who's this guy?" Umar Johnson, because I think isn't Diddy held in yeah. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? The bottom line is Umar Johnson coming out for Diddy. That means simply that somebody probably got to Umar Johnson from the Diddy camp and say this against the movie. But it's not gonna back because I'm gonna see this documentary. We're everybody urged to see this. I heard 50 Cent did a really good job exposing. I think it was on Netflix. Somebody told me it's on Netflix. I think it might be on Netflix, whatever. But Diddy deserves everything he's getting right now. Everything he's getting. You don't come by and try to be a black man or not, after you did wrong. Now you want to be a black man and you want the black community to come to your aid and help you. That's just the most narcissistic shit I've ever heard in my life. You're gonna fuck up. Do all kinds of abuse the very people you abuse. You didn't see Diddy didn't do nothing to no white people. All the people he abused were black. And so now he wants the same people to come rescue him, come by his side. This is sick. He was Black America's biggest doppelganger, right? But let me read some more of The Enemy Within, I read the whole entire quote. Okay, he says, Cicero wrote, right? He says, a nation can survive its fools, even if it's ambitious, right? But it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gate is less formidable, for he is known. He carries his banner openly. Like I said, people are able to come among us and blend in with us, right? That's the enemy within, right? But the traitor moves freely within the gate freely. His sly whispers rustle through the alleyways, heard in the very halls of government itself. In other words, when I talk about last year when I did the show, I talked about sly whispers. You know, sometimes the worst, the most dangerous people aren't the ones who yell the loudest. You know, the ones who are most emotional. Sometimes it's slick, sly whispers. You know, and when I do this show, people don't think I pick up on shit. Right? People say stuff right that, and people think this stuff gets past me and whatnot. But trust me, I hear everything. I really hear everything. I know the sly whispers, how dangerous that is. Right? The people who sly whisper, you know, they put stuff out there, right? They want to undermine me, undermine this movement and everything like that with sly whispers, you know. Sly whispers are more dangerous than friggin' thundering anger and whatnot, you know. Those sly whispers, you more like to think about those sly whispers and absorb it in your soul. So it's people sitting there, and I saw the perfect example when you look at what happened in Liberia in every country, right? You know how countries are brought down, or we have revolutions, coups, and everything. Sly whispers, people saying things under the breath, and that's not checked. You know, yeah, you know, blah blah blah. Like people like, you know, they're up there stealing all the money. You know, up there they do this when oh yeah, that person that disappeared. You know, the government did that. The sly whispers in the alley. You know, and then it spreads like a cancer, like a virus, right? And next thing you know, people don't understand how does a fucking 1 minute you're living in peace, and next minute the whole country's erupting in chaos and everything like that. Sly whispers. That's why you got to get a hold of that right away. You know, when people start saying lies and whatnot, and any country that thinks that they can basically have American style freedom of speech is a freaking fool. Because those sly whispers, man, like, you know something? When you look at Iran, sly whispers is what brought down a democratically elected government in Iran in the 1950s, and they basically installed a Shah. And then in '79, they realized their mistake and they overthrew the Shah, right? But they said, "Damn, man, we made that mistake." Then they went to the they looked at the students went to the Ayatollah for power in the government. It's been like that ever since. Now, the point I'm trying to make is the sly whisper. The U.S. government was able to convince enough young students that a democratically elected government, right, that nationalizes oil industry, right, was going to take the oil off and build a country and give everybody a chance, right, was their enemy. How they do it? They recruited certain students and everything, and people who have access to radio, media, print, and whatnot. Paid them, sent them back to the country, and they began talking, you know, passing out pamphlets and flyers, you know, and sly whispers meeting in back halls and bars and saloons. And then next thing you know, this sly whispers turned into this big giant chant, you know, down with the government, you know. And then next thing you know, when that happened, right, the country became destabilized, right, over a lie. Same thing that happened in Liberia with the rice riots. The sly whispers, you know, caused the rice riots. Oh, the Congo people are trying to starve us out by raising the price of rice. That was not happening. But the sly whispers, that's what Elvis doesn't tell you, right? The sly whispers, you know, of lies, you know, of people spreading around. And I don't care how righteous your cause is. When you use that method, you are the enemy within. With that being said, we're like an hour into the show. When anybody wants to call in, you can call in and whatnot. So we have an explosive show tonight. I'd like to get some guests. If not, I'll have it early. I'll make it an early night. The link is in the chat room, folks. Both Twitch and YouTube. Link is in the chat room. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. So, like I said, the sly whispers, right, of people, right? And the doppelganger is the biggest person of sly whispers. They'll hide among us, be among us, whether they come from the ratchet side of Black America or they one of these freaking immigrants, right? The sly whispers, right? The sly whispers, right? Is what their little innuendos in there, stuff like that. Their little sly whispers. All right. All right, Kwame. What's on your mind?
Peace, Collar. I was listening for the past hour. I'm like, damn, Collar making us the scapegoat for everything bad in the
Hold on,
black
hold on, hold
community.
on. Did I just say it's not just you immigrants, it's also the people who live on the fringes of Black America?
I mean, yeah, but I, I feel like you making us the scapegoat for everything bad in
No,
America.
no, I'm just the opposite, right? What I'm saying is that when you with us, right, you gotta really be one of us, right? You can't just be a doppelganger, right? It means you be us when it's convenient for you. You know, you gotta become like us, like one of us, and also share in the responsibility of one of us. Like people, it's like you having a party, right? You having a party and everything like that. That person that shows at the party with an empty stomach, right? And he got his plate, knife, and fork one night. He didn't bring nothing, and then basically, when it comes down to cleaning up, he's okay. It's time to clean up. That person's already left and went home. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but Collar, I think we don't separate ourselves when people say, "Hey, Rihanna is a black American billionaire." Nobody said, "Hey, no, she's a
I never heard anybody say she's a Black American billionaire. I don't care about that.
or even I could just excuse Rihanna or even some of the black immigrant accomplishments in America. We don't say, "Hey, that person's a Jamaican
Well,
or that person a
it's like this. It's like this.
Nigerian."
There's
It's
nothing
like, okay,
wrong with
it's a
basically.
it's a black.
There's nothing wrong with you acknowledging your accomplishments if you come here as an immigrant. I have no problem with that. Right? I have no problem with you saying what you're saying is accomplished as an immigrant. Right? But the whole thing is, you got to take that right with the fact that now you just separated yourself with thing because you didn't say I'm just a person, right, who happens to be black and all like that. But you make the central point of your existence in America as an immigrant, right? But you're basically saying
Well,
distinguishing myself from the black people. That's what happened to this Winston Sears in Virginia. People, I didn't think, it wasn't a lot of like discourse, but I know my people. I know they were getting rubbed away because every time she was on an interview, right, she kept saying, "Yeah, I'm a child." Okay, bitch, you're black. You've been here since the 1960s. You are fucking black. You lived in Virginia. You was called nigger before. You went through racism like everybody else. You were socialized in this country. You're black. So why that you gotta go like this? Because people feel like there's gonna be some extra gravy put on their turkey if they say they're from someplace else. That basically excuse you to say, look, whatever problems you have with Black America, that's not me, right? But at the same time, she want to run as a black woman. That's a doppelganger. You know, that's what people are talking about. You want to run as a black woman and whatnot. Saying, and she was mad that she didn't get the black vote. She said she thought she was. Look, if she was just a regular black woman, right, even a Republican, right, from like a black American, right, running Republic in that state, she would have won.
yeah, but Tyler,
Black
do they
would have won.
differentiate? Do they differentiate and say, "Hey, she's the first Caribbean
No, but what they say, no, the whole
Republican
thing is
woman to win"?
this is what the thing is. When that gives her cover, right? Because in like when they ask about reparations, well, I think people just work harder, right? When I don't agree with reparations, right? Now, there's certain things go ongoing in Virginia, right? Virginia is probably, I think, black people in Virginia are probably more advanced than any other black people in America. I'm just as far as like the hierarchy and the power structure of the state. I think I haven't really been to Maryland. Maybe Maryland might be close, but and Georgia probably a little bit, but Virginia, black people have a lot of power, right? But that power did not come because people like us, because we have like HBCUs here, and a lot of the professional class are HBCU graduates. They work in government, they work in business industry, everything. Retail, everything, right? So therefore, white people are used to basically competing with black people. On every level. They used to working with high level professional black. They used to working under black people here in Virginia, right? And that did not come overnight. Come from we had to fight a lot of uh, racism in the state. So when you come and basically say that I'm from someplace else, right, and everything harkens back to, and white people say, well, see, white people are tired of hearing about slavery. That's what this whole argument's about. Everything in the root of all the problems in this country, Kwame, is white people are tired of hearing about slavery. They're over it, right? So if they could find an alternative to the slave history in America's story, they'll buy into it, right? And we know that, right? So when we hear somebody like her talking that, we know she's selling out. That's
Wait,
simple as
so
that.
did Caribbeans not go through slavery,
No, but
Kyle?
they come here. They come here because they say we can. Although I went through slavery, right? I'm an immigrant. I didn't. In other words, I'm not a slave descendant. I'm an immigrant. My ancestors came here. I came to this country will not to the New World. They say I came to America specifically willingly. Understand? And what that does is basically, I seen a video where these two people going debating in the Bronx, right? I don't know if you saw it on TikTok, right? This sister says, "Look, I'm not a fucking immigrant, right?" Because the guy was like, the Jamaican guy was Jamaican. He was born in Jamaica. No, he was born in the Bronx, but he's Jamaican. He goes, "I'm American too. I'm Black American too." She goes, "Yeah, but you have this thing where you want all this rights for immigrants and whatnot." Yeah, I said, because your people because you see yourself as an immigrant, right? And the sister was like, yeah, you see yourself as an immigrant. I'm here, sitting a chattel slave in America, right? I want what's best for my people here, right? I don't care about people who are here because he was caping for all these illegal immigrants in New York City getting free shit, right? He's like, yeah. She goes, well, I don't. That has nothing to do with me. And he was like, well, we got to help out the immigrants. She goes, no, the hell we don't. They'll run for some office in the Bronx. You know, she goes, no, the hell we don't. My ancestors were here 400 years suffering. I want to see them get a break. You're talking about these people that are here using our U.S. taxpayer dollars, getting all this free shit and whatnot. So it's a good discussion we have to talk. But the guy, what I mean by doppelganger, is a guy was like one of these. He was like one of these hip hop dudes, whatnot. He was like a regular Black American dude, but his inside, he was not about the Black American cause. He was about the immigrant cause, right? It was clear. So that's what I mean by doppelganger. Somebody who impresses, who uses an impression of somebody else, right? But he's not one of us. That's the enemy within. That's the point of the show tonight.
Yeah, Kyle, but I think uh
That's a legitimate
what
point. That's not picking on you guys. That's a legitimate point.
I can understand your point, your point of view, but to me, what I'm noticing with African Americans is they want to gatekeep the term black. They want to
I don't.
gatekeep.
I don't do that.
Hold on, let me. Kyle, I'll let you speak. I didn't interrupt you. Let me just land my plane. African Americans want to gatekeep the term black. They want to gatekeep the term Black American, even though according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Black American just means anybody that's black. The same way with
I
white.
agree.
White just means anybody that's have
I agree.
European
Look,
descent.
like I told the guy in the chat, that's that Tariq Nasheed shit. When I say Black America, right? I mean Black America includes everybody that's black. Black America, and I did a blog, I did a show last year that said the changing face of Black America. I realized Black America is not defined by what I call African Americans who are the original slave descendants in America. Those are African Americans, right? Black America includes all these black groups that came here that are citizens in America. That's Black America. All the time it's been like that. I have no problem with that, right? Well, now you look at the FBA, right? So they don't want to call. Do you understand? They don't want to call themselves African, right? So they want to hijack the term black, like it means that's stupid. The black people were there were black Brits, there are black Portuguese, there are black Dutch, there are black everything. There's black Spaniards. Black is not only synonymous to black people in the United States, or one ethnic group. Those are FBA types who say that. I mean, like this. Anybody who in America, if you're of African origin, you're black, right? Now, when you talk about specifically different ethnic groups and histories, right? Like Wisdom Sears is a black woman, right? She's a black American woman, right? But she's a black American woman of Jamaican descent, right? I'm black man, black American of African American descent. You see?
Right.
We're not clear about these things. See, I do the show because I want people to be clear about what they. The only people that have a problem with this are the people who do this. Continental Africans are not African Americans because they don't have a history here, Rico. Nice try. These people like Rico and these people trying to dissolve the term African American. That's a problem, right?
Yeah, I don't think he know that African American is a specific ethnic group.
It's
It's
an
not a
ethnic group.
racial
It's not. You
category.
can't just be from Africa, come here, and become African American.
Yeah, that's
They
not
may
how it.
call themselves that, but that's not accurate.
Yeah, that's not how it
So they
works.
don't have first of all, they're not American. You got to have a friggin' history in America. You got to be able, you know what I'm saying? You got to say, like I'm actually an American, because 400 years, the culture, everything. I'm an American, right? African come over, he's still an African. He'll never become an American.
Yeah, that's why when Trump said, African American builder, he didn't say Black American for a reason. Because when you get into politics and you're
Yeah, when you
speaking
say
about
Black
specific
American,
ethnic,
that means you're talking about everybody, right? When you say African American, you're talking about a specific ethnic group.
yeah.
That's why we got to keep reclaiming our African American identity and
But
whatnot.
so much people use it interchangeably. They just think it's synonymous when
No,
it's not
no, because
synonymous.
no, those are people like Tariq who want to make Black American like an ethnic group. That's not. Black America includes everybody, and here in North America, that's black. Everybody here in North America that's black. That's Black America. Black America. If you live in America, North America, you're black. You're Black American. That's all that means. You know, how many marriage? How we solve the marriage problem? I don't know. I tell you what. Oh, people are gonna get offended when I say this. Are you ready?
Yeah, say what you're saying, Kyle.
Somebody say, now are you guys surely uh um really want to hear this? I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, right? How to solve the marriage problem, right? One is everybody get on Ozempic and get a
This
and
nigga
get
said
a
Ozempic.
and they get a membership to Planet Fitness. That would solve the marriage problem overnight. If a woman she wants a house, you can't come to the table as big as a house.
Yeah, I think we gotta evolve with 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 the times. As far as our traditional foods and stuff, that's causing a lot of high blood
No, I
pressure.
don't think so. I think people just overeat. That's all it is. People
Man,
just
collar people
overeat.
eating beef ribs.
Yeah, but hold on. You could look. I know white people that are thin. They be eating way more than you do, and everybody like that. We don't have to change nothing about our
Yeah,
fucking
but collar, we not biologically the same. We don't.
Yeah.
We don't.
Look. Bottom line, that's bullshit. If you just do your calorie count every day, take a certain amount of calories, and exercise, right? Black people don't exercise. They don't get in the gym. White people will get in the gym for hours, man. Get that sweat on as a part of their routine. You got too many black people who don't want to exercise and get to keep themselves up. That's all it is.
So you don't think the foods that we eat?
No,
Well, I don't eat meat, collar.
no, no,
You
no,
know what I
no.
mean? I'm
I don't. Don't
I'm
try
a
to put
Dr. Sabi. I'm a
And that,
Dr.
yeah,
Sabian.
well, whatever. I'm not. And the
I,
bottom line, I don't believe in none of that nonsense and whatnot. It's foolish. All you have to do is exercise, watch what you eat. Don't eat a lot of junk and whatnot. Eat a balanced meal or not. So
I mean, I hear you, Kyler. I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah,
I'm
look
not
at
gonna
it.
argue that point.
Even when I go up name when I support you, sport you notice Collar rejects them. What's he talking about? Some he was put principally, and I guess the guy Mac is his friend, whatever. Talking about guy. What do you think about the guy in the chat talking about Elijah Muhammad?
I think
You probably like him too. The bottom line is this. Look, I don't have
wait,
nothing against Elijah Muhammad.
you asked me my opinion. Can I answer your question?
Oh, yeah, before we finish the point, my point I'm trying to make is that Elijah Muhammad was good for 100 years ago.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
looked over
I agree.
things and I look at the situation we're in now. I look at the culture, how we've changed and evolved. I create the colonization, right, that could fit into modern suburbia, modern middle black America. It's tailor made for modern times.
Right. I mean, I don't disagree wholeheartedly with Elijah Muhammad approach, but I think it's
It was good
outdated.
for him.
Yeah, I just think it's outdated. I don't think it's gonna work with
You know about the
with the
3 year
current time.
economic plan. How you gonna talk about 3 year? I said, yo, you download the Blaps app, right? And start supporting exist. We got this ain't the 1930s. We got black businesses, everything right now. Everything. That
Right.
everything you want to do, build, whatever like that, you got black engineering for it. Right next to where I work at, where my office is, right? A guy just moved in, right? Young guy, right? In his 30s, right? He just has his own labor staffing business, right? He has 2 cars, man, that says his logo on it. I'm like, holy shit, young guy, man. Labor staffing is big money. We got all kinds of businesses. People open it up. You don't have to friggin' reinvent the wheel. Just start supporting who's out there. We got people that do everything. You need your
Right.
wedding plan.
That's what I try to I try to support all of my my friends' business, whether they got a mechanic business, IT,
Well,
or
I got one of the best mechanic I've been in so far in the last 2 years was a black owned brother, man. He's like, his mother works the office one. She gave me some leads. She said, yeah, man, you don't want to come by the church. I worked at her church one time at the church as a food pantry. I said, yeah, it's a big church one now. They have thing Thanksgiving. They have a line a mile long. People trying to get a free turkey and free food for Thanksgiving. But I said, yeah, it's a good church. They got a good ministry. I know you don't like Christ or that, but they give out food, right? You know what they do also in the church, right? If somebody, what the members do, like their own business, right? If somebody needs a car repaired or something like that, they don't have the money, church members will come up and say, either we'll help pay for it or the mechanic will be like, okay, I'm going to do it for free. Same thing with the painters, everything. They volunteer to go out to people's houses, making sure that the roof is all right and whatnot. They got insulation. They do that free of charge in the church to their fellow church members. That's beautiful.
yeah.
What
I'm not.
else?
Even though I'm opposed to the church, that don't mean I can't knock the church
Well, the bottom line,
for
the
all of the
churches
good
I
things they
go
do
to
do.
do well work in the community or not. That if they weren't there, the community would be in a lot of trouble. Anyway, what I was saying was, I got black mechanic. That guy right there is a good black mechanic. I look at this thing, man, state of the art, everything. Even when the lounge area, we wait for your car. You guys, I thought you always hear they got the coffee machine. The what's it called what's it called? That that thing where you put the thing in the Keurig machine, right? The Keurig machine,
Yeah,
get coffee, and then friggin' which we call they got snacks there, whole bowl of candy, big flat screen TV, reclining seat. I'm just kicking my feet up. I said, "This is black owned, man. Nice, right? Nice, right?" And look at his garage. He has like 4 lifts in there and whatnot. All his brothers working, man. Nice office. Everything's computerized. Everything. I'm like, holy shit, man. So that's the level of black business that's out there nowadays. It ain't like the friggin' back in the days. We don't have, this ain't the Elijah Muhammad days when black people didn't have nothing. We got black people who have real business. That's why I said these people talking nation Islam, they need to friggin' come up with the update their rhetoric and their message because they're just losing people. Because people are like, man, you sound like a fool, man. Talk about our nickels now. We got more than nickels and dimes. We got black people got real money these days and time.
oh yeah, for sure. Especially well in my area, like it's nothing but black businesses. From the supermarkets, we have supermarkets that's black owned. We have
Oh, we don't have super. We're down here where we live. Black people are moving into tech, have tech businesses and stuff like that. The only retail black people really have down here are nice restaurants. We got like 5-star black restaurants. We don't supermarkets. Black people down here, we love Kroger, Food Lion. That ain't changing. We love Kroger. We don't like no ghetto ass supermarket. Virginia's like that. They don't like ghetto ass storefront supermarkets. Stuff like that. And
now
Kroger.
we got the we got the retail supermarkets as far as like the
Yeah, when you don't have
Stop
something
and
like that,
Shop and
you know,
stuff
hold,
like
do you know
that.
what it takes? You know what it takes to run a freaking like a Food Line, a Kroger. You got to be basically the produce only lasts a few days, so you got to be importing produce from all around the world logistically. You got to have enough volume to make it. Right, you'll go back. That's what that dude, Winston, whatever his name is, that fat guy, that actor. They tried to open up a grocery store, didn't know anything about the grocery business, and he went bankrupt. The people didn't buy from him, or they didn't buy in large number. Now, Kroger could stock their fruit up because they have such volume. You know, Black people don't have businesses that can buy volume like that. It takes millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? They got
Yeah,
incorporate. They
but
got
black farmers is on the rise though. They
well, you
the
got
numbers
yeah.
is
Well,
slightly
that
increasing.
could be, but I don't see it happening in America because America got this market. They would say the state control of the institutions of marriage and divorce. We need stable long time. Yo, look, the whole thing is this: if you basically want to have black families, right? What you got to do is give up that club life. If you're a female, right, you should not be in the club. You should make a goal by the time you're 25. You're gonna bag one. Do your club years, whatever like that. By the time you're 25, no later in your 30s, you should have found somebody, right? Or if you're gonna do that, right, and basically settle down. Past the age of 30, you need your strength. You can forget about it. You use material, you can forget about it. A lot of times you got people in their 40s and whatnot, and 50s talk about marriage. No, marriage is a young people's thing. You're in your 20s and 30s those are your marriage prime years. If a woman, it's about 23 to 25. Of the guy, he's like 27 to 30. He's like a few years older. But a lot of women don't want to do that. They want to friggin', I don't know, you know, uh,
Tyler,
you
I
know,
think times has changed, man. I think times has changed. I
Well,
think
time has
people.
not. Look, hold it. You can have a career and everything like that, but the thing you didn't. If you value family, I've said it all the time. You got white couples out there. They got good jobs. They keep themselves in shape. They go jogging. They in the park, whatnot, and they be young. They're enjoying their life together, right? Black people want to party and club, and they want to be black women and black men want to be teenagers up until they're in their 40s. Then suddenly they want to settle down.
Wait,
You know,
Tyler, is Donald Trump married?
yeah, he's married.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that.
But Donald
I,
Trump, Melania Trump, that's his wife.
okay, I didn't know that.
She was once a
But
supermodel or something like that, But my point I'm trying to make is women and men should marry younger, even if it don't work, right? Okay, like sometimes you better have okay, that's my third wife, whatever like that. But you got to give it a chance. What happens is people sit back and they wait till they're 40 years old. I seen one video, this girl talking about, oh man, dating at 43. I was like, bitch, what the hell are you still doing 43? I remember when my grandmother was 43 when I was a kid one night. I said, Gam Gam, how old are you? I'm 43. I remember my grandma was 43. She's my grandmother. Man, granny's now fucking out here running the streets, goddamn. I remember my Gam Gam was fucking 43, and I was like 6 years old and shit. Gam Gam's still 43, you know.
Tyler, the reason why I say times kind of change, like as me speaking from a New York's perspective, right? Like you start buying your house now in your early 30s, mid 30s.
Back in
Not
the
like
days, people bought their houses in their 20s.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. So you know, home ownership is like central for for your for your family.
Well, not necessarily. You could bring in. I know many people that got families. They live an apartment for years, then they end up saving for a house. I know plenty of people did that.
Uh, uh,
Well, you know how to see people. This is what it is. A lot of black people, right? A lot of black women, right? They have all these prerequisites, right? Instead of getting with a man, building a life when that, they're like, I can't. I'll do just bad by myself when I.
yeah, I don't want to sound like hustle smart up here. I respect the
No, no,
female.
they'll say, I look, I can't. I'll do bad by myself. If you can't bring, if you can't, and a lot of this is impossible for the average young black man to already have a house and all stuff like that, and then they want a
Yeah,
certain
Paula,
bank account.
the young women in their early 20s, man, they not really getting with the college guy. They want the dudes that's already established, or the dudes that's they day trading, or they into real estate. They're not really waiting on a dude that's doing 5 to 10 years in college or university.
Well,
To
well, that's unfortunate because when that guy gets out and he starts making money, they're like, "Damn, I want to get with him." When that she already have like 3 kids because she's running the streets. Meantime, look, well, you can say all you want. The females, they can say they don't want that guy, but she's still having sex, and they always still end up pregnant. Now she's damaged goods, right? Nobody's gonna want her after that. So it's better
yeah,
just
yeah,
wait
yeah,
for
yeah.
that
I
guy to
agree. It's
get
a
out of
cycle.
college. Wait for that guy to get out of college, right? Or see if one of those dudes that she likes will marry her, right? Because the bottom line is we got way too many single, unwed women in Black America. Way too many. And this is unsustainable, and it's starting to affect all aspects of Black America, even Black immigrant America is I'm starting to see the same thing, where you got the rise of single women. So that happened in the Liberian community, all that, the rise of single women and stuff like that. It's no good. And the bottom line is,
I agree.
as soon as you take away
I've
that,
seen women that come from a modest background. They get to America, they adopt the American culture, and now they falling into the same pitfalls as
man,
many as
I'm
many
looking at this
Americans.
Love and Hip Hop. I'm looking at this Love and Hip Hop, and that's just that TV show is just a disgrace. You got them talking about, oh yeah, well I'm getting divorced here when I. So you got people basically instead of your life centered around building your family, when everything's centered around the club, hanging out, talking stupid stuff and whatnot. And it's almost like, to be honest with you, so maybe Black America, the African American, Black America, whoever like that, whoever participated in Black American culture, right? Maybe it's just too far gone. I do not see people like what happened was the reason why the Mormons got popular because some people left the life of the city and modern times, and they were able to say, "I want simpler times," so they wouldn't join different groups like the Mormons, stuff like that. I don't see that happening in Black America, right? I don't see we don't have our version of the Amish. We don't have our version of the Orthodox Hasidic Jews or whatever like that. All we have is people, the role model we have now, what the Nation of Islam could have done over the years, right? If they had this, if this is what they could have left us, right? They could have did this, right? If they would have built farming communities nationwide, right, with housing development, settlements, and stuff like that, right, like the self-sufficient and whatnot, we would have something to buy into. They didn't do that. The Amish and all these other people, the Hasidic Jews, whatnot, they have their own communal communities and everything like that. What Nation of Islam didn't build one communal settlement, not one. All they do is
Yeah,
sit around talking about. All they do is sit around in the back alleys of Black America, getting our money, telling us what the fuck to do, and interject themselves in our politics of mainstream Black America, right? And so that's why I cannot respect the Nation of Islam. I don't. If the Nation of Islam want to redeem itself, what it should have been doing all along, and some of them wanted to do that, right? But they were the leadership of the things, they were not interested in that. That's why I tell you, phony. They don't want to be around their own people. They don't. This
but
good for them.
I can't put all the blame on the Nation of Islam,
No,
because
I
you
know.
have
I don't.
some.
I don't blame them for the Black America. I blame them for their own problems. They never built anything. You know.
Yeah, they never built anything, and two, I gotta put some blame on, like the Jay-Z's of the world, the Beyonce's of the
Oh,
world.
but hold on, hold on. There's difference between Jay Z and Beyonce's. Is they never said that they're leaders, or they never said that the white man's a devil and we need to do for self. They never said that. But
Colin,
Jay Z,
Jay Z was a
yeah,
nation
but hold on,
without
but
an
that doesn't mean anything, bro. He's not a committed person in the nation, but he's just like a 5%er, whatever, like that. He just like this. I know for most of these people, they're not for serious. I've been around these type of people. They're not fucking serious.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Colin, it
if you say you're a minister and you the Nation of Islam and you make all these public statements or whatnot against America, and you say America's racist and all stuff like that, then okay, if it's racist, then how come y'all have not built anything for your people? For them to do. You had the opportunity because the Nation of Islam brought in millions and millions of dollars, not $1 billion, right? And they have nothing to show for it. Of people's
that's
money.
why that's why I would I could criticize Dr. Yo, but at least he had tangibles. Like
Oh
he
no, hey, man, that come on, that paper school. I mean, that paper pyramid they built. Come on, man. You know,
but Colin, he you know what I mean, he provided tangibles.
I know it looks good, right? With Elvis, Kwame, right? If you want to say that's good, that's fine, but it don't get a praise for me because it's like, okay, if you're gonna say I'm a mediocre people and I just want to do that, fine. But me, I don't take things. Am I gonna respect it on the level that what should be done? Like I always judge people by like things like the Amish, right? I look at the Amish community in America, how self-sufficient they are. They got their own cattle, they grow their own milk and everything like that. I said, why the Nation of Islam couldn't build things like that? They had the money.
I
Why
mean,
they build?
they did have farm. I'm not sure if they still have
No,
farms
but
today.
the farms was like privately owned. They were not the nation. The Nation of Islam owned farms in partnership with some of his members, and whatnot. And the people never benefited from that. Only the money and everything it generated went into a few people's pockets. Nobody benefited from that shit. That's the
Yeah,
truth.
you're probably right. You're probably right. But I can't knock them
It
and
is the
say,
truth. Nobody benefited from that. Nobody benefited from anything the Nation of Islam did except for Elijah Muhammad and his cronies up top. And that's what it is. 'Cause they owned a lot of shit. They owned a bakery. They owned a lot of shit, man. They owned a lot of buildings and whatnot. They had a huge real estate. Nation of Islam in 1975, when Elijah Muhammad died, was basically worth at that time $100 million, probably $1 billion today. He goes, they have farms and land. Yeah, but the bottom line, what's the sense of having farm and land and you ain't doing nothing with it?
yeah,
Somebody clowning you, man. He said, fool said tangibles. About Malachi York. You say York tangibles. That is kind
nah,
of
but yours
you
did
are.
have tangibles.
I mean, you gotta take a L on that, man. That is kind of freaking, come on.
Nah, but what I mean tangibles, he had land, he had a school, he had a communal, a community aspect
Okay, all right.
that you can't. He Colin, he did more than FBA.
Yeah, well, I guess you say so.
True or not?
I
I
mean,
don't.
I mean, I don't consider FBA a legitimate movement to compare anybody to. You know, But like I said, majority of black people said, we're joining American society. We moved into the mainstream of America, right? Now, because the alternative, right, was not viable. The Nation of Islam could have basically got with Floyd McKenzie and helped build Soul City. Did he do it? No. So they were never really interested in doing those stuff. But like I said, this is the point. The reason why I'm here right now, right? Because I know all these people that I've listened to over the years. I know because I was part of the Nation of Islam. I know some of these guys are good guys, but they don't have a clue and they're not serious. They're not. They're not serious about shit. Principal said, that's y'all jobs to come up with. Oh, it's our job to come up with an agenda. All these people shooting their mouth off on a pulpit and whatnot. But it's our job to come up with an agenda, not the Nation of Islam.
Colin, you know who I have to blame in the grand scheme of things, and it may sound like a cop out, but I gotta blame Africa. I have to put all the blame on Africa.
Why you blame Africa?
Well, instead of like saying, you know what, the American government, we want our people back, or we want to provide a homeland for our people.
Oh,
To
yeah, like I said, but the Africa is under control of colonialists and tribalists. These tribalists, man, I don't. That's if you believe like the African mind is capable of reasoning like that on that level, and I don't believe what I've seen over the years. The African mind is capable of that. You know, this don't. There's I don't think the Africans like what you call like the right now. All these Asian countries are vying for talent, trying to
But
build the next smart city and stuff like that. Africans have no clue. While Africans are shipping all this youth and brain power overseas and whatnot, Asians are basically bringing. Asians are even recruit. China's even recruiting Chinese Americans to come back to China. You know.
yeah, Kala, for instance, right? A lot of indentured servant went to my island, Jamaica, because you know a lot of the black people after slavery in Jamaica, they refused to be sharecroppers. So what the British did, they brought in the Indians and the Chinese. Now you have the the Republic of China. You know they seen that, hey, we got a large population of you know Chinese in Jamaica. Let's invest into the infrastructure built up, you know, invest into Jamaica. And now they put their people into place in Jamaica where you know they have more power than the 97% black people in Jamaica.
Because they're backed up by China.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just like
Africa,
just like the Chinese American community here. Every time we see a rich Chinese in America, is because he was backed up by China. You know.
exactly what I'm saying. What I mean at why I gotta blame Africa is because Africa never said, you know what, America has all these skilled people with high that you know with highly skilled abilities. Let's invest into the African American community that's you know that's largely skilled. Let's build them up so we can have an economic foothold in America versus you know the Jewish people that invest into their own people. You know we just I don't know but I got blame I got to put some onus on Africa as you know as a diasporan.
Yeah, well, no, I would put it on the Pan Africans because they never even suggested something like that to them. You know, just go over there and freaking trying to be a chief I don't know what the fuck they do in Africa. It's just so embarrassing, right? I see one chick I put in the group chat. You see that group chat? She's talking about she's trying to get she wants some advice. Some fat chick talking about she trying to get her husband over here. You know, from Nigeria. When I was like, sister, don't
Yeah,
do it. You know?
hold on. But Prince of P, you're talking about Ghana. That's one out of 53 countries. What about Nigeria that has the largest economy in West Africa? Why didn't they donate to your island, Haiti or Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa? Or even where's the help from Africa? In fact, Jamaica had the Chinese donated more than everybody else. You talking about African bank, but bro, that they just now doing that in 2025. I'm not taking away what Afrobank is doing right now in the Caribbean, but brother, they coming a little too late. The Chinese, the Indians, all these other people that have a minority group in the Caribbean, they already getting backed up by their mother homeland for years now. So what Afrobank doing? They you know it's like Africans always late to the party with everything. They was late to the party with the reparation help as far as back in CARICOM and Cobra. They you know they late to the party. The same thing with Afrobank. They're late to the party. Why is Africans always late to the party? And then you know what I'm saying? You can't just what about this? I mean, nobody donated to Haiti. Not one African country donated to Haiti for after Hurricane Melissa. And you can only name Ghana as the only African nation that donated to Jamaica, brother.
It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. People just, I don't know. I just think maybe black people just don't love themselves enough. Because if you, when you want to survive, you really want to survive. All these problems just come up. You'll be brainstorming. Oh yeah, because you have it's why don't think black people really want to survive, man. It's basically just wait. I'm looking at these white guys, man. There's all these groups, popular white supremacy groups. They're training to fight or not. They're doing underground fight clubs. They really talking about they want a race war in this country. You know.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, Kyla. When you have right now, you see people are worried about MAGA and in all these groups. They should be worried about the gropers, which is
Yeah,
Nick
yeah.
Fuentes.
Like I said, these gropers, these people are violent and they're dangerous. Whatnot. I remember the guy. I bet you anything about that guy who got beat up in Boston was a black immigrant. The black immigrants are the people that's most likely to get hurt. You know, let me tell you why. Right? White people, racists, could sense that when they're dealing with an African American dude, you know, and they're dealing with a black immigrant, right? Because it's basically like this. I remember never forget. I first learned this years ago. It was like 20 years ago. I was in a bar in Virginia Beach called The Edge, right? That's a little bar that all the young people hang out. We all hung out there one night. It's some Edge one night. It's like black, white, hang out there one night. Well, anyway, I never forget. Now I see. So I would never consciously tell you how non-tribalist I was. I'm looking at it about now. I was not even conscious of who was from the Caribbean, Africa, Black America. I just see a black person, whatever, like that. I'll make a distinction. Even if I knew the person had an accent, I just see black little black, a black man, right? Anyway, this one guy was like a tall brother, man. Tall, well built black guy, right? But I could tell, I knew that he was probably from Europe or something like that, you know, because the way he just go up to white girls, start talking to her when he's out the drinks, he's out mingling when I. Anyway, these white boys come in. I saw this group of white boys that I had a run in with before. They came in. I said, oh shit, these motherfuckers, right? And then what you call the one dude was with him was from Ukraine. And all of a sudden the dude was like, he knew the girl that he was trying to talk to. He was like, this guy's just a white guy. He just a dickhead and a cock blocker, right? You know, trying to make this stuff tomorrow. Uh, he's always making reference like we ain't no punk ass white boys, shit like that. He always says that shit under his breath, right? I ain't no punk ass white boys, and he got his Ukrainian friend. Yeah, he thought we were just some white boys like this. So I said, but the dude was like, he went to the black guy said went to the security. These guys are here because the guys threw some ice at him, you know, hit him with some ice. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he went to security and said, can you move these guys there like this? When I, you know, said the security went to him and said, well, I don't say. I said, no, fuck him. You know, said the security escorted the black guy out, right? Said he wanted protection because he thought, yeah. That emboldened the white guys, like, yeah, man, these black. I said, I felt like telling him, dude, that was probably some dude from Africa, Europe, who don't know any better, right? In a matter of time before you know Ray and them come up in here, you know? And so I mean, on, right? What I'm trying to make is that guy that they attacked in Boston, I know he was a freaking immigrant, you know? I know it was, you know? Because white people stay clear of black American guys, you know, they don't. They fear. We're the most feared people on the streets, you know. We're the most feared people on the streets. They don't go attacking us like that, you know. So therefore, I think that a lot of black immigrants, man, you better watch your back, you know, because they know how to sense when you're like what they're scared of is if they attack the wrong black person, he's gonna go get his peeps, and it's gonna be fucking yeah, the neo-Nazi meeting in Tennessee. Yeah, that was a big one, you know, and they're growing. You know, they had Tennessee, they had one in Little Rock, all over the country. These groups are growing, you know, and
Yeah,
now
why people are focused on tethers and things like that. These
well,
people.
I think the fact of the matter is we know this is brewing, but most black immigrants they don't. They think everything. You look at Afrodamus, he thinks we're the biggest problem with him. He's been
Oh,
watching. He's been watching.
Afrodamus gonna be the first one to be hung. He
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be
gonna
the
be the
first one to
first
be
one they
hung.
kill because he's in a white area and whatnot. They're gonna take him out first. He thinks he's safe.
It's so crazy. Like sometimes I listen to Nick Fuentes to get like his perspective, and and a lot of these kiss white ass black people like
They're gonna be the first one they kill.
like the Brandon Tatum's what's my girl Candace Owens and the Afrodamus and the chaotic truths of the world. They think they end with white people by talking down on black people and and things like that. But they're gonna be the
Yo,
first because
Papa
they're
Dom
gonna
has
be the
said,
first
what
one.
you call a doppelgangers. Because you ever notice, I be seeing all these dudes that hate Black Americans. What do they be dressing? They be dressing caps, the pullover vests, shit like that. They be out here doing like the DJ after that. They cosplay Black hip hop culture and to blend in. That's a doppelganger, right? But they sitting there talking all this venom against Black America. You know.
I understand what you're saying. I can't push back on that. But like people are more concerned about black on black issues when uh like I said, these gropers is growing in numbers. They're more influential than the MAGA people. The gropers make MAGA look like Democrats as
Oh
far
yeah,
as
yeah. They just want a race war. They want a race war to break out. I know they got the Somali community in their crosshairs. Yeah.
Rico Miller. When did I ever say if it's a race war, I'm running to Jamaica? When did I ever say that? Like some of you people just come up with some idiotic, just
Oh yeah, look.
idiot
If you
things.
think a race war can't happen, remember that guy who fucking gunned down 8 black people in Buffalo, New York. This can happen.
Yeah,
And what's going to
yeah.
happen is that's going to be one of these things is going to be the spark that's going to wake Black America up, and it's going to be over. It's going to be on. This country is going to have.
I don't think so, Kyler. I really don't
I
think so.
know. Look, Elvis. I mean, Kwame. I know my people. I know my people. Like I could predict. I could have predicted L.A. riots with
Ky-
black people
I,
burn that.
Kyler,
They burn that shit to the fucking ground. I know.
Kyler, it's certain things that already happened in the last.
Yeah, but hold on. It's not. The thing is, it's not directly at Black America though.
Kyler,
Nothing.
the white
Nothing.
guy, the white dude walked into a black church and gunned down 11 black churchgoers.
What was this?
You don't remember that? I think I forgot the dude name.
Dylan Roof.
Yeah, Dylan Roof.
Yo, look, yeah, I told you this is what happened. That was under Barack Obama because he went there and got with these church people and started saying "Amazing Grace" and all shit. Like we watched that, we sat back and like no, and he went there and just defiantly. Now Barack Obama can't do that no more. You know,
But
Like,
Kyler, even like a George Zimmerman, like he's walking around and he's
oh yeah,
bragging
well,
about what he did to.
that is what it is. But I'm telling you right now, it won't be like black people just go like this, but it's going to be a situation where, you're going to have a large gathering of black people somewhere, whatever like that. Some white people going to do something or not, and it's going to be if there's a large black group of black. All you need to do is have a large number of black people, like thousands of people, and a large number of white people in the same area right there, and something breaks off, and then if that happens right there, it's going to spread to the fucking rest of the country. Whoever it is in the chat room, Kane Daffy, you got to put your camera on so I can see who you
I
are.
don't know what you mean. They're not ready for a war. Listen, white people are damn near
Oh, I know.
provoke.
Hold
They're
on.
damn near provoking for a war, a
Yeah,
civil
no,
war in
no,
America.
but the reason why they're not ready for war, Kwame, is the fact that look at how they reacted with Charlie Kirk's death. Black people are used to seeing death like that on a regular basis. White people were so broken and so shook. How you take a life? But they don't understand when basically when it really comes down to it, when they comes down to it, right? When they basically see blood, they see somebody, white girl or boy or whatever with blonde blue eyes bleeding out from the head and whatnot, that's gonna trust me, that's what and that. Cam Daffy, if you want to be on the show, you have to put your camera on so I see who you are.
Now you make a point. You make a point there. You make a point there.
All right, Cam Daffy, you don't want to put your camera
But
on, I can't let you up.
but still in all, like they champion these Dylan Roofs and Kyle Rittenham and George Zimmerman. Like they champion them. Sort of like a mocking type of way. Like, yeah, we're gonna champion these white people that slaughtered black people, and you can't tell us not to, or even like a Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes can get on national television and he's proud to say I'm racist. More and more people, just like with the Piers Morgan debate. when Martin Lamar Hill was crying because the white lady kept saying
Yo,
nigga.
Lily, that girl Lily, she's a
Yeah, when she just kept saying nigga and she said yes, I'm racist. You know, more and more
yeah. The
they
bottom line, hold on, look, let me tell you something. There's a Martin Luther Hills. Those are the ones who believe in Martin Luther King. We should love each other. But I'm never like that. I'm a fucking racist when I don't give a shit if they love me. I don't give a fuck about that. You know? So I wouldn't fade you, but and more and more, like I said, I'm teaching black people how to hate. Hate mongers, being a coming hate monger, mean you don't give a shit what it is. A lot of black people, like I see this one black woman, like this lady's calling her N word, you dumb black bitch. Right? Well, you have a nice day. I was like, she was recording. Oh, I'm recording you. You have a nice day. This one girl on Mississippi goes, you notice how you never see none of that shit in Mississippi? She goes, because down here we whoop these motherfuckers ass when we don't pull out the cameras, we pull out our fist, you know. This I mean, because she was talking about this one black lady. She was like, "Well, you have a nice day. God bless you, effing nigger. Blah blah blah, bitch. Blah 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 blah. Have a nice day. I'm praying for you." I'm like, those type of black people are dangerous, right? And those are the type of black people will always like me. I never go through no racism, never, because the look on my face every day. People see me. I look like I'm serious, you know. I ain't want to smile and ask black people that they like this, that's happy and whatnot, you know. I'm like this.
right.
I'm like this. When I walk around, whatever like that, I'm not getting in your face. You don't get in my face, we're not. But I have the look on my face as if you dare, I will rip your fucking throat out and wouldn't think nothing of it, you know?
Yeah.
But generally leave
Listen,
me.
I like I always say, I promote racism over tribalism 10 out of 10 times. I'm very open. I don't like white people, but as far as business go, I could do business with white people, but
I don't live for
inherently
anybody,
I
you
hate
know?
white inherently I could honestly say I hate white people.
Yo,
But
hold on, yo, what you gonna tell them is Cam. Is that the Cam from the group?
oh, that's Cam.
He said,
Who was the name?
tell him it's Cam Kwame. He was talking to you, I guess. You know, so I guess I'm gonna take a
What was the
chance.
person name? Colin?
They Cam Daffy. You know, is that the
Oh,
Cam?
that yeah, that's probably Cam.
All right, I'll let him on.
Damn,
What's up,
Colin,
bro?
you be wildin', bro.
Yo, I don't trust nobody, man. Shit,
I
you
respect
you
it.
got
I
this place,
respect it,
man.
but you be wildin', bro.
Yeah, I can't trust nobody
Yo,
nowadays.
Cam Sapase.
Zaga Fezo. I be saying Zaga Fezo like you Haitian. My bad, nigga. What's good?
Yo, I think Kwame is Haitian, man. Don't let him fool. He's a Haitian.
Nah, he cool like a Haitian. I ain't gonna
He is
hold you,
Haitian.
bro.
He is Haitian.
Nah, Colin, come on, man. I ain't
I knew
Haitian,
so
man.
many dudes I thought were Jamaican.
I love my Zozo, man.
You know, you go to their family house and whatnot. What the hell is this shit? Motherfucker be Haitian and shit, you know? Had me
Nah,
fooling with
calm
that.
me down with the cars though. That's a fact.
Cam, what's up? What made you jump on today? 'Cause I know you got some. I know you got something to say.
I swear I don't. I'm just listening. I think it's funny. I don't think there's gonna be no race war if we talking about that. I think niggas gonna get angry with me, but niggas is scared, bro. Like,
I think so too. I think niggas are scared.
Yeah, when
yeah.
you hold up, when you're behind enemy lines and you got FBA leading the cause FBA is a cowardice or movement, you know?
Oh
I'm
It's,
in
yeah, most
agreement with
definitely.
you with that. I think FBA is a goofy movement as well.
it's cowardly, you know? You don't
But
have no defense. Hold on, you have no defense against let me give you an example. You know, you ever see the Asian Hornets, that video with the Asian Hornets?
no, I ain't see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. When they fighting like the bees and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, they can go and massacre like 30 hornets could take out like 30,000 bees. That's how vicious these things are. Agent Hornets, right? Those are European honeybees. They have no defense against the Asian hornet, right? But guess what? When the Asian hornets try to go against the Japanese honeybees, right? They develop a natural defense against them. They surround them and form a heat ball and
Yeah,
get
and they
cooked.
tell yeah.
Now, what I'm saying is, you would think the FBA, after all these years, would have a defense mechanism against white supremacy, but they're completely vulnerable.
I think FBA. I think FBA. Let me put it like this. They're like a scrawn bitch. Like the bitch that says, "Hey, I've been by your side. I stuck by you when you was broken.
Yeah, no, they want the white. They'll be like, "Yo, I stuck by you all these years. And this is how you do me on that."
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
how they are with
yeah,
the white man. They're fucking
yeah.
very feminine in their approach. Tariq sounds like he's suspect himself, man. A little
You,
bit.
you
But
know
that's
they,
the
they
thing about it, though. I feel like, as I just feel like the black community, especially here in America, is so fractionalized because of groups like FBA. At least under the Pan African umbrella, everybody understood the assignment. Like this whole
Yeah,
stay on
that's
code
that and
thing.
that and
You
that
know
and
what I
that part of
mean?
Pan
That was
Africanism.
really the deal. Now with this
That
FBA
part of
thing,
Pan
and
Africanism, I
it's
always will agree
crazy.
with. Stand when it comes down to it, we're black first and
yo
unitarian.
yo
Shit.
yo
We
Kala,
can sort out all this shit
that's
later.
why to me Pan African is always gonna be top dog. Because I'm gonna give you an example. Uh, in the '80s, you had like these renegade nation of gods on earth that was robbing Hispanics. Then the Hispanics came together under the banner of Nieta, which is a gang in Latin Kings. So they
No, it's
started.
not. No, it's not, Kwame. It's just a prison gang. It doesn't fall under
Yeah,
the.
yeah, yeah, but it's no. I know it don't function outside of print. But what I'm saying is right. The Nieta and the Lion King was able to even though they was not the majority, they was able to oppress the majority black people, right? Under those banners. It took for the Caribbeans who was fractionalized, the African American that was fractionalized, who come together under the banner of blood to, switch change the tides. If you're especially in America, that's the same thing we see was going on in Los Angeles with the Mexicans, like the Serranos versus like the Serrano. They don't separate Bloods and Crips and none of that. And when they get into the prison, if you're black, you know that's the enemy as far as Serrano goes. But
Yeah,
the black,
that's how it is. But black people, and not so black, but these FBA types, man, I have no idea. See, like I said, they don't have a survival mechanism, right? Like me personally, I want to make sure. I said I believe in strength in numbers, right?
yeah,
I may disagree with a lot of black women what they do and whatnot, but I also don't agree with a lot of so-called low life FBAs and whatnot, right? But when it really comes down to it, right, the last thing I'm gonna do is basically say, only black African American ethnic group I'm gonna be around. No, because I realize I'm in America, right? In America, what we need is unity and strength in numbers, right? So if people are gonna come by outside and they're both black like I am, I welcome that. I'm not gonna say to turn my back on people like because they come from a different background. That's stupid. Be- Only because of the situation we're in. Now we was in our own country, yeah, man. I tell you, Kwame, man, get your Jamaican ass out of here. You know, but, but for the time being, long as we're in America, you know, I'm serious. Long as we're in America, right? You need all hands on deck, and all hands on deck and whatnot when it comes down to this shit. Everybody has to have it. I don't think I will extend some Somalis because they made themselves clear that they ain't black. They're also Arabs and shit like that.
but Kala, I gotta throw them a little rope. Because they've been brainwashed by the Arabs for well over 800 years, and then they was colonized by Italians and stuff like that. So they had a different mindset. But now they're coming to the realization now that Trump is kicking their backs in. For years, they believed the narrative that African Americans is lazy and the slave trade and yada yada yada. Now that they come to America and now they're getting their backs kicked in more than they're white supremacy number one pinata right now. The white man can just pick up a
Hold on, let
stick
me answer
blindfold.
Rico Miller. He says most crews hate Jamaicans. No, they don't. Stop pretending that there's some black unit. But in this land, Rico, this is what I'm telling you. Do you understand, Rico, what we're living in? That we're living in a race war right now. These guys are gathering. These white supremacist groups are
They,
gathering.
they, Kyla, I don't
Hold on,
think
hold on.
FBA.
Not only that, they got police. They're in police departments.
Yeah,
All over, man. These guys, it's like they don't even hide it anymore. Even Pete
Don't.
Hegseth, the War Department secretary, right? You see his tattoos?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
But don't
fucking
that
absurdist,
ultimately,
man.
Kyla, don't that ultimately play in if niggas can get it together, don't that ultimately play into black people's hands because the white
It plays right
community is
into my hands
fractional.
if black people listen, but black people are so easy to go back to partying and bullshitting, you know.
But
Like I
what
said,
I
long
mean
as
is
that long hold
they're
on, long as that
fractionalized as well, Kyla. Like the Mexicans want white approval.
yeah.
They want white approval, but ultimately
We
the
have
white
no
people
allies.
don't want
All
them
these
part
people
of them.
we have Rico, you say Rico Miller in the chat. We should say we have no white, I mean no non-black allies, right? I ally with any black person, right? But Mexicans, hell no, you know. Yeah, these people basically want white approval and everything. I thought it would subside after a while. I think Asians are starting to wake up a little bit. I think Asians are starting to wake up a little bit. With
And Kyla, we gotta learn to differentiate between you know, non Caribbean Hispanics versus South American Hispanic. I think it's
what
a
do you mean?
vastly different thing.
No, I think they the same. Dominicans, I hate to shit on because there was some really good Dominicans, but a lot of Dominicans are very white adjacent, bro. They love colonization. They feel it is the best thing that ever happened to their country, bro.
Especially the ones in Jersey, New Jersey.
You got a point, Cam. You got a point because they do harbor some deep hatred. I think it comes from like you know the Haitian Dominican thing where that, but
No, I think they have an identity crisis. They want to be white, but they got an auntie or somebody
but
that looks too
but
dark.
what I mean is if you look at like Los Angeles versus I'm gonna say like a New York or Boston area where's you know you have high Dominican and high Puerto Rican numbers. There is no Dominican Puerto Rican Serranio organization like there is in like in California. Like California, they have nigger K written on walls. They have like blacks are enemies. Like that's number one. Blacks are. I don't think it's the same sentiment in like a New York, especially not New York or even I can't speak for Boston, but I'm quite sure that it's not the same sentiment that's in Boston or New Jersey or Philadelphia. But as far
Nah,
as New York go, that probably have the most Dominicans and and Dominican and Puerto Rican numbers. They're not openly like even in the '90s when it was a full on race war. I mean, war between blacks versus Hispanics. It was never like that because you had some Hispanics that say, you know what, I'm not down with that. I'm a blood or whatever case may be. You would never really find a Serranio switcher from Serranio to joining the Crips or something like that in California.
yeah,
You
the
know,
Dominicans up here, all right. But I just feel like no Dominican. I feel like you got a better chance for Puerto Ricans. No Dominican is gonna join a Black United Front. Like I just don't see that, bro. I just don't. They are very happy with the benefits of colonization in the Dominican Republic. They look at Haiti. That's their example. So they look at Haiti, and that is probably the only example that they have in their mind of what Black people will do if they have power. They probably don't even read on Haitian history or what happened. They just look at it and
They
probably
don't
say to
care.
themselves,
They
if
don't
black
care.
people have
Most
power,
people
that's
don't
what would
bother
happen.
learning history.
yeah,
How
the Dominicans they have a deep hatred for. I'm not gonna deny that they do have a deep hatred for Black people. They
Oh
do,
no, we got
but but but
oh look,
when you compare it to
hold on,
like,
hold on. We got chaotic troop wants to come on this show. How you think that's gonna
oh
go? We got
man,
chaotic
Uh-oh, okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, let them
step
up,
right
Carla.
up and get knocked
oh,
right
it's
back.
about to be some fireworks.
Let's
Yeah,
get it.
step right up. I've been waiting for this
Let's
coon
get
for
it.
a long time, man. I've been waiting for this coon. I knew he'd be right one night. I've been waiting for this coon for a long time. I guess after dumbass probably sent them up here.
I don't think chaotic is a full on cool like an
I mean, yo,
Afrodamus
Nah,
is
he's
that
not.
has anybody that has stupid, goofy, unemployed looking white guy sitting on your fucking panel in the middle of the afternoon. Yo, there's something wrong.
Colin. Afrodamus is worse. Is way
Yeah,
worse.
Well, I know
definitely.
Abaddon is way worse.
I
Yeah.
think Chaotic got because I've been on there a while, bro, and I definitely think he's pro-black. I just think his vision for black people is a lot different than what we envision. Like his dream,
Yeah,
and what
Yeah,
we want for black people, or majority of people want for black people, his ideas are different, and they're not bad. It's not bad to say that we want niggas in engineering, we want niggas in aerospace, we want niggas interplanetary, but it's just some things are out of control.
yeah. I don't put chaotic truth in the same stratosphere as like an Afrodominus.
Nah.
A- Afrodomus is a
I
little
don't listen
strange.
to him enough, man. But I just basically when
Afrodomus
all I do is I saw Afrodamus on his show one time, and I just said, "Oh, guilty." I just saw Afrodamus on the show one time. I said, "Guilty."
Yeah, Afrodamus is a different animal. He not trying to lose them papers, bro. He already knows what
This guy,
happens if he goes against the
Afrodamus
white
says he's
rhetoric.
going to be a billionaire off his media company. He's going to be a billion. Okay, Afrodamus, and then
uh,
hold on, you guys see the other night. You got to listen to the show the other night. I did. I forgot what show it was, but I'll get it to you. Right? He called him my show, and I fucking destroyed him. Right? You know what I said to him? He goes first thing he always tells a story about his father was a great businessman. I said, can I Google your father's name in Sierra Leone? They got records, right? You say he was a diamond. No, 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 no. And the Kimberly Diamond Association. You got to have a Kimberly certificate to mine or distribute diamonds, right? So did he have a Kimberly certificate, or was he doing smuggling blood diamonds in his pocket? Between his ass cheeks.
but damn, I wanted to hawk on what Kim said earlier, and at first I didn't agree, but I have to agree with Kim. I don't think black people in America want or is ready for a race war as far as
I know. I'll tell you that they're not ready for a race war. I'm not saying for a minute, but I tell you one thing, man. Something will awaken in them, right? Will at least
you there, Kyla?
just when you think black people awaken and everything like that, then it'll eventually fizzle out because somebody will come in and hijack. Let me give you an example. Do you know the March on Washington was supposed to be we're going to DC and burn this shit to the ground? You know what that really what it was?
I
You know what?
I doubt that,
The
Kyla.
March on
When you
Washington.
got B.R. Rustin and A. Philip
No,
Randolph
no,
as
that's not even,
the
that's not
head
even.
guys in
No,
charge, I doubt that.
that's not even a part of it. I'm saying the March on Washington was something organic among black people. Said, we're sick of living in this country. We have no jobs. We have none. Are we Americans or not? So we didn't want the March on Washington to get rights and say, look, we're America. If not, they said they plan to storm the White House. They plan to sit on the airplane runways. Stop cargo.
Kala, Kala, I know you come from a generation of warriors, and I'm not trying to shit on
Yeah,
my
no,
generation of women.
I mean, I
They're
wasn't
not
that.
built.
I'm not that old.
This new generation is not built
Yeah,
like
Well,
Kyla.
like them
I know
people,
that.
bro.
I know that. Let me finish my story though, right? So anyway, they were basically talking about going there, sitting on runways, sitting in hotels, sitting in government office buildings. They was gonna have like a million black people just in DC all the time, just disrupting shit, using up cabs, slowing down traffic. So the country said if that happens, America will be destabilized, right? And so they said, okay, the white man said, you know something? The white man came up with $500,000, right? And they said, okay, we're going to organize a march on Washington. They said, okay, now we need people who wasn't even part of it, right? The white man made Martin Luther King, James Farmer, and all these people, April, all these people as the head of it, the face of it to the media, right? And they blasted out. These are the head of the March on Washington. Everybody said, we didn't choose them. The media chose them. They gave them money. They told them what to say. Even when you look at the signs, we want jobs, everything. They made the sign because black people said we could bring in our own signs. They gave them signs to carry, everything. And all the money they spent doing that, right? They said they could have freaking gave that to improve black schools, and right? That could have freaking all that money could have built new schools in the black community all across the country, But they spent millions they was like millions of dollars, right? They outright gave all these civil rights groups wanted to get on board, right? And then when it came down to it, it was a written speech. That was a speech. I Have a Dream wasn't even written by Martin Luther King. It was written by some Jewish guy. I have a dream that one day and all this kind of stuff like that. That wasn't even written by him, because a lot of
I
people,
believe that. I definitely believe that.
so a lot of people that want to speak, because even John Lewis, as corny as he is, man, his speech was kind of militant, but he was muffled, right? He was like, how long are we gonna last, whatnot, But the whole thing is, it fizzled out because it became an interracial picnic. It went from a black nationalist militant shit to an interracial picnic, and black people realized they got hosed again. Do you guys
And-
want to hear Malcolm X on the March on Washington? You want to hear his take?
yeah,
All right.
and Kala, I think even if a race war happened, you'll have like the Democrats,
Yeah,
condemning the people.
they'll say
They'll be
that,
the first. The black
what
Democrats will be the first one condemning black people for
I hate these
violence.
white people, right? Because let me
Facts.
tell you something. White people who say they're afraid of one that, if you got white skin, these same white people aren't in danger of getting attacked by skinheads and neo Nazis and the police and stuff like that, right? That's why we got to get to the point where we cannot talk to, because they're only going to lead us to a certain place. Like what they lure us into this place of safety where we think the system is eventually going to correct itself. I don't think we're at that point. I think anything can happen right now in this country. When we got to be prepared. If not, well, we just got to be prepared, or we're going to be inserted. We just can't go back to the idea that these white liberals are going to protect us anymore.
Nah, they can't protect. They can't even protect themselves. What makes you think they're gonna protect us, or even? I mean, African American in a vast majority. But I don't think black people in America is ready for a race war. I don't even think they want a race war. You have some people that may talk like it, but in actuality, uh, nah.
What's
Because
chaotic group? He said he was coming up here, man. What the hell is it? No, you got scared.
He didn't
man,
want,
chaotic, you running, man.
he didn't want the smoke.
Damn, you don't want the smoke, man. Come on, man. I thought all these people that YouTube, I thought they were brave, man. It's like everybody's terrified of me or something.
After what I see, what's going on in California and Los Angeles, particularly, and that's supposed to be one of the strongholds for gangsterism and thugs, and as far as America, and they just basically bowing down to the Mexicans, like they just they've been the black Americans in Los Angeles been a complete embarrassment as far as protecting the black
LA
community.
is that's why when people talk about, oh yeah, LA, I said I don't even consider LA as a part of an Afghanistan district. Let me tell you about the Afghanistan, right? I believe there's Afghanistan micro districts in America, right? And I look at different communities in America. I say, okay, I can be part of the Afghanistan extended American district. California, no. California, no. Maybe Detroit. You know, Pittsburgh still got a large black community. Yeah. So I
Yeah,
just look at
Los Angeles is a lost cause, Colin. It's a
yeah.
lost
So that
cause.
can't be part of the Afghanistan. They can have it.
It's to the point now you got black people adopting Mexican, Mexican food, Mexican culture. They just basically they have just waved the white flag to the Mexicans in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they can have it. They can have it.
In their defense, I don't think they raised the white flags. I think that I'm making excuses, but
Cam,
What I
Cam,
don't get. Oh, what I don't get is
hold
why
on. Let me
when I
let
see
me
a black
land, Kyla.
flag,
Let me land. I feel like that the Mexicans just played it smarter. And what I mean by that is like they have politicians, and I guess we got politicians, but if you specifically look at like that lady, I forget her name, they got Mexican politicians that move for Mexicans. We still have politicians out there that really want to be white adjacent, like they want their white savior. The Mexicans are moving for the Mexicans out there. So
yeah,
yes, the niggas fault for letting it happen, I guess, and not getting in positions of power. But the Mexicans are moving on code
black
out
people
there.
used to run LA at one time, man. They said like
yeah,
everything.
Isn't that where the Black Panther Party started out there in
They
Los
started in
Angeles?
Oakland, but it was in LA. But Mayor Tom Bradley was there. Watts, all that stuff like that was a black city. Some of our best
Colin,
movies.
you go to watch East
The black
LA,
community was strong in LA at one time.
even the city of Compton. They've been overrun by Mexicans now. They
Yeah, we
they
was just looking at the stats. Since the 1990s, the black population in California has dropped from
We can
13%
simply that
to
the
six
gangs,
percent.
the
That's
gangs,
less than 50.
people
I mean,
fled
that's more
because
than
of the gangs. The
50%.
gangs Sometimes you think the gangs. I think the gangs were put there by the government. You know.
Absolutely.
But Kala, the Mexican gang just is,
Well, the
they're
whole thing is hold on. You understand something, Kwame? Right? White people do not fear genetic annihilation from Mexicans. You know, it's different. You know, they really do feel genetic. They don't feel like if you a population of Mexicans are going to destroy their race genetically. You know, they do have that fear with us, just like they Native Americans. They never thought Native Americans were a genetic and not thing. Well, let me say this before I play this video. Right, chaotic truth, man. Are you a doppelganger? You know, are you scared of because you? I think chaotic truth is like isn't he like a Nigerian? Really, you know?
yeah.
He's a
But
black
he
American, but I've
cosplays
heard that
as
he's a
so.
Nigerian.
Therefore, what I'm saying is,
I think
if,
he's Yoruba. I think he's Yoruba.
if you're a true Black African American, not Black American, if you're a true African American, right? One thing we don't do is put white people in the middle of Black business. That means the fact that white people got you talking about Black business when that means you're a doppelganger, bro. You ain't real, man. Come out and expose yourself. KI True. I'm calling you out. You're a doppelganger, nigga. All right,
Oh,
Hustle Smart. I'm gonna play a video, but go ahead, brother.
Man,
Hustle Smart.
first thing first, man, salute to your platform.
Thank
18
you.
days of collar. You get what
18
I'm
days,
saying?
man. Anybody
You
do
know what I'm
18
saying?
days in a row, 6 hour shows, 18 days. Could anybody do that? Can KI True do that? You know, 18 days in a freaking row. You
Yeah,
Giving
know,
y'all,
you
giving y'all Christmas before Christmas. You know
telling
what
you,
I'm
you know.
saying? It ain't Santa Claus coming down the chimney. It's collar in your face. You
I'm
know what I'm
telling you,
saying?
man. My goal is
boy.
to take over this YouTube shit, this YouTube space. I'm here. My goal is to make this the flagship platform. You know, I want to grow this to be the number one platform on
hold
YouTube.
on, Kala. Before you play the video, let's get Hustle Smart.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
go
can.
ahead.
Oh
Get a
yeah,
take on.
Collar
Yeah.
is the OG. He definitely gonna let me get my 5 minutes in. You know, Collar, I just sent you a picture because one of my subscribers sent me an email because I jumped on Chaotic Truth channel and I was talking. You know, I guess because I was cooking so much, he let me talk. But I sat back and was just watching, and I saw how he was letting the white dude stay up on the platform, but he was dropping all the black people down,
He
and
does
then
that a lot.
he was muting the black people, but he wasn't muting the white boys up there smoking they goddamn vape pens and shit. So, you know, that right there did it for me. But one of my subscribers sent me a uh uh excerpt from my one of my videos a long time ago, and then I realized who he is. He used to go by Labutu. He used to go by Labutu. I sent you the picture. He used to have a channel called the Labutu Network. You get what I'm saying? And he used to be in this thing called the beef sector with a bunch of bitches. Like it was this chick called Claudiva, Sugar Shay, aka
That is
Coochie
that
Pop.
nigga, man.
It used to be the chick. He used to be sitting up there homeless in the library with his hair all nappy. Somebody he wanna jack off to he wanna jack off and suck on their titties and stuff, trying to get them to do an OnlyFans page or something. And then he tried to get the chick Sugar Shay that came down and messed with Tommy Sotomayor, was sitting up there talking about she got a STD and they were trying to promote her and some crazy shit. And this dude was like homeless at the damn library every day. I don't know if he was going, cause I know he married. I don't know at that time he was going through a rough patch, but he was at the library streaming every day, talking about putting oil on chicks' boobs and want to lick on them and stuff. And then when I heard them, and then when they went back and I looked back at the video I did, I'm like, that is the same guy. So he don't made a whatever he did, he don't made a complete 180. I'm
Yeah,
talking
man.
about,
Hustle Smart, like, yo, he put all the niggas' business out in the street.
yeah, you get what I'm saying? But this ain't even a dots because it's the same person. He never hid his face. Do you see the picture I sent you?
That's him. That's him. That's that
That
nigga,
is
man.
him. He used to be with the beefs. He was with all
Hold
the
on,
beefs.
Kala. Put it on the big screen. Let's see it. Put it on the big screen.
Definitely,
All right,
definitely
all
throw that
right.
on the big
Y'all gonna
screen.
make me work, man. Hold up. Before I get that, my brother Ibrahim from the UK. What's going on, brother? We had a
Yeah,
conference
I'm
today.
good. Yeah, very interested in Hustle's story there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I came on because my comment didn't show up when you were talking about being protected by white liberals. No, that's never going to happen. So my comment was, all whites are white supremacists, including white Marxists. You
Yeah.
know, so like, yeah, even like if they, like, pretend not to be racist, right, or like, have some kind of communist ideology, right, they are really deep down white supremacists. All you need is just a little pinch, on their pale skin to turn it a bit more pink, right? And then you'll see, they're very much fully fledged fucking, genocidal, just about, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't
they're
show, but it's
preparing for
there.
genocide right now.
They really be shooting at me over there because I be going hard for the blacks. But the honest to God truth is, dog, like I think it's something wrong in white people brain. And this ain't me pandering. I have never felt more comfortable than I feel around niggas. Like I don't I don't feel like like I do around white folks. Like white folks really just have weird ways.
Mhm.
And if you just look at globalization, like they want to take over everything. They want to just a weird
It's like, yeah, damn,
environment, a
they
weird
want
culture.
Greenland, they want
Yeah,
Greenland,
dog.
they want the
Nah,
Congo, they
I
want
can't.
everything.
I can't. I mean, I'm a straight up street nigga, bro. Been on the streets since I was 14 years old, and I'm definitely not comfortable around black people. And now, white people, I will give you that's two things can be right at the same time. White people are weird and they got a weird ass brain, but black people, you get what I'm saying? They size you up. You know the one thing. You know what the one
Inherently
thing I hate.
violent. Yeah, I say
What
that niggas like to fight though, smart. I
no,
give you
no, way past fight, just conniving and trifling. You get what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that black people, the type of people that if you got $5 and I got $6, I'm trying to take from you. We ain't trying to get together, go take from another group of people. We the only ones that see each other as the ops. I got family members, and you know what I'm saying? I had my sister's nephew, my nephew, her son, she wanted to bring him over, and I said, no, he can't. I said, I used to be in that lifestyle. He can't come over here promoting that shit because every time he talk about the ops, he talking about black people. He ain't never talking about another group of people. You see your own people as the enemy. So that means that every black person come by, you're looking at them and seeing if that's somebody you got to kill. You get what I'm saying? That's a strange way of walking to that. You ain't worrying about the white, but you see a white person, you don't even double look at them. You don't even give them a second look. But every black person, you sizing them up. You looking at what type of shoes they got on, what type of color, how they wearing their hat. You studying the black person up and down. You ain't studying the black person as, hey, that's my brother. I want to be down with him. You looking at him like if he got a strap, he finna try to kill me. I'm gonna try to kill him. I'm gonna try to take his strap. Or I'm gonna try to embarrass him, pull out the phone. Like that's what we do as black people. And I can't allow that type of stuff going on. But what I'm saying is I live in an all-white neighborhood. And I'm telling you, white people are weird as shit. But what I'm telling you, I don't have no problem with nobody breaking into my house. I don't have no problem with nobody throwing trash out there. I ain't got no problem with no loud music. I ain't got no problem with nobody goddamn parking their cars in people's yards and driving fast through the neighborhood. That shit doesn't happen. But before I moved into the white neighborhood, I stayed in the upper middle class black neighborhoods. And all you saw were people sitting on the porch all day watching your routine. I drive truck. So they learned my routine. My neighbors know my routine. In the white neighborhood, still nothing happened. In the black neighborhood, I had the cam on in my house. These do cliche, but these niggas was in my house eating sandwiches and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like I seen that. So all I'm saying is this. I just know how black people are like think about it like this. All of us on this, except for me and Carla, if we saw each other on the street, we wouldn't even talk to each other. We wouldn't even say hey to each other if we saw each other on the street, unless we heard each other's voices. But just looking at each other, the first thing I notice about black men, especially black men, is that we look at each other. We look at each other from the ground up. For whatever weird ass reason, we got to look at what you got on your shoe and look up. When I deal with white people or any other group of people, they look you dead in your motherfucking face. And it's about business. When I talk to black people on the street, it's some bullshit. It's
See, that ain't
always some fuck shit.
smart. That's what I was finna say. That ain't been my experience. I don't know if you ever heard the saying, I'd rather you take it from me than steal it from me. I feel like white folks will steal, like they do a lot of underhanded shit with a lot of niceties behind it. I'd rather you take something from me than steal it from me and go behind my back and do some creep shit. I just feel like that's white people's nature, bro. It's in their contracts, it's in everything they do. I just got more respect for the takers than the finessers.
But see, but what I'm telling you is that I understand you because I'm a guerrilla hustler. I'd rather see it, but a lot of black people ain't like me and you. You get around black people, they get to shifting, they get to moving, they get dark at night, they get to trembling, knees start shaking, like they turn into vampires. I never forget because my family stay in Southeast DC. I start calling them niggas vampires because when the sun go down, they get to rocking back and forth, standing out there with their hand in their pants, doing nothing on that K2, ready to rob somebody, ready to kill somebody. These niggas are happy to go to jail because they don't have no responsibilities. Like jail and prison for some black people, it saved them because they don't have they can't keep up with the rat race of the street. DC, that area up north is way more expensive than the South. These dudes can't because the drug game ain't popping like it used to. It ain't that many customers out there no more. Everybody don't weed out. You can get weed you can get weed professionally now. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that many crackheads out there now. And that fentanyl and that ice is destroying people. But I see you got that picture up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can you explain this one more time? Who that is? Who that is?
All right, this like I didn't know, but somebody in my from 2 years ago, two years ago when I was first got on YouTube, I had went on this panel. The chick name was Sugar Shay. She's a matter of fact, she used to be on a I forgot this radio host show, but her name Sugar Shay, and then she had a song. Her other name was Coochie Pop. That was her name, Sugar Shay, aka Coochie Pop.
And he's on a show like that, and he's giving advice.
Hello, Carla, you gotta listen to the whole thing. It was this other chick named Lady La. She from Atlanta, and there was this other chick. They used to call her the Roach Queen. And then the other chick called Claudiva. If y'all go, Claudiva's still doing lives right now. She got some old big titty chick from Oakland, flat booty. You know how them chicks built up like white women, so she got big titties and pancake IHOP booty. You get what I'm saying? But he was all on there. He used to be sitting up there talking about he want to suck on her titties and jack off and shit. Why, you know what I'm saying? Why she slap him in the face?
He was freak, man.
He used to be at the library. I'm talking about with a hood over his head at the library because he got free Wi-Fi at the library. And he used to be up there streaming. He used to be there every day. You get what I'm saying? Because I thought he was Haitian. Because his hair used to be nappy. I'm talking about not one time did I saw him in a suit like he is now. You get what I'm saying? So maybe he was going through a bad patch, but that was like that shit went on for like 6 months to a year. And then the chick ended up trying to blackmail Thomas Sotomayor because she came down from Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? And he was talking to the chick the whole while she was live streaming when she was driving down talking to him on the stream. Had this other dude named Gotti or something, and they came up with this plan to try to make Thomas Sotomayor look bad and say that he gave her a STD. She even got arrested outside of his house. And then the Labutu Chaotic Truth, whoever he is now, was sitting up there going at Thomas Sotomayor. Thomas Sotomayor was saying that, man, you gave her STD and all that. He was on there with the shit too. It was him. You get what I'm saying? And just the weirdest thing. And he was trying to get Sugar Shay and Claudiva and the other chick called the Roach Queen, trying to get them to be a part of his network to make some videos to be on OnlyFans or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he can pay them, so he can lick. All three of them had big boobs, so he can lick on their titties and jack off. Man, I'm talking about he was a weird guy like that, bro. And
He's still a weird guy.
And there was an everyday thing. There wasn't just no one off. And then that's when I went on the show and I was on there and somebody sent me the email and I'm like, I can't believe I went on. But he did a straight up 180. And you know what I'm saying? He must have been going through a bad because that was Sugar Shay and Claudiva used to be saying like he must have been homeless, sleeping and streaming at the thing. Cause they asked him, I never forget they asked him, they like, well, where you taking your showers at? he was like, "Oh, I go to the YMCA or something." Like he was going through. I thought he was on drugs. I thought he was on
So
drugs. But
basically, he had an incentive to build his platform, basically throwing black people under the bus with white people. So the bottom line is the white people ain't gonna go because that's paying. So he's basically this is probably his only source of real legitimate income. You know, at YouTube. That's sad. That's a sad life, man. It really is.
It was shocking when they showed me that picture. You get what I'm saying? And I was like, that is him. And then that was his name. His name was Labutu. They used to call him Labutu. I don't know where he get that from. You get what I'm saying? And even he was doing even he was doing so bad he was at the library and didn't have nothing to eat or whatever. I think I sent him $10. I look back at my cash out for about 2 years ago. I sent them $10.
Wow. We got all the receipts, man.
That's how
the receipts, man.
That's how crazy. And I'm not even doxing him because all this information is there. It ain't like
we're not doxing. I don't want to ruin his life and nothing like that. But what my point I'm trying to make is with this doppelgangers thing is we got way too many people, right, who talk about our issues, come into our community, bring our enemies to our community, right? And they're not really one of us. That's what I'm trying to tell Kwame. You know, when you understand something, what I'm dead serious about is if you're gonna do Black Americans, if you want to make this Black America thing work, African Americans, whatever like that, and Black America, we're gonna be one Black America, one like that. You better know respect. You do not bring white people on in our business. That's all we always Malcolm X says. Look, if you want to bring white boys on, let's talk about the Super Bowl.
Right.
Let's go talk about maybe you can one day you could talk about.
Let's talk about monster trucks.
Yeah, monster trucks, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, that's my whole point. And so when you got African goddess, she's been saying like everybody go through hard times. Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is that when he was going through his hard times, he wasn't saying nothing about black people, and then he was talking about sucking chicks' titties and jacking off.
But this is
what he was talking about.
This is a grift. So in other words, he's a grifter, you know?
That's what he was talking about. So that's what I'm saying. He switched his whole style up, and I have nothing against that. But what I'm saying is that shows you like anybody go back to my first stream, you're gonna hear me talk the same way. I'm not switching up to get numbers or to, you know what I'm saying, to get a white audience.
Look at this. My number one doppelganger, Elvis, says he was probably in the library studying.
He was studying in that and taking showers at YMCA, right? That makes sense.
Colleges have dorms, Elvis. They have dorms that you can go to and sleep and whatnot. You know, if he was at college, why would he be in the library? He got Wi-Fi in his room, right? Am I missing something here? You know?
Yeah, they got free college at thing. No, man, this was 2 years ago. That boy wasn't in no damn college 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? He got to be in his 30s or something. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah.
So yeah, you get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So that you see how them apologists always think it's a probably and a mostly. That's why I don't deal with no dudes when they start talking about probably, mostly, theoretically, maybe, baby, hypothetically, none of that shit. Because you can put it.
I'm well prepared. Remember earlier in the show, did we just when I talk about the enemy with his sly whispers?
Yeah,
that's a sly whisper he did.
Yeah,
maybe he that's a sly whisper, you know? No. I cannot stand sly whispers because they're dangerous. People more likely to a sly whisper is more likely to be spread, you know, like fire. There's some thundering talk. You know, thundering talk is nothing. Because people just reject it. You just loud, whatever, like that. Those sly whispers, right? Those little sly things around the corner. Hey, you know this? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? Or spread the word, you know.
Because let me tell y'all something in the chat. Even if Carla was that type of person, I'll be the first one to tell Carla. I'm like, bro, you ain't talking the same. You ain't you know what I'm saying? You don't switch your style up. Like what you going for? Now you got white people up there, and that was the thing that killed me. And I was asking about it, and I was saying something in the chat because I'm saying because America First Writing was up there, and
whatever happened to that clown?
He be over there and he be over there in Chaotic Truth shit.
Yo,
He
that's
actually
where he be hanging out. That's
he
where
be dual streaming from it. Like I'm subscribed to his channel. So when he go on certain channels, like
Oh, so he has a channel now.
he has a channel. He always had a channel, but he don't stream on it. So it's just like how Dollar Bill did the other day. Like he was on your show and he was streaming your show on his show.
Okay, all right.
So whatever you call that, dual streaming, whatever it's called that they do, you know what I'm saying? But he doesn't do any panels himself, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes we got to have charisma to do this. You get what I'm saying? You just can't sit up there and just unless you're a fine chick with a fat ass, you know what I'm saying? Some big ass titty, you can get away with that. But for a dude, you got to have some type of swag and some type of charisma and some type of comedic timing. But
compelling agenda too.
Compelling agenda also. So, but what I'm saying is that if you go back to me, like you can't find a way that I don't talk the same way. And I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that he can't change, but I'm just saying that it's obvious the same way I think that Warden Maya is a fuck nigga. I said this when he first started, when people first told me about him, like, no, that dude is a plant. I said, some type of way the government is involved with him, and then come to find, and then I know you don't like what his name, Old Face Jackson. He finally came out and said it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they brought him to Uganda, and then he had a whole team with him, like the media and the tourists with Ghana was like telling him where to go and setting up the interview and all that. You get what I'm saying? So it was an agenda for Ghana. He worked, and now they don't make him. You know they don't made him into a ambassador now, right?
You talking about like Warden Maya, the
the dude from Ghana. They were trying to make it seem like he. And this is like 2 years ago when they were trying to. They thought he was Pan African. He's not Pan African. He's a tourist plant for the government. Do you get what I'm saying?
Ghana, man, Ghana got to stop this shit that they think we're stupid, you know?
Yeah.
They got, that's what pisses me off about Ghana, right? They think we're stupid, you know? They think
Colin, hold on. Let me finish this last thing. Old Face Jackson said that he spent 5,000 or 6,000 to get him to come to Uganda and set it up, everything. And then when he was there, he was saying that the tourist people had him going to other Uganda, like rich people, like to interview them. And you know how he do that thing. He like, wow, you came from Africa and you built this resort. You get what I'm saying? And then when it came to O'Shea, he was like, man, you know what I'm saying? I felt like I wasted my money. Then when we came back, he didn't even have 30 minutes for me. And I paid for him to come. And he felt like he did get jilted. But that's when you following trendy people. And you ain't following people that's real. That's why I only fuck with the real. All that fuck nigga, sucker nigga, all that dumb shit, I don't fuck with that shit at all. And I'm glad I'm in a position where my money does not derive or come from YouTube, where I can speak how I want to speak. And that's why I fuck with Carla. Go ahead, OG.
I could say what the fuck I want to say, right? You know, because it'll be a few days. I think that thing works. It says that my Zelle looked up to my account. You want to send me $5 just to test it, bro? You know, if you want to do it right now. But it says it's tested. I wish one person out. Anyway,
say that one more time.
I said, if you want to test it, I haven't tested it yet. If you use my email to then tomorrow I'm gonna start putting my email up there. If people want to send money, now go to my Zelle account. You know,
right? But do it like you did it the last time, Scenery. What we was trying to do, we were trying to see how your name is gonna come up, so long as your business don't come up. So even if you have your email, that's fine. But what I'm saying, even if you have the email, the name of your account is still gonna come up.
So it's not gonna get. So you say. But what about if you do a request, right? Like you say you want to send, right? Do I have
it doesn't matter. So when Dark Migo sent me, even though he used my email, it still said the name of my bank account.
Oh, okay. So
do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just like when you sent me that request, it said your full name of your business.
Oh yeah, I really don't want to put that out on.
Yeah, you know, like me, I really don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? Because my job is not. Ain't nobody can call
back to my business, because bottom line, when it gets back to somebody, you know, I know how people are when that. Next thing you know,
they conniving, bro.
They're trying to freaking go after my license and shit like that. So see what this guy said online. when that motherfuckers
Yep.
like that. African guy says, "Okay, I know about Carrick Truth through Afrodamus. Not surprised he has a lot of white people discussing like truth. That's a problem. I have a
Yeah,
problem.
that's
With
an issue.
It's a real problem. The motherfuckers talk like truth. All right,
That's
let
what
me get.
I spoke on that earlier though. I got heated with them earlier about that. I don't mind accountability in the community, but when I had to pull up some statistics on I don't know if I can say it, child pornography and stuff like that.
Yeah,
77% of white males
white
commit
men.
child.
You don't want
That's
to
what I'm
talk
around
trying
about
to say.
that
around
shit.
the
I
world
pulled
as
that
well.
up on them, and my big thing is like you got these white folks up here talking about black issues and laughing at the black community, talking about take accountability. Don't you think they need to go clean up their community instead of over here
Why don't they
worrying
go to
about
West
us?
Virginia and fucking Kentucky, where people are dying of fentanyl? They got all the sympathy and whatnot. People dropping dead like over opium reduced and fentanyl and whatnot. But why don't they take accountability for that?
He
They
had to
always put the
concede
onus
that. He
on us.
gave me that. He was saying he said I was right about that. It's ridiculous, dog. But of course he's gonna continue to platform them and let them come up there and speak on black issues. It don't make
And
no
we're
sense.
gonna keep, and I'm gonna keep hitting them back like that. I'm glad he's listening. I must have got through to him. I guess somebody told him about me, and and so he showed up here and whatnot. All right, let me get Elvis on, my favorite doppelganger. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Kyler? What's up, panel? Look, are you saying doppelganger or doppelganger? Is it a different
Oh,
word that you were trying to say?
whatever you want to spell it, doppelganger,
Doppelganger. But
whatever.
you're using it wrong. You're using the definition wrong. A
No,
doppelganger
it's
is
not.
somebody that has a.
Doppelganger, basically, I know you wouldn't look it up, but it's also used as somebody who's a.
I knew what it was when I was in ninth grade, Kyler. I didn't look it
Well,
up.
I know, but the bottom of the way I'm using it tonight is when we say doppel on social media and everybody in urban culture, we say doppelganger. We mean people who's faking the funk. People's trying to be something they're not. They're imposters. Frauds.
Mhm.
Imposters.
Doppelganger just means somebody who has a uncanny resemblance to you that's not related
Yeah,
to you
yeah.
by
So,
blood.
but yeah,
That's what a doppelganger.
we have our look in the black folks. We have our own way of using the word. We mean motherfuckers they always say, "You ever feel that something is not quite what it seems?" That's an old saying in Black America, right? Yo, is this nigga faking the funk? You know, are you faking it till you make it? Are you really who you?
Kyler, you said you went to college, right? You went to some college, right?
Okay, so what I'm saying, my
Did you
point.
did you ever go to the library to study or to some research?
Hold on. Oh, yes, I did research many, many papers. My point I'm trying to make here, it's like your thing. I asked a question, right? The enemy within the Black America's doppelgangers, right? Now, that's my definition. But I'm trying to say, no, what you call it? Doppelganger. No, Elvis. You're number 2 doppelganger. Number 1 is Chuquo. You know, that's the number
I
doppelganger.
mean, I don't know what you're just making up a word and ascribing it to a different definition.
No,
That's not what a
no, I'm saying like this.
doppelganger is.
No, maybe not
I
you.
think. What do you mean?
Hold
You
on,
mean
hold on,
you
no,
mean an
maybe
interloper?
hold on. Maybe not you because you do. You never say you're Black American, so I can't call you a doppelganger. You always say you're Liberian. I'll let you off there. You get a reprieve, you know.
Okay.
Chuko is always like talking shit. He hates Black America.
But his mother's black American, so he's half
No,
of it.
no, no, no. He's not one of us. He's a doppelganger. Hold up. My point is, you can't be Black America when it's convenient for you. You can't be Black Americans when it's convenient for you, when things are good. You in this for good, you gonna ride with this or die with this or whatever. That's the type of people we need right now. You can't be half and half. You can't be lukewarm. You know what the Bible says in Leviticus about lukewarm? It says if you're lukewarm, I will spew you out of my mouth, I'll vomit you out of my mouth. The lukewarm makes you sick, When somebody's lukewarm, they make me sick. So that's what I'm trying to say tonight about doppelgangers. People are lukewarm. They like this because we're in a fucking full-on
Doppelganger.
country. We're like in a full-on race war in this country, right, Abraham? And the bottom
No,
line
no,
is,
no.
Abraham don't even live in this country, Kyler. Don't ask him
I
that
know
It's
that,
question.
not.
but
It's not in.
it seems like
It's
he
not in
knows
this
what's going on.
country. It's not in this country. It's globally.
Yeah.
Even when they go to other planets, it's a race war. That's
What's
how
so
they
funny
are.
about what he said?
What do you mean when they go to other planets? When is it going to go to another
But no,
planet and have a
he's
race
saying
war?
no. Forget about the plans. He said
Okay,
global.
that's what I'm laughing at.
Hold up. Do you believe white supremacy and this race war is global?
Well, when you say a war, I mean you could talk about a system, but when you talk about a war,
Oh,
Yeah,
war means a state of
you
war.
see,
That means
Color.
for survival.
This is the bullshit.
yeah, but
This quotes, you know.
Carla, this is the thing that you know. This is their country. They're the majority. They have the
I was well.
they
Look,
hold the power in this country.
look. I was born
So it's
here
nothing
like
new.
look. I was born here like Pete Except and Trump. I don't consider what I say like this. If they think that, man, I'd rather burn this fucking shit down. Start
Carla,
all
you
over.
say it all the time. This is the white man's country.
Yeah, no,
It's not a black
no.
man's
The
country. You say it all
government
the time.
and the system is a white man, right? He don't own
Right.
me. I'm here. He don't own me.
Right. So what's the war then? If you're free and you can do everything you want to do and you're not oppressed, what's the war you're talking about?
No, I'll talk about the fact that we have people gearing up right now to destroy it. They try to come at it. Look,
Nah.
even it start even with the fucking Academy Awards, right? The major powers, right, are coming after the fucking movie set. Something that massive, right? They don't want to see the black man win at anything, you know, whether it's sports, entertainment, anything. They want to see us down, you know. So yeah, it's a war. Everything. CBS, this one girl went in there, young girl went in there and fired all the fucking black people in a diversity thing like that. It's a war.
Her name is Barry Weiss, Carla.
Well, who cares what her name? I don't give a fuck what her name is. But my point I'm trying to make is we are in a freaking
It's not a war. It's not a war, Carla. First of all, black people. Oh, let me say this.
If people try to take your life and life.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. First of all, black people didn't own CBS, right?
So
You have a
what?
Jewish guy.
Hold on.
Listen. Let me make my statement, Carla. Stop getting angry. You have a Jewish guy, Larry Ellison, and Skydance, which is headed by his son, David Ellison. They went in there and bought CBS for like $38 billion or something. And they wanted to restructure the company. In my company, we had some engineers who just got fired today. They're making some structural change. So these things happen. It's not about race. There's still black people that work at CBS. Those black people probably were in a position that was deemed, a surplus to requirement. So you can't make that assertion. It's about business. You're a business person. If somebody comes and take over your company, if somebody bought your sister company and bought you guys out, they're probably going to restructure and fire some people and bring their own people in the company and give them this position.
Restructure and fired all the look. If you basically like this, right? If you don't think it's important that black people have representation in a major news outlet, we got
Carla, stop it. You the one that said you don't care about identity politics. You don't care about Democrats giving black people positions.
Miss, when you put words in my mouth, right? I'm saying I don't care about identity politics, but I'm still. You know what identity politics means, Elvis? I know you're smart in this, right? That means every time I see something, right, I'm looking at it from a so-called black point of view. I'm not saying that. I say we can live in a multiracial, pluralistic society. That means that a black man may favor the death penalty. A black man may be pro-police. You know, we have different people have different things. Let's have a diversity of opinion among black people. It's not just that one black guy, and he's a freaking social justice warrior. He's burdened by his legacy of civil rights. That's a stereotype of the black man right now. Diversity means there's a whole we have black people with different backgrounds, right? And that basically what we're moving towards. We got black people that come from the suburbs. We have black people that come from the inner city. Not every black person comes from the hood. We have a diversity of black life in America. That's what we're moving towards, right? And that's what they were trying to reflect and show in different aspects of Black America, right? It's not always the hood. We're not always problems. We got black success in America, right? Because remember they interviewed Gail King. Gail King interviewed she did a lot of stuff where she basically interviewed a lot of people and stuff like that, show a different side of Black America, right? Now we're back to with all that gone. Now we're back to that one person that has urban affairs. If you want to hear some black, and one black voice and one black story speaks for everybody. That's not fair in this country, especially if you're a major news network. That's why I say, it's just unfortunate.
It's sad what it is. Hey, Carl, let me correct myself. It wasn't 2 years ago, y'all. I just looked at the cash app that I sent him under Labutu, and and it was October the 30th, 2020. So this was 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Yeah.
And it was and it said Kelvin Sales or whatever. So I don't know if that's his real name, Kelvin Sales or whatever, but that's what it says under the Cash App hammer. Kevin Sales, Kevin in Sales or Kevin Sales 1. So that's how long it's been. But go ahead, caller. I just want to correct myself.
All right, who came up first, Steve or John Miller? Let me get John Miller and then Steve.
Steve came up first.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
All right, thank you for having me on the show, Colin. I just wanted to talk about Chaotic Truth. I seen a video. I was trying to look for it and find it, but I seen a video with him, before he transitions to what he's doing right now. But I don't know if he's grifting or what. But grifting. I remember he made a video, and Neferkari did a video about this, where he said that, like, when he did a post, like when he does live stream about white people when they do something crazy, he said nobody wants to call in. He said nobody wants to, talk down on them. Nobody wants to say anything bad. But when he says he does videos on black people, and when black person do something crazy, everybody wants to call in. They want to call names and all this other stuff and talk about how bad black people are. So, like, even he knows what he's doing. But that's all I gotta say about him.
Yeah,
but Steve, though, let me ask you a question though. Mm-hmm. But that, don't you see that's the problem in the black sector, is that we only make noise is when we either exposing each other, you get what I'm saying, or making us look bad in front of white people. You get what I'm saying? Like, right. But this is my thing though, Steve. We're the one that's recording the shit and putting it out there.
I agree with you on that.
That's why I don't give a fuck how people think how I talk. You're the motherfucker that put that shit out there. So you don't tell me how to motherfucking, like, if you somewhere, just like that black chick that was twerking, I don't give a fuck who the patient was. I don't know if y'all remember that with the nurse. She was sitting up there.
Yeah, I saw that.
She was sitting up there twerking, put her nasty ass pussy on somebody's face. Now think about it like this, Steve. Black people's like, oh yeah, I wish she would do that to me, but everybody else don't see ratchet, hood booger, gutter monkey, goddamn glorified twerk monkeys as something nice. Black people, because we're so hypersexual, we think every time a chick bend over, that's wifey. That's how we talk. And that's why they act like that.
Nobody says nothing about it.
Nobody don't say nothing about it. So you got the people that don't say nothing about it, and then say she don't know no better. And then you got the black simps talking about, yeah, I'll marry her, I'll wife her, send me her cash out, send her money. So they perpetuate that behavior. And then the people that don't, if we don't call out, now you got the little young girls out here, 12, 13. You can see them online. 12.
Young girls think it's okay. That's why I said to my good brother Dollar Bill, I said, if you seen that, what would you do? And it hurt me that he couldn't say, man, I say, girl, blah, 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 as a father figure, you don't do that shit, put my foot down as a man. That's what we need, let people know where there's a line in the sand on everything. We can't accept everything in our community anymore, we can't do that, That's what brings people like Chaotic Truth up when I serving us up to white people like this is how they are. When
Hey Steve, did you watch any other show today? Any other Chaotic Truth show today?
Oh no, I ain't watched him in a while.
No, I got you. So I'm just gonna say that for like 1 minute. He was on the show today. He had 3 white boys up there with vape pens. You know what I'm saying? And the black people that was coming up, he kept dropping them down. Every time they said firework, he ain't dropped none of the white dudes down. But then the black dude came up and said something that was so profound to me. Because Chaotic Truth asked him, he was like, well, he said that, I got the white dudes up here, but why do, when you kill each other, when you go to the funeral, shoot up the funeral, when you go into the cemetery, pissing and shitting on the graves and you recording it, why don't black people, Benjamin Crump, all these people want to come out? But as soon as a white person do it to a black person, then everybody up in arms like they clutching their invisible pearls. But what I was trying to say is that's stupid. That's a stupid question, because we all that's the way black people act anyway. We don't care. We don't say nothing when Lone Stroke Kwame and ghetto ass Keyshawn over here robbing the block and killing people. You get what I'm saying? But if a white person come in here and throw some trash or dog shit in your grass, you fall out and want to put it all on TV because as black people, we want white people attention. And since white people don't give us attention, we're going to find a way to get their attention. The only way we can get their attention is to put them on blast. That's the only way. Other than that, white people don't care about black people. Like even right now, the Democrat Party is waiting for Trump to say something about black people. He ain't said a word.
Yeah,
And
Trump is smart. He's not going to either.
he said a word about black people. They just sitting there waiting. They just call him racist. He this, and they just waiting. And you got black people like, hey, we next, like waiting for Trump. Watch, Master gonna say something to us. He gonna call our name. He gonna say something, and then we gonna be like, I told you so. Look, I told you, Master them. After he get through with the Latinos, he coming for us. He coming for us. Because black people want to be accepted. Steve, I'm gonna tell you this. If nobody else don't tell you this, you take this with you for the rest of your life. Black people love white people. The only problem black people got that white people don't love us the same way we love them. That is it. If white people showed us, if white people showed us as much love and much admiration as we showed them, let a black girl do a dance and the white girl do the dance. We'll say that the black girl fast in the ass, but let the white girl do the dance. They'll be like, oh, she got some Anita Baker in her. She
killed it. She killed it.
No. She invited to the cookout.
She invited to the cookout. She ate.
She invited to the cookout, the after pass, Easter Sunday, and they'll dress her up like Cinderella. I never forget. I was in a parking lot waiting to get unloaded. It was this Indian couple out there, and you could tell they were scamming because I saw they goddamn Toyota van over there in the cut. They was out there begging for money. They don't let it do it no more in the South. You can't do it like have your whole family out there. And then these group of black ladies right across the parking lot. This chick slammed on brakes in the middle of the parking lot. I couldn't get my phone out fast enough. I thought she was finna fight him or something. But she got up, ran up to the Indian couple, pulled out some money, gave it to her, and while they was giving it to her, she was rubbing the Indian people girl hair. You know what I'm saying?
Remember that lady that cop that killed that dude in Dallas a few years ago?
And hugging and killing the court.
Yeah, all the judge and they gave her a Bible. The black female judge gave her a Bible, right?
Oh,
black bailiff lady when that rubbing her hair. I was like, it's like, goddamn, man.
And then we want to sit up here and talk about, they at the slave plantation, they were just raped. No, black women love pink meat.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? They fantasize about it.
You said they all sitting there like, we're gonna put this beautiful white girl. She wasn't even good looking. This blonde, blue-eyed girl into jail. Oh my God! If they had their way, they would have let her go home.
And the dude came off the stand like, I just want to give her a hug. She don't kill your brother. She don't kill your son.
Something's wrong.
And then start talking about Jesus and God. That's why I say, even when it comes to immigrants, Carla, you heard all these niggas maybe a month or two ago, and when they come to talking about that quote unquote Maryland man, all them Democrat suck ass niggas were talking about due process, because that was the trigger word for the Democrat Party. But when it come to us, it ain't due process. You got black dudes getting out of prison 30, 40 years that they ain't committed no crime. See, when white people, they make up the term due process, but they do it for when they want to. They can hide your ass, CIA get your ass, put you in the jail, keep you in there 4-5 years. It's no due process. Because you already don't spit so much. They don't drain your bank account. You don't lost your job. You don't lost all your respect. You got a negative connotation on your name. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no due process when they want it, but black people always we got to follow the rules like nobody else. So it's the same way when Kwame was up there talking, I think the other guy was talking about when the boy shot the people down there in South Carolina. You right, Carla. Obama did go down there and sing, but before he went down there and sing, it was black people sitting out there talking about they're gonna pray and forgive him. Obama got down there.
Joining hands around at a church about let's join hands and what the fuck you gonna pray
for forgiveness?
Pray. I was like, man, shit, it's time to start. Like, which Malcolm X said, you gotta stop singing and start swinging.
But Colin, but when we talk to each other, it's I wish a nigga would. It ain't nothing about prayers. It ain't nothing
Oh, I
about
know. You
God.
know, like I said, I'm teaching. Like I said, I'm the supreme hate monger. I'm teaching black people how to righteously hate. You know, when you righteously look, let me tell you something. Let me say, I'm gonna say it every night. Anger and hatred will check the foolish spirit. Right? Everyone's a fool. You ever look back? Well, how do we do that? We're a bunch of fucking fools. How do we let that happen? You know, we're being a fool. How do we let how do I let a person stay in my house, use my shit up, whatnot, and then bounce and whatnot, and stole my bank account? I was a fool. You was a
Right.
fool, right? When you get angry and you have hate, they'll say, "Yo, nigga, you gotta get the fuck out of here," right?
Right.
Well, anger and hatred, right, will awaken the serious spirit. You know, the serious spirit is what everybody needs to survive. You got to be serious about your money, your reputation, your name, everything like that, and respect. The foolish person thinks he can live without respect. The foolish person thinks that he could live in a world where all he has to do is try to get the white man to love him instead of demanding that he respects him. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when people come to me like, you know, like people like Afrodamas and whatnot and Carry Truth, they want us to seek the white man's love. No, we respect, you know. We don't give a fuck about their love.
But wasn't those people Haitian though, Carla? With the brother name was John Claude.
I think they were Haitians, you know,
They was
because I don't
Haitian.
see no I don't see no black Americans acting like that. You know,
Nah,
I don't
nah.
see it.
Yeah,
It was
Carla,
it was them Haitian illegal immigrants coming up there want to talk about Jesus. You get what I'm saying? I'm telling you. And let me tell you something. I went to Kenya and then I went to Nigeria. Nigeria is the most religious niggas that you ever want to see in your life. I'm talking about
Yeah,
this
they
Jesus,
got the
Jesus,
biggest
Jesus,
churches and
Holy
whatnot.
Ghost fire. I'm talking about in the streets. That's all they talk about is I mean, broke as fuck. Broke as fuck ain't going to fetch water. Talking about just Jesus' will for me to be like this. It's God's will to be like this. Like, you know, how is that? This is the thing that kills me about religion, that woke me up from religion, is that when black people talk, we talk about we just happy that we woke up this morning. Like, I never heard a white person say that they just happy that they woke up. Like that's enough reason for you to get up and praise God is cause you woke up. Nothing about surviving. That's why even when you hear the people in the military talk, the presidents talk, these people are billionaires, and at the end of their sentence, they'll say, "God bless America." You don't hear nothing about God during the speech. You don't hear nothing about Jesus when they talking about killing and going to war and dropping bombs. You get what I'm saying? Like all these politicians, I don't give a fuck if it's Commandment, Sloppy Joe, or Obama, or anybody that's going up to be a president is a killer. You have to be a killer to be the president. Every president have sent people to die and have sent people to kill people. But they sit up there and play that role like, oh, they nice. These are killers. You get what I'm saying? You fuck around in the United States, they will send somebody. Listen to what they say about the Constitution. It's foreign and domestic. They will do your ass. They sit up there and make you think that your life means something. They don't give a fuck. They got bunkers all up there in Indiana, in the Montana. I have been to the one. The only one they'll let truck drivers go to is the one in Missouri. That motherfucker is 50 feet. You have to go through a tunnel, 6 trucks at a time. That shit drop you down 50 feet in the mountain. But they got blood banks in there. They got seeds. They got water coming through it. It's air conditioning control. They got military in there. They got beef, water, and they just shuffling it out, you know, by timetables. And when the timetable up, we'll come back in there and get it, and they'll send it to the store. They are making it for them to survive if something happens. And believe me, all y'all white people worshiping Democrat Party, Republican Party, it ain't enough people in there. It's enough people in there for probably 5,000 people, and they got about 20 of them around there. So they got enough people for 100,000 people if something go wrong.
People that on Epstein Island be right there if it all goes down.
Yeah. It's people with power that's in there. They already got the bunkers. And now some of the older bunkers, they're selling them for like $5 million. But the one thing that I say that was said earlier, Carla, when you was talking about the race war, the difference between white people and black people is that white people go out there and teach their kid, sit up there in a tree pissing in goddamn Mountain Dew bottles, trying to hit a deer from 50 feet. Black people, we don't go out there. You might go to the range every now and then. It's not a weekend thing. And most black people are scared of guns. You get what I'm saying? You might now, but you go to especially a black woman, you know what I'm saying? Like my aunt be like, don't bring your guns in my house. Like they don't want protection. All they got is Jesus. That's what we teach each other.
Nowadays, man, you got people breaking into houses and shit like that. You better get a gun in your house.
You better have 2 of them. Yep. And then you need to have enough bullets. The white people are getting bullets. Now, the one thing I did when I would listen to the Red Eye Radio, they have these little totes. You get what I'm saying? You get them for like 6 months. So I bought 3 of them totes. Them things last for goddamn 8 years, Carla. It's enough food, water.
I heard about. I want to get one of those too. You know, survival kits or not. You know.
Yeah.
You got food, water. You got powder.
They call doomsday preppers and they sell them.
I seen those.
Carla, they're not even that much. One tote is like $40. And there's enough food in that and rations.
Hopefully I never need it, man. But goddamn, I'm gonna get one though, you know.
Carla, it came with a gas mask.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Hold on, this is the last thing. I said, I promise. And I was so shocked, even when that Katrina shit happened, that all these black people living if any of y'all go to New Orleans where the levee is and where is not 100 feet from these people's houses, you can hear the water crashing.
When I saw that picture, right? I said, damn, you could see the levee from people's houses.
You can see it. And these black people that was living there.
It's like it filled up a picture, you know? A hole.
Holla, they didn't even have if they living that close to the Mississippi River that's crashing against the levee, you can hear it. It sounds like a whip. And you ain't even got inflatable.
White people generation moved out.
They said,
man, we got all this cheap land, you know, and they put the black people there one night and said, you know.
They didn't even have inflatable Ralph collar. They climbing onto the house.
The thing was a disaster.
It shocked me how black people think. You get what I'm saying? You go down to Florida, all them white people got boats and inflatable rafts and life jackets and shit. The black people sit up there on the boat on top of the houses with no water. And then that's the thing that I noticed because I was listening to the Red Eye Radio, and when I heard them say that, they was like, "Well, you know what? They didn't say black people. They said most people don't even have enough food in their refrigerator, but for 3 days." Mm. And that right there got me right there. It just got me. And I was like, well, I'll just buy this stuff and just let it sit. It was $120 for 6 months. I'm talking about I got gas mask in there, water treatment, water purifier, pills for to put zinc in if you catch your rainwater.
I might take one of those to Liberia. Shit.
You might.
I go out in the mountains and the bush or not. Shit, I need one of those out my damn self, man.
They had everything in there. They had the little things in there to make the kerosene things to make that. They had some special. It looked like tissue, but it's special treated tissue or cloth that it burned from the inside. You know what I'm saying? And then they had like the rain jackets. They had masks in there. They are set up for that. Seeds, everything, and you know what I'm saying? Coffee that don't expire. Everything in there don't expire for 8 or 9 years. But these are what their radio stations are promoting to them.
Oh, yeah,
our radio stations don't.
I listen to AM radio. Trust me, I know. You know, I listen to AM radio. I listen to what they're prepared, man. They are freaking prepared for survival. We're not. You know, we're just prepared to go to the club on the weekend or some new fucking thing. Well, first of all, who is this rapper? Who's Gunner?
Gunn is the dude that was under Young Thug. He was with the ROC. ROC is basically.
Tell me. Let me ask you a question. Fucking question, right? Now he came to Virginia Beach about 2 weeks ago, and he only did like a 20-minute show. He walked off, right? And Virginia Beach conference said they're gonna refund people's money, whatever like that. When they saw it, there were a bunch of people, I guess Gen Zs, millennials, just sitting there, right, I mean, they're like in a. I mean, what makes you spend your hard-earned money to see some buffoon thug from fucking Atlanta on a stage? Whatnot, I went to go see Gunna. What? I don't get it. I don't
Yeah.
really get it. These no talent motherfuckers. How the hell did this happen, man?
Just that gang lifestyle. It was a gang lifestyle, right? It's right by the airport called Cleveland Avenue. And the gang, originally, the Young Thug and Gun, it originally called, well, in Atlanta, we know it as ROC. It's called Raised on Cleveland, and that's Cleveland Avenue. But then they changed it to YSL as a record label. That's how it started. But they all went to snitch. They did it just like how black people do. They all started snitching on each other, started killing each other, and all that shit. And then Gunna ended up snitching and getting time served. He admitted that it was a gang, you know what I'm saying? And then he ended up getting released after doing all that time in jail. Then he started rapping and then just came, black people.
Jonathan Mills said it was a bomb thing. Get the fuck out of here, Jonathan. That's bullshit. That nigga fucking probably just got his money and bounced.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen before. Lauryn Hill did that one time.
Like that. Matter of fact, R. Kelly, that's why R. Kelly and Jay-Z fell out. They was doing that Best of Both Worlds tour, and R. Kelly, they say he was high and geeked up, and he looked out in the crowd and said, "Oh, somebody got a gun," and he ran off stage. And that what made the thing bad. But look what Maurice Shaw said about that. Hustle smart is right. I don't want a gun. You know what I'm saying? But my sister, I'm scared. See what I'm saying? Most black people scared of guns.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I would say, look, go to the fucking range, let off some shots, pop, pop, pop.
They won't even go in there and buy guns.
Most people, when they shoot a gun, they actually like it, but they just scared initially to even.
They say when you get that thing, when you get that initial kick, bop, bop, bop.
Yeah.
I'm a really good shot too, man.
Everybody starts smiling if they shoot for the first time.
Bop, 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 bop.
But they don't make it a lifestyle though, Steve. They don't learn how to clean it. They don't know how to take care of it. They don't know how to oil it up. They don't know how to take it. White boys know how to take it loose. They got different type of bullets. You get what I'm saying? Like they did that survey. They did that survey that most black people only have about 18 to 22 bullets. 22 bullets. They have enough bullets for the clip, but once they change, they did it when you could have the extended clips. Most black people don't have more than one clip. Every white person that I know that got a gun have at least 3 or 4 clips and at least 1,000 bullets.
At least 1,000 bullets. That's a fact.
At least 1,000 bullets. That's what made me get them. You know what I'm saying? I had to get it. I had to get my sister to buy them, but I got me 1,000. You get what I'm saying? And I got 4 clips. You know what I'm saying? And then it made me feel so stupid because I kept saying clips. Come to find out, they don't even call it clip. That's some nigga shit. It's called magazine.
Magazine.
And they know about they know about the grains. Like I didn't know about the grain of the bullet.
Yeah.
They know all this type of shit.
All that. I learned all of that on Remington.com about the grains.
Hold on, Cam Huss. Let me answer John. He said it was on. I don't remember it being on the news. And then also, if it was a bomb threat, right? Why would he leave? Why would they leave like a couple thousand people there? If it was a so-called bomb, why didn't they?
They would have cleared the whole thing.
Yeah, but no, I knew about all that stuff because I grew up hunting, so I'm pretty,
I grew up hunting and I didn't know about all that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know that about the grain.
My first rifle was a 410. I ain't know nothing about no grain and no bullets. He right. I didn't know nothing about. You should have at least. They recommend for an AR. You should have at least enough to feel like your combat vest or whatever. So if you got 6 in there, you should have 6 enough bullets to fill the 6 magazines. Like this stuff white people do, bro.
Yeah.
You ain't lying.
Most white people have the minimum 300. That's enough for 6 clips because mine's hold 32. Mine's hold 32 in the magazine. You get what I'm saying? So they want you to have 3 times. If you got 4 clips, that's 128. 128 bullets. They want you to have at least 3 times as that. You get what I'm saying? So that's got and the clips need to be different clips because you got metal clips and plastic clips because you have to keep firing. The goddamn nozzle get hot and the barrel it get heated in there. So you don't need the magazine to get heated because it makes the bullets expand. This shit that I didn't know, but these white boys know this shit. And we sitting up there talking about a war. They practice for that. Let's say it like this. It's only 22 million black men. You get what I'm saying? We got about 600,000 in jail, and we got about 2.2 that is faggots. You get what I'm saying? So that leaves about 19. You get what I'm saying? And most of us, as far as elderly, 50 and above, that's about goddamn 8 million. So those, we ain't even expecting for those to bust no grapes. Like this is the thing. Older people, they talk a good game, but they ain't war ready. You got to be physically fit to be war ready. You got to be jumping behind cars. You got to be climbing up trees. Like them white boys climbing up trees 50 feet up in the air. Just sit up there ready to scope. That shit is not gonna be like no movie.
I watched some of these guys training, man. I'm like, whoa.
They are
They're
not
taking to the
playing.
next level, man. They're not playing. They're coming. They're gonna try something.
And Colin, you know how they get in the new generation with that laser tag? With the air rifle, that shit is real popular in Atlanta. They got comeback zones all over Atlanta. They got them set up like the guy from the special forces. They setting up these the zones out here. Got them looking real like Afghanistan, and they got teams going out. You ought to see it on the summertime in
You talking about
Atlanta.
the airsoft things they be
The
doing?
aerosol thing, they got teams. I'm talking about they coming through with the air rifle like the SEALs. They got 12, and you ought to see truck full of them out there. And they all like they're practicing, hunting, looking over their shoulder, looking up, looking above, setting traps. Like they practice that because one thing that I give white men, me and Carla had this conversation. I said, I'll never look bad on white people that thinking that they're not only thinking that their race is number one, doing everything for their race to be number one. Like we think that we good. We think we the smoothest motherfuckers. We think we the player motherfucker. We think we can everybody watching us, but what are we doing to be number one? What are we really doing to be number one instead of just thinking and telling? We got a lot of bravado. We got plenty of bravado, but the action ain't there. And then the people that are Carla, me, Jonathan, Steve, all that, we become individual because when we start doing business, separating the other black people don't even see us the same. I ain't even looked at the same when I go over there in Bankhead. They look at me as the guy that try to help people get into truck driving.
Yep.
That's what they see me as. They don't see me as nobody that want to lead. They see me as somebody that's trying to give somebody something. Black people, they're not coming together. And that's why I say we're doomed as a people. I mean, we nice, we spiritual. Even I heard Tyreek talking the other day, Carla. This motherfucker sitting up there talking about, man, the ancestors and the spirits been on our side.
I would like to know where these ancestors are, man. I like
the fuck, but that's
I
how
would like to know they are. And we getting our ass kicked every day. When's the ancestors gonna come down and help us out? You know, when they gonna come back and help us out?
Caller, the ancestors are gonna help you get a job, but one gonna help you with getting on them ships. It ain't gonna help you know what I'm saying, the shit that really make a difference. I have to teach my daughter about that. And she was like, I prayed before I went in there. You get what I'm saying? I know when your grandma was sick, why the prayers wasn't working then? And if black people love Jesus so much, why they got them spending $400,000 trying to stay alive when they go in the hospital? Why they ain't trying to get to Jesus? Why ain't you? If the earth ain't your home and heaven is great place, why your ass ain't rushing to get up there? Why
saying that everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die.
Yeah. Just black people just be saying shit. And then we told and everything got to be God. You in the sinners with God. God got it. God blessing us. Even call us sometimes. Be like, man, we're covered. We're blessed people. How the hell is we blessed? We blessed.
Did I ever say that?
No. I'm not saying you said that. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that Paula believes in God. I don't believe in God.
If we're blessed, man, then I hate to see what a curse is like, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, even the fact that Colin knows we're at the bottom, he still believes in God. See, to me, that makes
I believe we believe in God, but I just think black people, we're not doing what God says. You know, God said, look, in the Bible, Deuteronomy 11 said what? He said, if you obey the Lord's commandments, right? I will bless you with a land of your own. In other words, God said he want people, the children of Israel, to have something. He didn't want them to live under rule. We're doing everything the Bible says not to do. The Bible never say integrate with your fucking open enemies. You know, it never said that. You know, we're not doing what God said to do. God said to get, like when He said the Exodus in the Bible, it was about get the fuck out. You know.
But white people ain't doing what God tell them to do either.
Yeah, but they are Egypt, the Pharaoh. You know. And so, therefore, like I said, in the Bible it says, devil, Lucifer has dominion over this earth, right? We are the children of God, you know.
We get some. So since we the children of God, we get some special penalty.
But we don't hold on. We don't. We no. We the thing is, we do not act like it. You know, every time I talk to a preacher, right? They always. I said, and I would talk to people. I said, what about in Afghanistan? Well, how are we gonna build? I said, you don't believe your God could teach us the ways how to build with wisdom or not? Do you really believe in God? And that's why, you know something, how smart. Everybody that I meet, when I put Afghanistan to them, right? If they tell me their religion and they don't believe in the African or is capable, I said, I don't believe you believe in what you. If you believe God is what you say it is, right? You'll say, you know something. Like let me tell you something. How smart. Our ancestors in Liberia, they were very religious, right? But they actually believed that what they said when they first went to Liberia, said they read the Bible, said, if I obey the Lord's commandments and do right by God's law, I will bless you with a land of bounty. And Liberia came to pass, right? We don't have that same faith anymore, you know? They went over there and crossed the Atlantic. Right before they left, they did a prayer and they crossed the Atlantic, right? And what they believed in before they left came to pass. They built a civilization. You know, you think about it. They went across the Atlantic, right? Something Europeans were able to do. You know how many years it took Europeans to settle in this continent?
Oh yeah,
it took them almost 200 years to settle.
Yeah, they couldn't even do it without black people. They was
they could do it without black people and the Native Americans. Our ancestors went to Liberia, right?
Right.
And in 25 years, created a republic. That's remarkable. That's remarkable. Yeah. And so, like I said, when we say about believing in God, we don't have that now because, you know, like I said, we believe in man. You can't look at T.D. Jakes and tell me that's a real man of God. Jamal Bryant and all these fools up there and whatnot. That's these aren't men of God, man. These guys, look, most black people, are not real Christians. They don't believe in God.
But no, they go to church the same way that people go to the club on Saturday.
The church
I'm convinced people like that, especially like white preachers and black preachers, they understand the game. They don't believe
know the game.
Even know higher power. They understand that this is a money game.
It's a money game. That's all. You're gonna tell me you're actually gonna tell me fucking Creflo Dollar to my need a $60 million jet and whatnot. That's doing the work of God.
Did you see that clown dancing on money? And these big booger wolf Stacey Abrams looking chick were throwing money at his feet for him to dance over.
Yeah, like I said, man. Like I said, that's what passes for church nowadays. You know.
Yeah, and then I sent you that TikTok of that new girl. They got that new the church porn going on.
I couldn't even watch that, man.
They get light skinned, cute girls to get in there and start dancing, put them on a nice outfit, a high heel.
What they want to do is try to see that they can attract men.
They trying to get
so the bottom to the church come to church. So they turn the church into a prostitution house. The church,
into a brothel
style. Yeah.
They trying to get men back in the church. Even Pastor Jamal Brown was sitting up there talking about he want to grow a weed farm. He trying to get into weed, so
it's like I said, man. Like I said, I want to get the hell out of this country. Yeah, I'm fucking fed up with this place, man. I'm fed up with America. I'm fed up with Black America. Really, the degeneracy in Black America is just too much for me, man. I'm ready to go. You know.
Yeah, Carla, black people are not hungry anymore for that freedom.
But Carla, if black people in America is too degenerate, where the hell will you go?
Yeah,
because Africa is not the place.
Not that degenerate, man.
But Jonathan, only thing like you just said, where's he gonna go? Wherever he's gonna go, he ain't got no choice but to be an individualist. That's what the black race make us into. And it's definitely hurtful. You know what I'm saying? Out of all the good stuff we did, I don't give a fuck what we don't invented and the peanuts and the bathroom and light poles and traffic lights. That shit don't mean anything. We can't capitalize on it today. Like everything we don't.
Hey, hold on. I want 776, man. Cam up or put a picture up there, man. You know, I at a certain point in time, so I know what Jonathan Miller looks like. I know what Hudson Smart looks like. I don't know what Steve looks like, but I'm gonna get that. Well, I want to see what you look like, bro. I hate talking to a fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Man, we turn into individualists, man, in the black community. You have to be an individualist in the black community. That's why you see all these entertainers they're gonna come out and they're gonna be handing out turkeys Thanksgiving, gonna be handing out them same goddamn turkeys. And it ain't them, it's some organization that they get with and then they show up and hand them out. You get what I'm saying? They ain't bringing the turkeys there. It'd be an organization, the same way with Toys for Tots. You know what I'm saying? They have some star come up there and they give like that, and that's how they make their money. They make their money getting grant from the government and grant from the state. So it's just like what Colin was saying about all those things they're trying to get from the Navy, from the federal government. You get what I'm saying? We don't get involved with that. And then you get black men getting the felonies like I got that now I ain't even allowed. My son go to my son go to the school on the Air Force Base in Maryland. I'm not even allowed to go to a school. I can't even go to school. I can't go on a Navy base. And I found that out when I went to Elgin Air Force Base down in Florida, and they drew down on me. I thought they was waving me on to keep going until my license, social security number, waved me through. They came out with Desert Eagles and shit. And I got a letter that I keep in my truck right now from the U.S. military. I'm talking about, Jonathan, you know how they say that everything
Hold
on your
up.
record?
Hustle, they're able to, when you go into a military base, they're able to pull up your record by just going into a
Bro,
military
That's
base.
by ID. You can't just
that
go
is
on
the
there.
DOD. Let me tell you something on the paper I got in my truck. It got every interaction that I ever had with the police. Even when I got,
Wow.
even when I got got a warning. Even when they was coming through the neighborhood, asked me a question and took my name. It was all on that paper. That paper is 4 pages long. It ain't got nothing to do with
That's
now
your
one of my arrests.
that's called your NCIC. But I don't understand how the fuck just going on to a military base will be able to pull up that type of information.
Once
That's
the
crazy.
DOD pull you up in their base, they got access to all information. Anything connected to your social security number and your name and your addresses. You get what I'm saying? Put it up. On that paper, it got 6 addresses on there. 6 addresses. It showed the day that I went to jail. It showed that the detective that was on the case. It showed the judge. It showed the senator. It showed every disciplinary report. It showed everything. It didn't say the name, but it showed how many. It had a complete layout. The DOD pulls up everything. If you ever go to the military, it is 100% pulls up anything. And I'm talking about even when I got pulled over, I had just got pulled over 6 months ago and I got a warning. That was on that file.
Yeah, the NSA has information on everyone.
Everything.
Everyone you know, all your phone calls, everything you've been speaking about, all your messages. They've got fucking everything.
Now, if you go to the
everyone who
GBI,
you know as well, and everyone who you know who they know as well.
If you get a GBI background, it doesn't say all that. It only says your conviction. It don't say nothing about when you was a juvenile. That DOD thing say everything. And I have to keep that letter with me all the time. They tell me next time, if I come on a military base, I will be prosecuted federally. Federally. Wow. I got my warning, that's it. And I'm talking about I was just delivering some cold storage, thing. I wasn't even going on the base. I was going to where they dropped the food off at. You get what I'm saying? And my whole company, the people from the company had to come down there and get me. They wouldn't even let me. They wouldn't even let me. I had to get out my truck and got escorted off. They had to come down there and get the truck and the trailer. Now my company knew I had been locked up. You get what I'm saying? But that's how it is. They had to bring another driver down there and get it. But they escorted me off. You know what I'm saying? I got a hotel and everything because I had no idea because I have delivered to federal prisons. But federal prisons is not considered a military base. Only way a federal prison can be considered a military base. You know what? I give y'all a prime example. Y'all ever watch that movie, The Postman, with the guy that was in the movie with Whitney Houston? I forget his name. The Postman.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah. And then since everything else failed, the post office ended up being basically the White House. You know what I'm saying? Once all military, I mean, it's the last result is the post office can be considered the White House, the head of government. You get what I'm saying? If all fails, and then that's how it works. So it shocked me. I'm talking about it was like 6 of them. They was shining the flashlight. I just thought they was telling me to. I thought they were telling me to keep going, so I kept going. But they drew that in for to start shooting my tires out. Pulled me out that motherfucking truck, had me coming at me. I'm standing up for about 15 minutes. Took all type of pictures, everything. You know what I'm saying?
They shot your tires.
No, they was getting ready to shoot my tires. If I didn't stop, then when I got out the truck, they was all drew down on me. All of them had Desert Eagles on their hip. 19, 20 years old.
Which state was that?
This is Elgin Air Force Base in Florida. This is at the Air Force Base, bro. We ain't even talking about the Marines.
Yeah.
This is the Air Force Base. They came out like that. But I think we was in war, because it was all in I think it was a war going on then or whatever. So, but that's the way it works, though. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you give some of these black men, they got felonies, they can't protect themselves. But I still got it. It's not going to stop me. You know what I'm saying? Because I come from that age of Ice Cube. I'd rather be judged by 12 and carried by 6. I'm not going to flex. I'm not coming out my house with the gun. I never, you catch me out in the streets and you can get me. But at the house, I'm letting it real. And I'll go with that at court and say, hey, I'm in my house. I've been a perfect citizen for all these years. I know I'm not going to die without protecting myself, because that's what they tell you when you parole out. They're like, even if somebody kill you, you can't pick up a weapon and defend yourself. That's the rule.
Convicted felon in possession of a firearm. But I think you would beat that charge if someone broke in your house and you dumped on them.
That's the only way. And not just breaking into the house. They got to be shooting at me. I got to be running around like Rambo to get away. I can't just take somebody breaking into my house. I got to try to subdue them straight up.
You still ain't gonna beat that charge.
You still ain't gonna beat it.
It's
but
another
you ain't gonna beat that charge.
I don't think you're gonna get. Depends on the state. Now Florida nasty, but in a lot of these like really Democrat states, if you dump on somebody with a gun,
they are gonna tax you in the
I'm
Democrat
in
states.
Georgia.
They don't care.
Let me tell you something. Georgia, Atlanta's Democrat blue, but red state. The governor is red and the laws is red. Like, I can't get, let me tell you something. If I hit the lottery right now, it's like 1.3 billion. And I went to a lawyer and say, hey man, it go 1.3 billion. Can you get my felon and take out my right here? And the lawyer tell me, man, you know what? I'll take your money, but ain't no way I can get this. You can't get it expunged. You can't get it sealed. Nothing in Georgia.
In Florida, you could make if you had that kind of money though, you would probably make a political contribution to get it. I'm
gonna have to bribe the governor.
Yeah, you gotta get a pardon or something that.
I gotta get a pardon for the governor. That's the only way I do it. I gotta find one of his family members that sell houses or cars and buy all the cars, all the houses. But I would do that. I would definitely do that. And it always shocks me with black men that have the opportunity to carry guns to protect themselves, and they scared to do it, talking about Jesus and God. And you got white people going to they got these shows, gun shows. They're going to these places and going to these military places, buying clothes and stuff to prepare themselves in the rain, goggles. You get what I'm saying? Infrared lights, just in case if the lights go out. Know how to make traps for animals, and we don't do none of that shit. We just sit around talking about God got us and that we blessed by the best.
Yeah, it's another level when these people come at you with drones, and they're gonna do that. So,
why would they not? Because they understand that they take away the electric. The first thing they do in any interior attack, you take away the water, you take away the electricity. And if you take away,
also, you understand something? I would say about a good 60% of white men have all had doomsday peace war scenarios play out in their head for generations. You know? we don't think like that. We don't think like that. We think everything's all good with everything. Now, only thing we think about is how if a nigga looks at me the wrong way and steps on my shoes.
Yeah.
That's the way it is, and it's sad, and that's why I say we're emotionally ready for a war, but we're not ready for a war the way it's set up. Because I remember I was in Alabama when the tornado came through, and that shit wiped out Decatur, Alabama, all that, man. Them white people went up in there, they set up, the country boys came up there and set up the thing like that, brought out all the food, they brought out all type of coolers, filled them up with ice, had that shit set up to serve the food. They was cooking the food out there. They was storaging the food. They had the salt out there, pouring this out. I'm talking about they organized this themselves, Carla. Because the Walmarts was shut down, all the grocery stores. They came up with a system to distribute food and everything. You know what I'm saying? To cook the food that was coming out, to keep the milk cold. You know what I'm saying? They had a ration system. There wasn't nobody out there talking about God and Jesus and praying. They got out there with their trucks with those HD lights on. You know what I'm saying? They was the batteries that was inside, they were hooking up the batteries, putting out the strobe lights. The whole town, we was stuck up there, man. We was stuck up there in Decatur, Alabama. They was looking out for the truck drivers. They was going to get gas to keep the trucks running. You know what I'm saying? Keep the refrigerated trucks running. They had a whole damn system said we're not built like that. And then I always tell people that, you know what, if it was the other way around, we wouldn't have did white people like they did us. Not saying that we wouldn't have worked them and they would have working for us, but we'd have had some type of respect for them doing all the work and while we sit on our ass doing nothing. White people, they don't think like that. That's why I agree with the brother that was talking earlier about that weird way of thinking. Ain't nowhere in the world we would have been out there throwing white babies to alligators. You know what I'm saying? Having a spectacle. You know what I'm saying? Wait, we think the word picnic came from. They got pick a nigga, pick a baby. Out there throwing it the alligator, especially in Florida, they used to do that shit. They have the nerve to teach the people that they slaving, get them a certain type of Bible and teach them about forgiveness and honor. But when you teach their kids, talking to their kids, they it's a whole different Bible for them. They telling you that you was ordained to control these people. Same way we talk about white people as the devil, the same way that they taught their kids that black people was the devil, that they were savage. They ain't no different than a dog. You pet them when they doing good and you put them down when they doing bad. You feel bad about it, but you put them down and get you another one and train them. That's how white people think about us. That's why that FBA shit is stupid, because if you even go over there and punch them in the face, if you even got them take over one of them aircraft carriers, if you even take over one of them destroyers, if you even take over one of them F-16, if you even take over one of them submarines, they even give you shit. You're gonna be sitting online talking about cut the check, and just like Colin said, talking about cheetah piss and goddamn hairlines. But we just stupid as a people. We are stupid as a people and we're doomed. And then on top of that, we separating in these splinter cells. You got FBA, you got ADOS, you got the Turtle Island niggas, you got the goddamn Indian niggas, and the Indian people like, fuck y'all ain't with us, but you still want to play like you Indians. And then you got the black women, then you got black women want to be separate, then you got the whole culture, then you got the spiritual chicks, and then you got the gay chicks. We all over the place. It ain't nobody coming to save us because we don't want to save them. We like this shit because we living up under white people good and services. When the iPhone come out, we breaking our neck to go get it. When the S25 Ultra come out, we going to go get it. When the PlayStation 6 come out, guess what? We gonna be lined up to go get it. When the new John Man 27 come out, we gonna be getting it. We like white people goods and services. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like Colin said earlier, we're going to have to get pushed in a corner to fight. White people going to literally have to turn off the lights and turn off the water for us to get it. A lot of us is going to die. You get what I'm saying? But maybe that's what it's gonna take to wake us up. The way we going, we got our asses up in the air. Black people got their face down, ass up in the air for white people to come by and slap it and do whatever they want to do any type of way. Yeah, they'll give you $1 million if they kill one of us. That shit is tax money. All they're gonna do is raise up the taxes $2 or $3, and then when the next administration come in, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we're gonna reduce them taxes back," but they don't got the money that they gave the family already. It's just sad, man. And I know I put it the way I put it is like we ain't no hope, but it is hope. But the thing about it, somebody got to slap us in the face for us to grab to that hope.
Yeah, well, one thing we do is we can't have people wallowing in bullshit and ignorance anymore. You know, we gotta basically call this shit out for what it is, man.
What's your idea of a solution, Smart?
It's no solution. We're doomed. The only thing that we can try to do is to be entrepreneurs. I think the one solution I got is for us to not be professional employees. Because bro, it's no different from a good slave and a good employee. You still making somebody else rich. So I think that working for having that mentality, because that's white people mentality. Their mentality is to manage and rule.
At least like what they do is if they got to work one day, they make sure either their next generation or the generation after that is set up.
Our college, they make sure if they working, the manager is going to be somebody that they know, or somebody in their family, somebody go to their church. Like they practice nepotism. We sit up there and be like, "Oh, you got to work hard just because you my daughter." I wish I could give my daughter a job.
They're like, "I got mines. Got mines. You got to go get yours."
The game is to be sold, not told. That's how we talk. I ain't never heard a white person say the game is to be sold, not told.
Yeah, like I got mine. You got to go get yours.
If I tell Carla how I got it, that might mess me up.
Yeah, that's how it is, man. I've been through all that, man. All these older, when I was a young man, in my 20s, man. Oh, gee, how you do it? I got mine. You can get it. Just figure it out.
But, bro, to answer your question, the only solution is that black people need a Katrina. I'm talking about as a whole. And whoever win need to come up out of it. The same way what happened in the slave plantation. The weak, not all now. The weak died off, and the strong. We're the descendants of the strongest slaves. That's why we're naturally physically gifted. Without even practicing, we can run. Black kids run faster than white kids. Without even practicing, black kids can jump. But that's everything that we do that's better than white people is physical. It's not intellectual. That's where white people shine at, intellectually. Yeah, we can sing. Yeah, if you can sing, you got the anointing. So if you can't sing, that means you ain't got the anointing. If when you sing and you sound like a goat, that means you don't have the anointing. Hell, R. Kelly can sing. This nigga pissing on chicks and shit. But they was telling him he was had the anointing. That's how we are as black people.
I don't think you're wrong. It was just that it's like when I think about issues like that, and sometimes I do feel like niggas is lost in the sauce when it comes to this type of shit. But when I think about issues like that, it go back to like what Carla was saying or what Carla advocates for. It's like moving a Liberian option. I love to see niggas travel, but at the same time, I've traveled myself, and I realize like even if a motherfucker travel, you talking about building residency and an identity and in a whole new place with the same struggle. Everybody's under this. No matter where the fuck anybody go, bro, no matter what you do, you could travel to wherever the fuck you want. But anything that is considered a civilized civilization is still under white oppression. How do niggas move forward and build their own system? Does that am I making sense, big bro?
You making all the sense in the world. That's what Carla be talking to. That's what Carla is.
African infrastructure.
That's what he talks about. And black people, instead of getting with it, black people want to laugh and mock him and come up with every reason why he shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but you
land.
need money. You need money to do all that, you know.
He need money for everything. But we got the money. Colin was just talking about that yesterday, how niggas lined up 16,000 to buy 16,000 pair of shoes that cost $600 in 15 minutes. That nigga can spend Beyonce tickets can go on sale $500, $800 and sell out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm talking about like getting it organized, you know.
I got you. But that's what I'm saying. It's not sexy. Organization for black people to get away from white people ain't sexy. But one thing that white people allow black people to do, they allow us to talk shit, call them all type of names. But one thing them white people know, that your black ass gonna be driving on the interstate 80 miles an hour trying to get to that time card so you can clock in.
Right.
Yeah, and then now he's sitting back in this office, drink his tea, and eat his carrots and celery, and watch you goddamn beat that goddamn flow out there with them forklifts beeping, with your safety glasses on and your steel toe boots.
Right.
What this is? They basically have this idea that when you go to a job with that, long as you get to the point where you didn't cam up, I didn't see you, bro, but I'll go ahead and pass. I know you're a fucking coward. You won't show what you look like. You know, I'll go ahead and let him.
Fucking with you, Kyle. They be fucking with you, bro.
Cam up was. I want to say. I couldn't see him, man. He's like in the fucking dark, man. Where the fuck you don't have no lights, nigga?
I'm dark skinned, man. What the fuck you want to see?
You
want to see through the bars?
You're dark.
I'm dark skinned.
Put some goddamn fucking lights on, man. You know, like I said, I want to see what.
I'm driving.
You're driving.
I had to go to Sheets to grab something to eat on my break.
Hey man, did they have them hot dogs and hot dogs up in there?
Yeah, you know the two for two special.
Yeah, I be stealing them, bro. I go in there and get me two, walk around, eat both of them, and then buy two, because you get the ice for free, you know?
Hey, I always pay for the hot dogs, not for the soda.
Okay, I'm stealing the hot dogs, because I really need 4, but I don't want to go to the register with 4 hot dogs. So I'll steal 2, and then I'll buy 2.
Hey, you had Buc-ee's before Hustle Smart?
Bro, I got a Buc-ee's goddamn cup right here.
Yeah, that's some good stuff, man.
Hey, but let me ask you a question, man. What phone do you be talking on when you call in? Could be sound like you in the Matrix. What you be talking on? You talking on the Bluetooth or something?
Yeah.
The Bluetooth don't work. You got to talk directly in the phone.
Is it messed up now?
Yeah, it talks like at the end of when you say it fizzles out at the end.
It's like a buzzing noise after you finish speaking.
Does everybody drop off?
Nah. Now you talking about buckets? Hold on. Let me show you that. Don't play about no goddamn buckets. Don't play about no goddamn buckets. Buckets keep this ice been in my cup since goddamn 12 o'clock, bro. 12 o'clock. That's how long buckets keep that ice. I mean, your drink got to be cold too. But you know what I'm saying?
Where's that burger spot?
No, Buc-ee's. It's the biggest gas stations in the South. They started in Texas, man. When you go there, caller, they have like 42 or 50 pumps. Gas pumps.
Oh, yeah. We have that up here. It's called something else. I forgot the name of it. You know, it's like 40 pumps and whatnot. They have a grocery. They have you know what I'm saying? It's like a
I never heard of that's in Florida too. That we had something called
it's called something else. It's called something else.
Yeah, Buckets came from Texas. They started in Georgia, so they're gonna be started going. They put like 3 in Georgia and everything. Man, they go in there. They got the pajamas. They got the t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? They got everything up in them, man. My daughter loves it, man. I send my kids in there, man. You gonna spend at least. I'm talking about the cleanest bathrooms. Like they go in there and clean the bathrooms like every 15 minutes, Carla. Mm-hmm. Every 15 minutes in there. I'm talking about straight up scrubbing the walls, the toilet seats, everything. You know what I'm saying? Because they got like urinals for the men, they got at least 20 urinals. So what they'll do after every 15 minutes, they'll block off 10 and clean that side. And on the stalls, the stalls, they got like 20. The girls usually have more stalls than men, but not at Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's got 20 urinals, and they got about 15 or 20, the same as stalls. They don't be playing up in there, bro. Then you can go in there and get Texas beef ribs, you know what I'm saying, briskets, anything up in there, man. They got candy, jerky, and they got a whole full it looks like a small one of them Walmart one of them small Walmarts. You know what I'm saying?
One of those up here was called something else, because it probably couldn't use that name Buc-ee's because somebody probably else got it. I have a Buc-ee's here in Virginia Beach, a transmission shop. So we got a lot of Buc-ee's, Buc-ee this, Buc-ee that. So probably they couldn't use that name. It's called something else here.
Yeah, it's large. It's about the size of it's a convenience store about the size of a Walmart supercenter.
Yeah.
I'm talking about at least 40 pumps. You walk out there, have them ice machines that got the bags of ice. They got at least 10 of them out there. And the ice is like $1. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But the brother asked a good question about, what we're gonna do as black people, and just like Colin said, Colin, please let me know if I ain't trying to steal none of your thunder. I just think that Colin makes so many points that he jam them together. I try to expand on his points because he says it all the time. You cannot, if you can't build nothing under somebody else's power. If you think that they systematically oppressing you, you think that they putting drugs in your neighborhood, you think they separating the men from the women, you think that they intentionally not supporting the schools in the neighborhood, you think they gentrifying your neighborhood, you thinking that the system is putting unfairly judging black boys over white men. Why the hell you think that you can build something in that country?
Right. Yeah, like I said, I always said, look, when you have every organism in its smart has space, right? You ever see this thing where you got two fish on the bottom of the ocean and they're fighting over a piece of soil on the bottom of the ocean? You're like, yeah, how this vast ocean, but they're sitting there fighting to the death, with the little mouth over this little space,
Right.
But that's one of them make a claim to space, or there's like a little portion of the coral reef. You got two more eels fighting over a piece of but space. Animals.
Is my mic better?
Yeah, you good.
Oh, I'm talking, bro. So anyway, animals, everything's spices. You look at the microorganisms, go to the microscope, right? You'll see cells moving, microorganisms move, right? They're all fighting for space,
Yep.
It's a thing, you can't exist. A tree. What's the best for a tree? You give a tree space. You plant one tree, you plant another one. You plant 10 feet to 20 feet away. So therefore, when that tree grows up or not, it's not being choked out by the other tree's roots. It has its own space, right? The only thing in the universe that doesn't have its own space, right? The only being, only animal, only plant, anything that doesn't not allowed to have its own space is the American Negro.
It's black people.
But you got to understand.
Oh no! See, here's a cool. Go ahead. Go ahead, cool.
I can't even speak.
You can't explain that away, bro.
Is it really? Hey, call it cutthroat, but it really, whatever you finna say, it really ain't an excuse though. But go ahead and say it anyway. I want to hear it, man.
My ribs are hurting. I lost a lot of
Yeah, you just need to forget whatever you finna say and just let that one go, bro. Some things is not a rebuttal. And what Colin just said right there is not a rebuttal. And before you even talk, and the reason the two examples show you how white people live. They go out there and buy acres of land so they can run outside butt naked if they want to on an acre of land. Black people, we live on top of each other's roaches. Even even horses. If you put horses, keep them close together, they'll start fighting each other, kicking each other. But you get them room to graze and room for them to flap their tail, they stand up with their chest out. Black people, we are concentrated on top of each other like roaches. You know what I'm saying? And therefore, we fighting against each other.
But
Go
the
ahead,
thing
though.
is, if you read Chancellor Williams' The Destruction of Black Civilization, that's a real good book because it helps you understand to create any civilization, you have to have love and belief. You have to have love for the people you're with, and you have to believe it.
That's some bullshit. You know, maybe remember, Hustle, you ever seen the movie Lincoln?
Lincoln, talking about the real Lincoln
with Steven Spielberg,
yeah.
Lincoln, with Daniel Day.
Yeah,
that was one of the best movies ever fucking made, right? Remember Tommy Lee Jones as Thaddeus Stevens, right? He said, he goes, we know what's in the best interest of the country. We do what's best for the people. We're not giving a damn about none of them.
But Kala, what I was trying to say, Kala, this is a unique situation. In ancient slavery, once the people was free, they went back to their homeland, right? After we were free, right? You had Liberia, but 90% of us chose to stay here, right?
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. You know, black people
is a lie.
Hold on, let me
within
say
the
this.
truth.
Oh, here's the truth, right? The truth is we were trapped here in America. Do you understand? You can't just get on a boat, right? You know what it costs to get on a boat to go to Liberia? You know, America looked at it.
But after the Civil War, Lincoln wanted to reestablish people in Colombia, Panama, and Liberia.
I know that, right? But the thing is, the reason why they didn't do that because America just fought a Civil War and they simply had the money. They said if they tried to do that, finance that, to go to friggin' to Liberia or something like that, the cost of that, right? The thing is, the money that they were supposed to use that for, right? They had to pay Mexico reparations. They paid Mexico like $50 million, right? And they had paid Mexico the money that they used supposed to go to Liberia. That money was allocated to purchasing things like California, the Transcontinental Railway. They said, you know something? Yeah, we got these black people in the country. We're gonna do something, but what the hell are we worried about these blacks? We let them die themselves, right? So Lincoln had a solution, right? There's a Gullah Geechee corridor that goes from Wilmington all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida. They were going to make that one section, put all the black people there, right? And then encourage over a few generations to migrate to Haiti, the Caribbean, Panama, and Liberia, right? It was going to be a generation. They didn't have the money or the
But Kyla, can we be honest? We love white people, Kyla.
No,
black people as a whole love. You can't fight someone you love.
Shut the fuck up. You know, black people at the time, right? Which you know what they said? You know what they said when they asked General Sherman? They said, "What do you people want?" He's the first one to ask them, "What do you people want?" He went to the leaders down there, right? He said, "The one thing we need is we want separation from white people because if they ever come to power, when this is over, the war's over, they're gonna come back and want revenge, you know, because the way they treated us, the prejudice they have for it, they wanted to be away from white people." So this fool came in to about black people love white people. I don't know what kind of black people you talk to. Black people did spend our next 100 years avoiding white people. You know, you look at everything we do, our own townships, everything. We were not trying to be around these people. So I don't know what this fool comes in here trying to revive history, but I'm not going to let him talk like that on my platform. I don't want no fucking doppelganger fools up here talking that stupid shit, you know?
I agree that when it was over back then, you was right. They didn't like white people, but over time,
we never liked white people, man. We never liked them.
These days, they want to be close to white people, man. They want to be.
You know what it is? You know what it is, right? Black people like this. It's like we hate them, but black people really not love them. But we want to beat them because you understand. So you live in a culture, right?
When you say admire?
Yeah, admire, because look, if you basically have one race of people, like I've said, I saw this thing today where people are saying Tommy Lahren, you know Tommy Lahren, the Fox News host, she's bleach blonde, you know, cute little white girl, whatever like that. And the way they was talking about her new look, right? It's like a little darker hair, blonde, but like darker hair. And she's the epitome of this. Then Cynthia Sweeney and whatnot. I don't know about what you call. I think a lot of some black men want white women for sexual things and whatnot, but any black man that's conscious, right? Conscious black men who conscious about himself aren't really into white. Even though, like, look, I see them. A lot of white women are attractive. I think they're attractive. But I know for a fact of the matter is, I belong with my women, myself, my people, right? I'm not going to get with any white women, right? My whole thing is, I'll let you up in a second. My whole thing is, where this coming from? I think you got a perception. Remember something: 85 to 90% of black men who are married are with black women. True. Matter of fact, 90% of black men making six figures are with black women. So they take this idea that black men, it's not like that. A few rappers and a few basketball players and whatnot does not represent the friggin' average black man in America. White women aren't checking for them like us like that, and bottom line, black men don't even bother trying. What you see is a couple of black men, young white girls, they may be at a club or something like that, no, I don't like look, I don't friggin' low key, like if I like white women, I just say it, I'm like this. Look, bottom line, every woman on this earth is friggin', all women are beautiful,
Nah. No.
Do you have any women you think are not attractive?
There's a lot of women that look like you stepped on a roach and scraped it off your
but
foot.
I'm saying racially.
Oh, racially, okay.
Racially, right?
I mean that's philosophical.
So you can always go find somebody that looks good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you can say a whole bunch of groups are ugly.
You can leave the mud ducks alone. But check it out though, Colin. But you know what a byproduct of that is, that a lot of black men is just like me, that when you deal with so much dysfunction, and you even see the good. You even see the good black women are even getting out of marriage, just all of a sudden just getting out of marriage. And
man, I think it's this guy, man. I try to let him up, but
yeah, he weighed. That was like 30 minutes ago. But what I'm saying is, a lot of black brothers is just choosing to be single. You get what I'm saying? Because of the product that's out there. The product is out there with the black women are feeling like. My daughter was going there.
I always encourage brothers, man. The mother continent and whatnot. There's plenty of black women on there. Plenty. You got every country be having these fucking dime pieces. The Congo, you see the girls in Namibia. Holy shit, Botswana.
Yeah, get those women from the village.
Yeah, get them from the village.
Only the village.
Look, dude, man, I don't want no village girl. I see these girls. They be looking like fucking fine ass females you see in the mall, professional looking hair, nice with that, but they don't have the American attitude, man. I said,
Colin, them city girls are westernized.
Yeah, a lot of them westernized.
Just say Nigerian, right?
Well, you know what? That's the one thing I can't say. I can't say that about Liberia. Hey, Justin, I got to go off collar eyes with Liberian, but I know the Nigerian girl, them city girls.
Yeah, I know that Nigerian and Ghanaian girls, something else, man.
I'm just gonna say call a word that Liberian city girls ain't like that. I'm just gonna take a word over
there. We don't have that over there.
Kaizo said that Colin saying that African women are better than Keisha.
Yeah.
Oh, look. This is what I would say.
When it comes to certain shit.
Yeah.
Hold on. What I would say is like this, right? The African girls remind me of the girls I grew up with in Black America. That's all I'd be like this. It takes me back to a time where we just loved our women. They were beautiful. They were soft spoken. That's what I get when I go to Africa. It's just like being back in. I said, man, I just went back in time, man. My people, the black women.
Can I build on what I was saying?
25, it is like that. So one thing I don't do is go jump on to the vanilla train like some people do.
But you know what?
I got a question.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff. I don't talk a lot. Go ahead, man.
In Black America, a lot of times women get the blame, right?
Break it up, Jonathan.
We like I'm in Africa, the shit whack.
No, I can hear him. He sounds fine.
Now, in like Black America, a lot of times black women get the blame because in a way maybe they've seen that's a setback to black men. But if the women in Africa are so much better, then what's the problem?
Okay, all right, Jonathan, are you trying to say that we don't have a problem over there? Hey, yo,
No,
Oh
no.
no, we
Hustle Smart.
100%
Let me
agree.
build on this because I
Yo,
have experience in this.
Hustle Smart. Should I play the evidence?
Wait,
Play that
I
beautiful
have a
bean
lot of
pudding.
experience with this, right?
Don't play that beautiful bean footage.
If
I
you live
already know
if you
what you're
live in the
going to say, Kyla.
DMV,
I've seen the video. But what is the
it,
problem in Africa?
if you live in the
I have
DMV,
no
man,
idea. Maybe
there's
because
no
there's no
difference
white people
between an
around. That's
African
why.
girl and an African American woman. They're all sexually liberated and they do the same
Oh,
thing.
I don't know. You never been to Africa, bro. It ain't like that
No,
over
no,
there.
no. He talking
He
about the
said in
one.
the
No, he
DMV.
talking
He's
about
talking
the
about in
ones that's in
America.
the DMV.
Oh,
But
the
Yeah.
those are
DMV, yeah, the
Americanized, though,
DMV,
fellas.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
they're Americanized. What I'm saying is that you get one. If you get one from Africa and bring her over, then she can't have a job. You know what I'm saying? She can't have a job. She can't work for nobody. Because if you get an African woman a job and then she works with some more black women, they working up on the white man, they whole mentality gonna change. So if you gonna bring her over, you know, she either gonna work for you or she gonna work for herself. But if she get a job with other black women and other African women, she's gonna become Americanized. So the best thing to do, if you can't give her a job, keep her ass over there and send her about $40 a week. That's all it is. As a matter of fact, $40 a week is good. Like she gonna be making more than chicks that work at the bank. You know what I'm saying? So, you know,
Wow.
go ahead.
I said, wow.
Yeah, so therefore you want to keep it like that in the way that one thing about the African woman, if you're taking care of her, she's dedicated to that. You get what I'm saying? Because she knows how hard it is to make money. Like I told you, my handler, she works at a grocery store and she's on her feet from 8 o'clock in the morning, you know what I'm saying, to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and she's only making $40, $10 a week. $10 a
Wow.
week. So if you $10 a week and she's on her feet every day for 8 to 10 hours, and she got to catch taxi. And sometimes if they don't have enough money to catch a keke or a bike, they walk. These motherfucking chicks, why you think their body is so tight and trim? They trekking 3-4 kilometers in flip-flops.
Damn.
No water,
You
no
never,
nothing.
you never see African woman overweight. That's just one thing you never see. Liberia,
Except for
all
them
the girls
rich
are
ones,
thin.
them the ones that get
I
fat.
seen some fat ass woman today, Kyla.
No, bro, that's
Yeah, I be
Nigeria,
seeing
yo.
videos, man.
Hold on.
Y'all,
That's
I
Because
don't know.
Nigeria, bro.
they
That's
eat a lot of
Nigeria. That's Nigeria. Liberian girls are all skinny, man. They're all thin, tall, skinny.
Nah,
African
Liberia is one of
goddesses.
the
So
poorest
yeah,
countries in the world. Of course, they're gonna be
Wait,
skinny.
Jonathan. Now, why you throwing shade at my country, man? Come on.
but
Why you throwing
hustle
shade,
smart.
man?
They ain't got no
Hustle
money
smart, I
for
got a
food. Of
question to
course,
ask
they
you.
skinny.
They're throwing shade at
Hey,
my country,
hustle.
man, you know?
Go ahead, man.
I got a question to ask you.
Yes,
Like when I
sir.
said that the modern black man loves the white man, if Donald Trump had to say he's going to deport all African Americans out of this country, right, by executive order, do you think black people
Where
would be
to?
happy or would they be upset?
Hold up,
They,
where
they,
to, though?
I'll be pissed.
they be upset.
Hold up. What if you had a modern Afghanistan waiting for you?
If they had a
I mean,
place
but
to go to, it would be different. But no, they would be fighting against it. They would be out there.
Yeah, it's like sending somebody to
Did you
their
see the
death.
way that Nigeria was praying on that plane, even when it had a little turbulence? They were, oh Jesus, he's not gonna die today, Jesus. Please don't let me go, Mr. White Man. I'll be so good.
hey,
What
hustle
told me?
smart. That's the type of stuff that I see, right? Where I'm
Yeah.
like, damn, is Africa that bad? Because like I'm new. Kyla kind of put me onto the game where if he's doing anything in Liberia, I'll send him money, right? Whatever donations or whatever. But when I see people just crying, when ICE come, they crying and trembling and they just twerking on the ground not to go. I'm like, as somebody who never been to Africa, I'm like, what the fuck? Because
Yeah.
if I'm from someplace, I'ma love it, man. Wherever I'm from, I'ma love it, man. So if somebody told me
African
I gotta
goddess
go
ain't
home,
African.
I'll tell you what it is. This is what the problem is, right? A lot of Africans, right? They came into this delusion. They have no idea. Most Africans have no idea of the world outside them, how it got here. They know nothing about their former colonial masters, the brutality about. They know nothing about the brutality of America. They really think this pretty world, oh, white people are great. They have no idea what white people do to get where they are right now. They have no idea, you know? So when
Carl,
they
can I say something real quick?
so that's why they basically look down their country. You know? Good.
but I see
African
the
goddess
Haitians.
always hold on 1776. African goddess always makes this point. If they have money, most people are not worried about going back. It's the people, you know, who I guess, you know, who don't have any money, or you know,
Nah,
Well,
but
yeah,
I
there's
if
seen
you
the
people
if
who
you
same.
got
have
money, but
money in Africa,
if
things are
you're
you
wealthy,
could be
that's how you
comfortable.
tell
No,
someone like Michael Awale's broke, man, because he'll say, I ain't going back to Nigeria, right? But I know if I was rich and whatnot, okay, I'll go back, I'll buy me a nice house in Lekki, and I fucking have a
That's
nice
why
house and
that's
whatnot.
why
You
I
know what
said
I mean?
I respect Kyla because he has more love for the continent than all my African friends that I know. Kyla loves the continent way more than they. They ain't
Now,
trying to even go back to Africa on YouTube. You know,
Well,
1776. Now let me tell you something. Now, what you said, the way you prefaced the question this time, you did it better. When you said it earlier before you got kicked off, you were saying it like all black people as far as like back then. No, they didn't love white people back then. They couldn't go because of the money and all the stuff that Carla said. Now, once you dropped off, and then I changed it up and said that okay, back then they didn't like white people like that. You get what I'm saying? They even thought it was a trick. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't
yeah.
as solid. But nowadays, white people, black people admire. Me and Carla, we made a concession instead of saying love, admire. But even if
well, you
admire,
admire.
that's
Look, black
I
people.
reduced the admire and say it's more of an
Hold on.
envious
Black people
situation.
do admire white people. There's no
like
doubt
like
about that.
with some of our females, you see them with blonde weaves and they dark as an ace of spade. It's kind of crazy.
they look
Like,
like a
man,
black and
like,
mild.
yeah, come on, I ain't say that, Kyla.
No,
Don't
I'm
kick me
telling
off.
you,
I ain't say it.
that's what they
Colin,
look
we
like.
admire
Okay,
white
well,
people.
Like
We're not
why would
trying to be like them.
why would you be black? Why would you be black as Kuta Kente and you got on a blonde wig and then the day you put on
I
that
would say
blonde wig,
like this.
that's the day you go out and prance around and want to show everybody.
What I'm so tell me this so smart, right? Now I know for a fact is that there's two different things: black men and black women. I noticed years ago at there was a Nation of Islam did a rally in Boston. I think Harvard University. That was back in '88 when the Nation of Islam was just rising up again, right? The guy that basically said it was packed. Oh, they said, "Wow, in the late '80s, all these black people. Why are they listening to somebody like Farrakhan? We had this is a Cosby era. Why is that happening, right?" And then some people concluded that maybe black people, that was after the apartheid South Africa, racism started surfacing in the late '80s in Black America, right, in white America, right.
Right.
But anyway, they said they noticed something at the Farrakhan rallies. The men were all dressed in suit, tie, hair done and whatnot, looking strong. Whatnot. He said, but the sisters, they said they were dressed all loose, blonde weaves in their head, and they said it was contradiction every place. And so I saw back then, right, that this white supremacy stuff maybe affect. It's like Garden of Eden. Who does Satan go to? You don't believe in the Bible, but who does Satan go to first?
Oh, believe me, I read it. So you went to the chick.
With the man, women. So that's why our women seem to be affected more about this stuff. You don't see really a black man.
But this is what's weird, Hustle Smart, right? When a black woman gets with a white man, they always have their hair natural. That's the craziest shit I ever seen. Like if they dating a white guy, they got their hair either like
No,
perm
no, no,
or
no, no, no,
natural.
no, no. That's true and it's false at the same time. The true part is that you're right. The false part is that they was wig we wearing wild hating it. No, they wasn't. The white dude picks a certain black woman. You know what I'm saying? He likes
Oh,
a slim. You know what I'm saying? He like
yeah,
that natural look. They usually
that
talk.
gymnastic look, that just
Yeah,
gymnastic look.
look like Simone Biles and shit. You know what I'm saying? They like they want the they like her black, but
Yeah,
she's a couple of centimeters in the ass for being a white girl. You know what I'm saying? They ain't
yeah.
taking
They
no
You
like
want,
it's like
man?
they're highly
they
You
ain't
balanced,
want
taking
that?
you know.
they ain't
Hey,
taking no
you
donkey booty. They don't want no
yeah,
donkey
yeah,
booty.
you want you 1000% correct, man. And you know what's funny? Like even when a white girl's too thick, one of my friends said, "Give her to the brothers, man."
Yeah.
You know, that's a funny thing.
But you know why though? You know, it just sexually organ based. You know, white dudes ain't known to have. You know, you gotta have dick paws to get past all that girth and booty meat. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, if a girl got a fat ass, you're gonna lose 2 inches just trying
Yeah,
to get past.
you can always tell what white girl get to a black dudes,
She
with them
becomes
big
like a mud
them
shark.
them supersized hips and whatnot. That's what
Yo. Then she get lazy. Now let me tell you something. The black girl, a white girl, even get more lazier when she start getting all them tattoos and shit, and start saying her and der and all that shit. You know what I'm
Get the
saying?
short haircut.
Yeah.
They
Almost
got
look like
the short bob haircut with the neck
almost look like a
with the
dyke.
back with the back of the neck sticking out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the black woman that they pick is like that, and they still use them for target practice. When they get tired of them, they get into it with it and cut them off, and then they go right back. Once a white dude want to start a family, he gets with he'll trade in as some of them. You know what I'm saying? Like look at Serena Williams and her sister. They both pick nothing ass white dudes. You get what I'm saying?
Real. That's sad. You know, Carlo calls me. That's some real coon stuff right
That's some
there,
real
man.
coons.
Yeah,
After
that's
all that
real coon.
support black people gave, and
Their father sacrificed so much for them girls.
everything for them.
Yeah.
Then a slap in the face and the breast. Man, and let me tell you something. I told my daughter all the sacrifice I did for her. She bring a white boy home, she better duck. When she see me, she better duck. Even if I ain't finna swing on her. I'm like, you better never put my hard work for you. And then on top of that, I ain't telling her to mess with just any type of black person. I'm like, but you damn sure don't date no man like me. You get what I'm saying? I teach my daughter that. You get what I'm saying? Because my daughter knows that I'm a chauvinist. She knows that I'm a chauvinist. And she knows that if she wasn't my daughter, she would be food to me on the street. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So I teach her how I think. You get what I'm saying? And she thinks I'm the nicest guy in the world. But I told her that's behind a status that I'm out to get you. I'm out to set you up, prop you up, and to get what I want out the deal. It's no love at all.
Serena and her sister, man, they went in the garbage can for them two dudes.
Man. They went straight to the gutter. And
man,
then look at them looking
crazy, man.
That's betrayal.
Straight Oscar the Grouch garbage can, man.
That's betrayal. That's unfair. But you know what? We're supposed to just sit back and be like, "Oh, Serena built a school in Africa." So the fuck what, you know? That's what everybody would do. They would go to Africa and do something. Say, I went to Africa and
just like what Oprah Winfrey put that school in South Africa. Then the people at the school start raping the kids.
You know, I built something in Africa. What the fuck, you know?
That's just like Afro's think tank. Afro's think tank.
Oh no, they were giving him praise last night. Afro guys are gonna get on you, man, because she loves.
Shout out to Afro think tank, man.
What? That weird old dude that just put his duck lips close to the camera and just point his finger.
I humbly only ask, how come I've never seen him inside of a building or a house?
He's a wild. He's a wild possum.
He has in the military, when you go to war, you can get disability. So I think he gets full disability from being in the war. You know?
He probably got shot in the ass or something. You know what I'm saying? He probably got shot in the ass.
But I'm saying if you went to the Gulf War or Afghanistan, a lot of my friends, they get 60-75% disability. Yeah, a lot of those guys.
They probably got PTSD or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I just watched some of the he's one of those type of people where he's not having a conversation with nobody. He's real.
He's not doing it. Just talking.
He's just talking.
Hey, Hustle Smart. Have you ever been to the VA before? That's
the VA
how a lot
hospital?
of those guys. Yeah, the VA hospital. A lot of them dudes. This is like for him, that's like therapy. Just being able to talk. You know, that's like therapy, man, to help him get through the day.
That's what it is. That's what I'm saying. He has opinion. He has opinion about everything. Then everything he says, he knows this, and he don't know that. There's no type of way, any other thought, any type of way. You stupid. You know who he talks like? He acts like Roland Martin to me. Like when I hear him talk, if I hear him talking, hear Roland Martin talk, they talk the same. Everybody else stupid. Nobody else knows anything, and everything he says is a fact of the truth.
Smart, man. You better go out the boat. Roland gonna come get you, man. You know?
Man, this motherfucker.
Everybody stupid. Nobody know nothing.
Nobody knows everything, and everything I say. And then wherever thinking, it just tripped me out. He put the camera right up into his. You could see the goddamn ingrown gray coming out his nasty ass dreads. And he got a piece of aluminum foil on one of his fingers. And he just sitting there staring at the camera. Pointing his finger at the camera, he drinking some coffee with a goddamn with a SpongeBob goddamn pajamas coat on it.
the thing I respect him
African
for is
goddess has
like
spoken. She said, "Y'all
the
leave him
thing I
alone."
respect him for is he went to Africa and he actually joined a tribe. You know, like I think he went to Nigeria and joined a tribe and try to assimilate into that tribe or
No,
whatever.
he's actually a chief over there.
I think he got like a water thing too. Like he's building a water system at wherever
Yeah,
he's at. Too.
he was on here begging for money so he can
He
dance.
wasn't begging for that
He
damn
was.
money,
Yo, people
dog.
said
He
it.
was
People
that.
said it
Hey,
He
hold
immediately.
on,
wasn't
hold on.
begging for
He was
that
taking
money,
Hold on.
man.
donations, man.
I watched the show. At the end of the show, he said, "Hold on, y'all. I got this water thing. Y'all can donate. I'm trying to build this water thing. What the hell is that? He
I
had
think
it.
it,
I ain't gonna say he was begging though. He was just
What
I
you
think
asking.
it was
doing then?
he wasn't big, but I think it was
Hold
only
on,
like
hold on, hold on,
1,500 or
though, hold on. I'm
2,500
just
though. It
gonna use
wasn't that
this
much.
on. I'm just gonna use his own words when he talked. He talked like he got all this money. He got all this. He paid for everybody in the village, and he paid for everybody's school. He paid for everybody's lunch. He paid for all their funerals. He paid for all the weddings. He paid for everything for everybody. He
But
got
see,
all this money, but he on that bed.
But he
but
always say that
you
he
got to
ain't the richest
understand
man. He ain't got money like that.
a
He
lot of
does say
those
that.
continental Africans, they're hustlers. So they'll tell you you're a chief, right? But they're just
Yeah,
pretty much just siphoning off money from him, you know.
yeah.
So he paying
But
for
matter of fact,
everything.
they'll call him God. He
Y'all hell,
listen.
man.
He don't open up. He don't open up a store. He over there growing chickens. He over there goddamn
Catfish,
growing
he got a
ducks.
catfish farm. I haven't seen no catfish yet.
Well, I mean, them
You
catfish
gotta
dying
go to
now.
his channel, man. He be updating all the time, Colin.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
have
he ain't
not
man.
showing
seen
them.
any
He ain't
catfish.
showing them catfish because you got to have that water. They just don't have it. He trying to do that with generator and solar. You can't do that to produce that stuff like that. Listen, I go to the catfish farms down there in Mississippi, bro. That shit is a lot of work. They got them the big ass generator things out there pushing that water up. You can't just blow water in it. You got to keep recycling. The water have to be coming up out of. You got
Have
to put
you
a
ever
pump. Go ahead.
have you ever been to Jackson, Mississippi?
Jackson, Mississippi is right there by Inabina. That's where the fish farm, Stokely's, the catfish farm is at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I have no problem with him when he's talking. It's just the point that he doesn't have a conversation with nobody. So whatever he says is exact.
Yeah,
Now
it's
what?
pretty. He's right though. It is a lot of what Afro Think Tank does say. It's a lot of like a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's a matter. It's like exact. It's like exact. It's like what I say. This is what I know. This is what white people do. This is how white people. He knows about everybody. And you don't never see him with nobody, except for when
But
he go to Africa.
but this is a serious question. When do you
And
think Africa?
how you gonna be a chief over an African tribe with all that dirt and you don't even know how to speak their language?
But but when do you think Africa would be on par with like a Singapore or
Never,
Japan or
never, never. The only place that could get close to that is Rwanda.
Let me ask this though. Let me ask y'all this, right? When we talking about like what's the plan or whatever, maybe it's difficult for us to imagine what anything that looks civilized outside of what we've seen. Obviously, if we're being honest, this isn't civilized. This isn't optimized civilization
Right.
because if this is optimized civilization, it doesn't work for the bottom portion of the population.
cut
So
it out,
anything
man?
that
No,
Cut
no,
it
let him
has,
finish. Let him
it has
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
anything that we're envisioning of what we believe to be a optimized civilization like
Mhm.
Singapore, what we see in Europe, what we see here, maybe that's just not meant for niggas, bro. This
That's true.
European
Or
system is just not
has
beneficial.
another way to look at it is this, right? What people don't seem to understand is right when you Singapore did a thing, Lee Kuan Yew did a thing, right? Where what you see in Singapore right now, do you know 2 generations ago, millions of people lived in the third world, worse than situations like Makoko in Nigeria? They had a master plan say we're not going to be Singapore until everybody is Singapore. So that means basically whatever they had to do, the main job was to pull everybody into the first world, right? Now, certain challenges they had to teach people the modern way of living. Remember something, you got to teach people what mail is, what people with using currency is. You have to start all over, right? Education, everything. People don't know nothing about the modern world. They're living on swamps and whatnot, and disease swamps in Southeast Asia. They don't know nothing about that, right? So you had to teach them, okay, instead of living in some hut, right, you're going to live in an apartment building, right? You're going to standard living, you're going to enter the first world by living in an apartment building. You're going to have electricity. We're going to tell you what electricity is. Once they reach critical mass and they was able to get the majority of people in that area, like all people in that area right there, this economy started growing, because now when you have people in the first world, right, that means instead of people doing subsistence farming, fishing, they're employed, right? Since they're employed, they're buying food, they're buying stuff like that. You could grow, like Singapore has urban gardens and stuff like that, where they feed the population. They have all these things, manufacturing, all this stuff like this. And they, not only that, unlike Africa, right? They're manufacturing. How you get rich in Singapore is by making stuff for domestic consumption, right? Africa, they can't do that because most of the people, there's no consumption on a level.
Singapore has a deep port. They have a Navy base. They have a lot of stuff. They export a lot of stuff, and they have a good educational system.
Hold on. Singapore's economy grew because it straddles two oceans, right? And then have Southeast Asia, right? The Indian and the Pacific, right? Is a natural port, right? And most of its business is logistics, right? People open a business in Singapore, the operations and stuff like that. Where let's say you manufacture stuff in Hong Kong, you go send all your stuff to Singapore to package and bulk break. That's how they made their money, package and bulk.
Hey, Carla, but you want to know the biggest thing?
I got a question.
You want to know what the biggest thing they did, though, Carla, is that they brought in capital punishment for anybody.
Oh yeah, anybody
that was caught.
They have the death penalty.
They had a death penalty for anybody that was caught doing corruption. And not in African countries don't have it. But let me answer the brother question what he was saying earlier. I get what you were saying about what they don't see, and this is what I say. I said it on another show. If we wasn't as technological on the level that we are now, yes, Africa would be fine. Africa is not running a race. It's not trying to keep up. So it's one of those.
Hustle Smart. Let me.
But Hustle Smart. What year you think Africa is in?
Hold on. Let me say
what year?
Go ahead, Colin.
You can put electricity in rammed earth, mud house. See, this is a mentality.
Yeah.
Right? It's probably more effective to build an apartment.
What's wrong with
hey, Hustle Smart. I got kicked off the show last night, right? Because I said,
a mud house. You got to bring people to urbanization.
Yeah,
population density. That's how you develop.
Hustle Smart. I got kicked off the show last night because I said some people are just like primitive, but Colin took that as an insult. Like I was saying some people gravitate towards modernity, and some people are just primitive in nature. And he took that as an insult, and I wasn't doing it as an insult.
I would say the thing is like this: if people want to live in mud houses and stuff like that, and basically just have houses with no value or anything like that to them, because you can't monetize it, you can't get real estate loans on it, or nothing like that. Just something you throw together and whatnot. That's that want to do. But the bottom line, if a state says, something, for national security reasons, we need to pull everybody into the first world, and you will move into an apartment or with modern housing, or else. That's the way I see it,
I get it. So they need like authority, but I get what you're saying. The 1776. When you said the primitive,
some people have to be dragged into the.
Yeah, they're going to be dragged into modernization. And Nigeria's not ready to do that. So just like how they were saying, like people in the village got solar panel. What the fuck does that matter when you don't have no central air and heat? You don't have no type of insulation. You don't have any type. Your house is. When your house is built on top of the ground, that's the difference between first world and third world. In a first world country, they dig 4-5 feet in the ground before they build it. Nobody building on top. You know what I'm saying? This ain't like the big bad wolf and the three pigs. But I get what you're saying though. 77 said you using primitive in the second. I know it's two ways to say it, but Colin was dropping what he was saying, and he just wasn't trying to hear that shit. But it is two ways to say it. But let me answer the other guy question when he was saying about how these certain people see how they live. It's fine if you want to live, if you don't want to live first world, because first world you in a rat race. You get what I'm saying? Like these people trying to colonize Mars and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Or basically, if people want to go live in third world and right and just want to live in mud huts, then what you got to do is this: ask yourself this question: how is like Egypt thousands of years ago? We claim Egypt, right? How come they had stone buildings?
Man,
People live.
black people ain't had nothing to do with Egypt. But go ahead.
I know that, but that's what I'm saying. That makes the case. I'm saying black people, Egyptians lived in stone buildings, temples,
but you know,
bubble
And
sometimes
soil.
some of
we
them still, but hold
not,
on, some
but
of them still living. You go to Egypt, some parts, some of them still living in caves. So it is some people
hey,
that don't want to elevate in Africa, especially in Nigeria. It's some people that want to see. I give you a
but,
prime example, and let's forget Africa and let's talk about the United States. I lived in an area growing up where it was drug dealers and gang members. They didn't want to see no change. They didn't want to see the stores get rebuilt. They didn't want to see the houses get remodeled. They like them to be
but,
dilapidated. They like to
but
see it down because that's the way that they want to keep it. Like some people don't want change because they're benefiting. They're benefiting on that situation. So it's a lot of people in Africa that they don't give a fuck if the roads is never good. They don't give a fuck if the sewage it rains and it fills up and goes through the
Let me
street.
ask you a question, Hustle Smart.
but the, but
What if people say, you know something, man? I'm personally fine with mud roads. A car gets stuck when I don't want no modern road. I don't want a road and whatnot. You know, we want our mud houses, mud roads. We want all the problems and whatnot. How do you build a modern society like that?
You
but the
can't.
but the
You
thing
They're
still
is,
got
how,
always
people dead.
subject. They're always subject to be taken advantage of. That's why you can have other people in smaller countries come over there and take your resources. They take it, refine it, repackage it, and sell it back to you.
but hustle. One of the things sometimes we castigate certain races, but I think every race have different innate qualities that make them different. Like my house, right? I have a fence. It had a break in it, right? You know, my white neighbor, he was like, by the time I came home from work, he was like, "Yeah, I repaired your fence." Like white people just are like cats. They're inquisitive, so they steal from every group, right? And they just like to build shit, man.
Right.
That's what they always in Home Depot. They always someplace buying something to build some shit, you know. So I just think that's an innate quality that they have that right now in our evolution we haven't reached to,
Well,
you know.
let me push your point even further. Sometimes even with roads and pipes and all that, they have a timeline on pipes where they'll just go out there and dig up the road and change out the pipes. Nigeria ain't like that.
African
Nigeria,
guys said I want mud roads. I think a lot of Africans love mud, man. Mud houses, mud roads,
it's,
mud everything. You
it's
know?
like dirt, dirt, dirt. Give me some more dirt. You know what I'm
Give me
saying?
more
It ain't
mud,
enough
And
bro.
dirt over here.
when you live in a
Mud
county
rules, yo,
as
mud
opposed to living in
rules,
a
bro.
city, soon as there's a pothole, white people go crazy. They call it a county council. They act like it's the end of the world, a pothole. But if you live in
Yeah,
an urban area, man, you'll lose your axle, no problem, man. It's
yeah.
just like, damn.
But think about it like this: in Atlanta, they got a hotline. It's called the Pothole Hotline. If you put in a comment within 24 hours, they supposed to fill it. But in the black neighborhoods like that, it's potholes everywhere because people ain't concerned about it. You get what I'm saying? It's just like we don't fight for our neighbors. Just like in my neighborhood, you get what I'm saying? Like when I see that lady next door to me getting her grass cut, I be like a fucking bitch. She getting her grass cut. Now I got to get my grass cut because I can't be the lonely nigga over there that all these good white folks over here got their grass cut and my shit
But
sticking up. You get what I'm
but
saying? So
the biggest,
I assimilate it. You get what I'm saying? So now
but the
I pay some dude to cut when he cut our grass. I pay him to cut my grass too at the same time. That's
but the
assimilation.
the best thing for any black neighborhood is that homeowners association. Without that homeowners association, a
Yeah, we don't
neighborhood
have
could go
that.
to shit in
That's
6 months.
Black
black.
people
You
The,
don't
know,
believe in
the
that.
black race don't have that, and that's why the schools. People always complain about the schools. The schools is not gonna get that extra funding because even my tax money from my house pay for the high school up the street. So
hmm
if you don't own the property, you know what I'm saying? You don't that tax money goes towards the school. So if you living in an area where everybody is renting
Yeah, but
or getting
and all that, how do you basically build? One thing about modern real estate, right, is whether somebody owns an apartment building or you have a modern house, right? You have equity and you have a tax base. You cannot build equity or something you threw together with mud, you know. So Africa got to make a choice, man. You know.
Hey, Principe, you right. The show is flowing because everybody ain't picking Collar off every word he's saying and trying to challenge him on everything he says, so the conversation flows. Collar ain't got to fight this person, this person. Oh, you said this, Collar. You said this. Then you say this word. Oh, you said this word instead of that word. No, you get what I'm saying? Because as black people, you can tell that's some old ratchet ass, savage ass immigrant spirit. Because even the black people, we might mispronounce a word. You know what I'm saying? I heard you say that too, you little slick motherfucker. You said me and Colin need to take a ECL class. You think I ain't see that, you little goddamn Haitian motherfucker? But Principe, you think I ain't see that, did you? I don't
Like
forget
I
shit.
said, Sly
He said,
whispers, man. Sly
he
whispers.
said that we need to take an ESL class. You think I ain't see that, did you? But what I'm saying is that with black people, we know it, we mispronounce a word, we still know what we're saying. So we ain't gonna be sitting up here talking about, oh, Colin, you ain't say that word right. The end of that sentence got a D and not a T. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna be petty like that. That's that savage immigrant spirit that want to goddamn correct American and shit. We don't even when we hear African talk, you don't see black people correcting the African or immigrant when they say something wrong. But let an immigrant jump on collar panel. Even if he say a word or don't put an S on the end of the sentence, they ready to attack. And that's that envious that they have for us. That's why they come on the American platforms and soak up game. We ain't allowed to go on their platforms. Hell, they ain't even got no big platforms. You get what I'm saying? That's why you all see immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean places coming over to American space, and we welcome them. I just don't like that fuck shit when you have an OG up here that nobody else ain't got no channel. Nobody else ain't coming on here for 18 days in a row. Nobody else ain't doing 6-hour shows, but then you'll let that person come on and all you do is sit up and want to criticize and dictate. Yeah, Colin deserved pushback. Yeah, he should stand on his message, but not just digging at him like goddamn 6 goddamn African immigrant piranhas. You get what I'm saying? Give him time to goddamn say what he got to say, and then dissect what he say, but not just pushing and pulling like organized goddamn savage ass piranhas. And I passed the mic, man.
What I was saying though the other night, I think that Africa could just be like our Amish people. Amish don't have, modern stuff, but they have their stuff. They live
You'd be
ancient
surprised.
lifestyle.
You'd be surprised. Most some Amish when I'm not gonna play a video. They don't have the you don't see them on iPhones, shit like that. But I would say when you go to Amish country, right in upstate New York, it's like you're living in 1940. They're about 1940. They're about at like 1940.
Absolutely.
The Amish that live in Pennsylvania, like got stores. New York and
Pennsylvania, when that
they tie their horses up at the supermarket. But they have a lot of money though.
Buggies, but some of them have cars too.
They said the Amish.
It's a small percentage very small. And those are the ones that has those businesses that do business with the outside world. You get what I'm saying? But for the most part, I get behind them. They got them goddamn black ass horses and they made them put a little, you know what? They fought this so hard. They made them put a little red tape signal on the back of they fought that, but they about to cry about that. You get what I'm saying?
But one thing about you, Hustle Smart, man, you tell the truth, man. You tell the unfiltered truth, man. They got them black ass horses, like where the fuck they find them at,
I'm talking about they have the blackest. I'm talking about some shit off goddamn stag, black stag. Y'all young and shit, so y'all ain't gonna remember black stallion. But black silky horses.
Hustle, but check this out, right? The Amish market, they come down Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? They cook like ribs, turkey. You know who's the biggest supporter of the Amish?
Who?
Us, man. Yeah. Black people go in there and spend baby back ribs, smoked turkey, stuffed chicken, deviled eggs. They spend like $100. perp.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
17. I don't even like bread, but you go in there and get they goddamn butter biscuits. You gonna be sitting there. Your eyes gonna be bugged. You talking about buttermilk? You talking about buttermilk? Like they biscuits so good, you'll forget to drink something. I'm talking about
They
fluffy
make
layer.
you,
I'm talking
they
about
make you
like you
bust
can
your
pour,
ass.
like you can
Hey,
when you open it up, it look like a deck of cards, bro. I ain't never seen no shit like that. And you
They ain't
see
no
that
Popeyes biscuit.
But check this out. Hey,
hey,
Smart. Let me ask you
hey,
a question.
hustle, and all the men have those women in check, right? Them Amish
yeah,
dudes. Hey,
the women
I
got
seen.
the
Wait,
women
let me
got
say
each
this.
other in check. That's what Carla was talking about.
Hey,
The
check this
women
out.
check each other.
Hey, hustle, this little kid, right? You know how they got the little bowl hairstyle, right? He had the potatoes on his head. He did something, man. His father hit him so fucking hard in his head, yo. I was like, damn, man.
Hey,
Whoa.
how Smart. Let me ask you a question, right? We were
Go
talking
ahead,
about
sir.
the Nation of Islam earlier, right? Now, in all the years Nation of Islam era, how come they never created like communities like the Amish? If they was all black separatists and whatnot, as they say they was, they had the money. It's like literally almost $1 billion came through the Nation of Islam's hands.
Yeah.
How come they gave the people absolutely nothing? He had the people still living in rats and roaches tenement projects going to the mosque or that neighborhood, so they sucked the community dry. That's why people basically
Amish.
this guy, Nation of Islam. This guy came into my chat tonight, said, Kala, what do you think about Elijah Muhammad's 3-year plan, 10-point plan?
You talking about the pedophile Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah, well, I don't even want to go about that, but I'm just saying, why am I going for you? Look, that was good for back then, right? I said,
Yeah.
I have my own plans, right? He's a man, I was a man, right? I have my own plans about what to do.
I mean, I got How to Eat to Live. That's my favorite book now. I give them that.
I like what stuff they do, but what I look at is I take from what they did and say I got something else, right? These motherfuckers, this what gets me is motherfuckers be like saying, I discovered Malcolm X for the first time, right? In 2025, this is the first read Malcolm X. And then they go on this thing like, oh, Colin, I got the truth, man. I read Malcolm X. Yeah, we all did, know? But I evolved from that,
Yeah.
Motherfuckers like want me to go back and stop what I'm doing and just go by what the nation. What about the? I said, look, the nation of Islam says our plan for land. They want this good earth in America. They never got it. They never got
The number one reason why they ain't build nothing because after they got all that money, they realized that black people don't want a society. Black people just want a show. They want a good show. That's what these big mega church preachers realized, that these niggas want a show. I never forget before my mama died that I had to pay for her and her friends to go down there to warm and die out loose. You get what I'm saying? Down there in Texas, want to see a fat Sci-Hog, angry
man,
bird,
that was the bomb right there.
But that shit was like a Rock Nation.
That was like the
Rock
Beatles,
Nation
man.
World Tour.
Yeah,
Carla,
man. That woman, Juanita Bynum and all them.
Yeah, they put out extra tents, Carla. They put out extra tents with flat. They call it an overflow. That he would just go in and wave at. It was a number of old bitches down there, and my mama was right up in there with her friends.
TD Jakes.
TDJ, I call him TD Snakes. The angry, cause he look like one of them. He look like one of them. Birds.
We ought to get that dude, tie him down, pull his pants out, whoop that, tie him to a tree.
He was hanging with Diddy, man.
Pig he is.
But if you look,
he got some
if you look at black people around the world, from Africa to America to the Caribbean, we love to be entertained.
Yeah,
that's
we
why
like a
our
show.
Our celebrities are the biggest thing in our community. We just love. That's just within us, in our DNA. We love to be entertained. So we like somebody like Obama.
Everybody knows.
Don't do shit.
77 said that I can't stand celebrities. Everybody knows that. Listen to the show. They call me a
hater. You're like one of one. Most black people, we love. That's why they always have a celebrity tell us who to vote. Tell us what to do. Like we love
celebrities on stage.
Ain't work this time.
I mean, don't you can still go on Shade Room or some of the places, and they still talking about Kamala in them concerts with Meg Thee Stallion and shaking her stinking ass and Glorilla. Like that's what they wanted. So black people got a free concert, and they think that was good enough for her to be president. Like that.
Now you check this out. That's why I said hatred invokes what checks the foolish spirit.
The foolish spirit.
When I basically when I saw all that shit, like it made me angry, and I got full of hate, and I checked the foolish spirit. I said, "You ain't gonna get me out here kamaling it up and whatnot." Just like when Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth, all the niggas celebrating like something big happened.
Oh,
It angered me, you know. And so, bottom line is like,
But the truth is, this country has given illegal immigrants more reparations than they ever gave us. When somebody comes to New York or Maryland or Delaware and they get free housing, free food stamps, that's 90% of the battle to become rich. If somebody pays your rent for 4 or 5 years, you can open any business, you know.
yeah, that's true. But
I mean,
black,
your rent is
it's
your
almost
major
like
bill.
it's almost like black people don't think we deserve anything. Like we don't, like we talk about being number one, but we don't position ourselves to be number one. So when anybody else come in, like black people be broke as fuck and still feel sorry for somebody else. Like when I'm broke as fuck, like I'm in goddamn snake mode. I'm in predator mode. How the hell I'm gonna feel sorry for somebody else? But black
Just
people ain't got shit and still be
like
worrying
Jasmine
about.
Crockett. She's
Yeah,
over the poorest district in Texas, but she's fighting for illegal immigrants. I'm like, what? We just have too many negative qualities, man, to build a nation. You know, I gave up, man.
and they know we all about entertainment. You get what I'm saying? So like, just like with my daughter, she, you know what I'm saying? She don't went through all that stuff and now she has to move back in. But when she moved, like my daughter has a boyfriend, right? But I told her in my house, you don't have a boyfriend. Like you don't have a boyfriend here because if you got a boyfriend, you and him, why you and him ain't got an apartment together? Why y'all ain't living together? You get what I'm saying? So that means that you're not that serious about the relationship. So I told her, you don't have a boyfriend in my house. You get what I'm saying? And I said, the day that I see that you got a boyfriend in my house is the day you ain't gonna be able to live here no more. Cause my daughter's grown as fuck. You got to have, we don't have rules and regulations. You get what I'm saying? Because most of our kids are raised up by women and women enable them. You know, so my daughter always talks about every boyfriend she get, she bring them home to her mama. Her mama's like, hey, huh? Hey, son, calling every boyfriend she mess with son. You get what I'm saying? Because women enable their daughters and their son to do ratchet, hood, booger, gutter, monkey shit. You get what I'm saying? But at my house, it's rules, it's consequences and repercussions immediately. You know what I'm saying? I told my daughter, if you violate my rules at my house, I'll put your ass out on the street and treat you like an average nigga on the block. But while you here, you ain't got to pay no bills. You can get yourself together. But
some kids will still blow that, you know.
Yeah, but I told her, I said, listen, now you ain't got no bills. You better not be bringing no bags of clothes, no bags of makeup, no bags of eyelashes. This is for not. I said, this is when I want to see your paycheck, and this how much money you need to save. You get what I'm saying? You get them, and I already got her a car, paid for her college. You get what I'm saying? So it just happened to after, you know how they be in college and they have these apartments, you know, so they have these shared apartments.
I just hope she don't do what's his name? King Smith. What's the Serena or Richard Williams, Serena Williams father?
Oh yeah. Let me tell you something, Colin. If she bring, like I said earlier, if she bring a white boy to my house, she better duck. She better duck. And even if I'm smiling, it's gonna be a swinging out. She better never embarrass me like that, cause she know what I don't went through with white people. You get what I'm saying? She better never. If she gonna get a white dude, you get what I'm saying? It better be on some married shit. And they better be goddamn in their own spot. But ain't no goddamn it's shacking up at my house, spending the night at my house.
But hold on, Hustle Smart. But Obama let Malia shack up with a white boy.
Oh yeah. But I mean, listen, Obama is a white boy. He was raised up by his white ass mama in Hawaii. Y'all got tricked. What Pastor Manny called him alone? What Pastor
that long-legged Mac Daddy?
A long-legged Mac Daddy. Y'all got duped. Y'all got duped, Obama. That nigga was raised up on surfboards and goddamn eating goddamn fish steak. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn with his 2 fingers out. He's raised up by his white mama. You get what I'm saying? Only thing he did can shoot a left-hand jump shot, and goddamn he can say for shizzle. That was it.
And,
and y'all niggas,
he puts his hand like he's dapping somebody up.
No,
that's the only thing
that's
that goes.
it.
He's
I mean, the realest nigga was in the White House was Michelle, with her trap jaw from He-Man looking ass. You get what I'm saying?
yo, this woman's worth $100 million, and she walking around talking about how oppressed she is,
Complaining.
complaining. You know, I can't stand that shit.
Come
You
on,
know,
Secret Service taking you everywhere you want to go. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Protection, locking
And
down streets.
living the best part of DC, best part of Chicago. It's wild, man.
No, man, I don't see. That's that sucker nigga shit that I don't play, because I know that being in this country, if you want to put feet to ass and get money, you can. But it takes sacrifice. You can't be just like the Christians say. You can't be circular. What do they call it? Secular with
But
the
the
church.
thing is,
secular.
like I understand,
Secular.
like college generation and generation before that had it hard. But today, like if you want to be, it's easy to be successful today. It's like
I didn't
so
have. I
many
didn't. I didn't grow up and
programs.
have. Look, bro, I did not have it hard growing up.
But I'm saying, like, I'm just saying today is so you can just go on AI and say what jobs make 100K. How do it'll give you like the steps. It's like just like it's like really it's too easy.
It's not that, but
Yeah,
even like,
no,
look, even
y'all
jobs
in the
that make
chat,
money, but
y'all
they're
in
not.
the chat think I'm
Listen,
hating on Michelle Obama. Ain't nothing, unless you blind as fuck. Oh, nobody think Michelle Obama cute. Now with the white dudes, they take it a little far, calling her Big Mike. But goddamn, Michelle Obama is.
who said she was cute?
They, you know how they try to, but like she cute, but man, Michelle Obama is manly as fuck. She got shoulders like Kevin. She got shoulders like Kevin Durant. You get what I'm saying? She's straight up and down like 6 o'clock, and she looked like Trap Jaw from He-Man. You get what I'm saying? She got that strong jawline with that goddamn piranha forehead. You get what I'm saying? She's not cute at all. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
there's no attraction. There was nothing attraction about it. Even when they drew that picture of her in the White House, she came out looking like Bam Bam Bigelow. You get what I'm saying? She's not cute, bro.
those racists, they say some crazy stuff, but when they say, I started looking really, and I said, man, that's a lot of manly
She's
qualities, man.
manly
Like,
as fuck.
yeah, like a strong safety for the Cowboys. Like when I started looking,
She look like Darren Wilson, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like she'll plug up an A gap. You know what I'm saying? She's not a 5. She's not attracted, BB Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying? If you was a man, you would not want to smash those cookies in Umar Johnson voice. You get what I'm saying?
Can y'all hold it down for? I'm gonna go downstairs for a minute. Can y'all hold it down?
Got you, man.
Yeah. So if anybody drops off, come back up. Understand that I can't. I'm away from the computer, so wait till I get back. If you drop off, all right.
I mean, I don't talk enough, man. I let the brothers speak too.
Link in the chat room before I go. Anybody wants to come in, come in now. I'm going downstairs for a minute. Coming downstairs for a minute. Where'd Jonathan go?
You better go get
I
some
don't
snacks.
know why they were hating on Michelle.
Yeah, man, I'm
I
hungry,
think
man.
Michelle alright looking. I ain't gonna hold you.
Listen, if you like Michelle, that means that you find Doberman pigeons cute. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
Bro, it
Come
ain't
on,
nothing
That's
cute.
crazy.
hey,
It ain't nothing cute
Come
about
on.
she was on the show with her brother, and her brother looked more softer than
He
her, man.
looks so
And
feminine.
yeah, he looked more effeminate than her. And I'm like looking, and those white people, they say a lot of negative things. But when I was watching her show with her brother, the podcast, I started like, damn, are they lying or I'm lying?
Man,
It's just like,
bad though. I done seen some boogers in my day, bro. Michelle ain't no booger, bro.
but her
face
hands are
alright.
like Dr. J. I'm like,
Oh man, y'all gotta stop, bro.
Man, her elbows is like that dude, the clown from off Futurama. She got them goddamn razor elbows, bro. You get what I'm saying? She'll slice your throat with the elbows, man. She just ain't fat. I give her that credit, but she definitely look like she could do 50 push-ups. You know what I'm saying? In a diamond
easy,
with her hands together.
Oh man, y'all gotta stop,
easy.
bro.
No, bro. You know what I'm saying? She's not cute. You know what I'm saying? But of course, I don't seen a bunch of gorillas. So no, not gorillas, like Norbert gorillas. You know what I'm saying? I don't see some gorillas. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? She's just not cute. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even look like they get along. It was nothing about that show. Even you see all the other presidents holding hands and all that. You didn't see that with Obama and her. She was just standing there like she was defiant. You know what I'm saying? Like matter of fact, she probably strap up and hit Obama at night. You know,
a little peg.
yeah, she probably hit him with a 7-incher. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Yeah.
But
Because they had her dancing with Ellen. I don't know if that was AI, but they had something swinging. I was like,
Oh man, I remember that video. Y'all gotta stop,
man,
bro.
that
Come on, man.
thing was like a
Nah,
West
he
Coast
ain't
production
lying though.
rod,
It
man.
did have a little bulge in the front though.
Yeah,
Yo,
that
y'all
was
gotta stop, bro.
that was West Coast production right there. I
yeah,
was like, what the?
she was out there looking like Wesley Pipes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
You know?
Yeah, that's why I was like, I hope that's AI, man, because it was like
No,
something.
bro. That was that deep.
Man,
You know, she was breaking. She had that Detroit in her drawers. You get what I'm saying?
Oh man.
That
man,
dirty she was giving Obama the dirty Delaware slang. You know what I'm saying?
man.
I mean, hey, listen, bro. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. All honest, a white Jesus. I don't trust manly chicks, bro. I just don't trust the chicks. Got to be soft. I mean, I want a chick that can't open up a pickle jar. I don't need no
What
chick.
about that girl? What about that track girl, Sha'Carri Richardson? She was like she was like a stud, and she whooped her boyfriend. Man, I can't deal with no woman like that. Whoop my ass, She whooped his ass, man.
I mean, what about what's that boxer name? The one with Papoose, whatever dude name is.
Clarissa Shields.
Yeah,
Shield.
Clarissa
She
Shields.
got some big ass arms too, but she got a pretty face. But yeah, them arms too big for me, bro.
Nah,
You can still
y'all.
see the feminine though. You can
Yeah,
still see the feminine
she pretty
in
feminine.
Clarissa.
That's what I'm saying. Like even though she in the hurt business, putting hands on people, but
She'll beat the fuck out your ass for real. Raise your voice and get dog walk.
Hey, but hustle smart. The Amish bakery, man, that stuff is off the chain, man.
I've never been to an Amish store.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Yeah,
Never
I don't
been
think
to
there's no
one.
Amish in North Carolina.
Nah, ain't no Amish in North Carolina. Hey, hustle
Jeez.
smart don't fell off.
Ain't those. Yeah, but yeah, like I think, man, like for I don't think Africa was, people say what will be, and what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Like I don't think Africa will ever become industrialized. I just don't think it's
I think
really
it
in the
will. You just gotta
cards.
give it time. You just gotta give it time.
Because like when I say like the English and the French, they had tribes, right? But those tribes kind of spoke similar languages. The Gauls of France, the Germanic tribes, right? They spoke similar languages. In Africa, somebody right down the road is speaking something that's totally fucking different than what you speak, right? That you can't build a nation when you have that many different languages in close proximity. It's certain qualities you have to have. Like to play in the NFL, you got to be around 6 feet.
But I mean, a lot of
Around,
them speak colonial languages, so I mean, I don't think that should be a problem. So they got English, they got French, or
yeah, but they still distinct.
and then a lot of Africans, they also, they speak, they speak more than a couple of languages, and so they. Well,
yeah, but
it depends on what
never
country.
think
It depends on what country
as a
you're in.
people, as a race, we never had the qualities to, like, I think certain things are innate, right? Certain things are God given, and certain things you learn, right? And I never think that we had the God given traits to become a powerful people, like because like any problem we divide, right? Like they did in Africa, like we're doing now. FBA, ADOS. We gravitate towards separation than we do unity. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we just have so many character flaws as a people, as a race. Like I really don't see us ever really reaching 65% efficiency. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's all like you see some of these wars in Africa, right? It's always like, yeah, white people had World War II, they have World War I, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every 30, 40 years they have a war, right? But in Africa, everywhere is some type of fucking war. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Congo, they had a civil war that killed a lot of people. Now they back at war. You know what I'm saying? Like because I don't know what like Pastor Manning say. I don't know what's in us. Like we don't look at each other as brothers and sisters. We look at each other like, yeah, you
I
gonna
mean,
get that.
I don't know. I think he'll turn around one day. I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
not
one day
from.
when the world, when the white man goes to Mars or Saturn, we're gonna be down here still fighting each other over nothing.
I don't know the
Like,
cultural dynamics of Africa, so I can't
yeah,
really.
because like we talk about the white man, but we had issues before him, and once he leave, we're gonna still have issues, man. Like, it's just really a sad state. That's why, like, I just run the race for myself, you know.
Maybe
I
rock
run the
is
race.
and give up now. Nah, I never give up.
Yeah, that's what niggas who's gonna get knocked out. They say shit like that. Don't give up.
Europeans divide as well. Absolutely. Brexit.
Stop it, man. That's why you have people from Cameroon braving everything, life and limb to get to the wicked white man. You know, you can't say he's wicked and then you keep on running to go live with him. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Say it again.
I said you can't say the white man's wicked, but you're breaking your back to go to Europe. You know, that's crazy.
I don't believe that white people are wicked entirely. It's some people that are, but I mean, you gotta admit they do got the best country as of right now. So
Yeah, like that guy Zanu said, Frank Zano. I don't know. He ain't trying
yeah,
to go back to Benin. You know, he said, man, he like, man, I'm here and I ain't going back. And he helps me understand Africa. He was like, yo, he said, like, these countries are just arbitrary things. Benin, Nigeria, all these countries are just European creations, but they're not real. You know what I'm saying? When
hmm
your loyalty is to your ethnic group, your tribe, you know. So like Musa, when he went to Nigeria, he found his tribe, right? Like Alex Haley, and he joined, you know, the Fulani tribe. So that's how I see it. If I go to Africa based on my DNA, I'm just gonna go to whatever tribe I'm from, but I'm not gonna ever have allegiance to a fake country, you know?
right. You said the other night you took a. Did you take a DNA test?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet, but whatever my DNA say, that's like if it says I'm from like a Khan or whatever tribe I'm from, that's the tribe I'm gonna link up with because I'm gonna have that DNA where I'm gonna vibe with those people regardless of the hundreds of years we've been apart. Because certain peoples, birds of feather flock together.
Right. Man.
That's how I see it, man. But like every time I try to watch something like, cause you do your research on like Africa, it's always like chaos, man. It's like like Hard Knock Life Force. That the Annie song. You know,
I mean, it depends on what region in Africa. 'Cause I don't really hear a lot of nonsense going on in the southern regions of Africa, like Zimbabwe, places like that, Mozambique.
oh like Rhodesia and stuff like that. They just have economic problems.
Right.
Yeah, they have massive economic problems, but man, it's just rough, man.
All nations made up of tribes.
That's a lot, man. See this is what a lot of people are disingenuous. See, they always try to make false comparisons, right? Like, like we're in 2025, right? They talk about
Hmm.
shit from like 1500s and try to make a yeah, I mean shit from like when Julius Caesar was on the earth, they had tribes, right?
Hmm.
But yo, they got rid of that shit a long fucking time
I
ago.
mean, but tribes are just ethnic groups. That's all.
Yeah, but when was the last time you heard a European say I'm an Anglo and a Saxon? That's like
I mean,
Braveheart times.
you still got Irish, you still got the English, you still have Germans, you have
But those, but look how many tribes. Look how many you can distinct, right? But if you go look at Liberia, they got 16 different nations in one.
right. I mean, there's a
Ain't 16 different types of Irishmen. You feel me?
right.
It
I
ain't
understand what you're
16
saying.
different types of Welsh or Scottish. So like people try to make false comparisons. Like, come on. Like, like when they say, oh, there's poor people in America. No, there's not. You know, you got
Right.
people with mental health problems that make them poor, but there's really no poor in America.
I mean, I always make this, I always tell this point, right? Even, I mean, we take real good care of our homeless, man.
Yeah,
That's one thing. Even the homeless people, they take real good care of them. Because I remember we used to go feed the homeless. Like a lot of them, they can't miss a meal. Because you
yeah,
know,
yeah. They go
it,
to a church.
yep,
They thinking about that next high, but they gonna get some food in their stomach from the
right.
church, from the
Hmm.
food bank,
I mean, I've been
something.
around homeless people. People drop them off clothes instead of just
Yeah,
take them to
but
Goodwill. They just get the clothes straight to the homeless people.
yeah,
So
but listen, everybody got a little belly in America. You feel me?
right. Hmm.
It's
I
like
ain't never seen
once
no
you
homeless
what
person in America that was starving.
yeah, once you cross 30, everybody got a belly. So it's just like people make these false comparisons.
Recipe says Zanu is self-hating, nobody black.
That's Zanu was just
Have
truthful,
cultures.
man. I mean, he's really just like a truthful
See,
type of guy.
BB
You know,
Rodriguez just taught me something I didn't know. The Scottish are 16 or more clans or tribes. So the Scottish do have different.
this dude just watched Braveheart and came back lying and shit, man. You see, these guys are just disingenuous, man. You know,
I mean,
you watch Braveheart and you watch a movie for 3 hours and you just come back talking shit, man. You know,
I don't know. I'm gonna look into that real quick.
yeah, man.
The
Listen, man.
Scottish clan.
Hey. When it came together to colonize Africa, to colonize the Caribbean, they was on one accord, wasn't they, Steve?
Yeah, I will say that. What was it called?
So whatever
Uh,
European tribes they had, they worked really well together to to colonize, America, the Caribbean, and Africa itself. So they ain't had that many
that's a good
tribes, did
point.
they?
Unity. The point is, all of those clans are actually united. Talking about the
But listen,
Scottish clan.
but they all spoke a common language. Where you can go to Kenya, and Kenya had like 30 different languages. Where you can be on a bus with somebody and not understand what the hell they're saying. You can't do that in Europe. Like, there's no disparate form of German where one German wouldn't understand what you're saying, man. This is why I said there's a lot of people who just tell a lot of lies, man. You can be in
Mm.
Kenya on a bus and somebody can be talking, and if they're not speaking in English, you don't understand shit they're saying, Steve. Like, what part, what part of Germany can you go on and speak a special form of German where the other Germans don't know what you're saying?
You know what? I'm gonna look it up because I'm not. Maybe I don't know. Look it up.
Yeah, man. But you go to Kenya, you go to certain parts of Africa. If you're not from that, they can be speaking something, and you don't even understand what they're saying.
Let me see. Let me see. Okay, nearly all Germans understand Standard German. I mean, there's just no place on Earth that's just as culturally diverse as Africa. It's no place.
See, diversity
That's what it
doesn't.
was.
You,
Berlin Conference. That's what it was. White people
yeah,
came together to
yeah,
divide
they
up
all came
Africa.
together. They were like, yeah, you got this, you got that, you got this, you got that. That's simple.
I would love to see 17 slavery system debate of white supremacists.
Not, but like I don't. It's nobody supreme to me, so I don't even speak on any nonsense like that. Nobody's supreme to me, man.
I agree with you
Only
on that.
person supreme is God.
Absolutely.
So I don't even speak. Your words are powerful. If you say somebody's supreme to you, then they are. You know, so I
Facts.
ain't nobody supreme to me. But somebody can be supreme to you if you put yourself under them.
Facts.
But there's nobody supreme, to nobody.
I mean, so how you feel about the AES? What they got going
Man, that's just a Boy Scout niggas in uniform. Just and like my grandma say, that's like a poppy show. You feel me? Like it's just. I mean, I look at an African military and it's like these dudes running around with guns. It's nothing to be taken seriously. You know, I mean, it's just like African militaries are like what you call militias.
on?
Just like militias. Woo, woo, woo. But like, eh, I mean,
So what you think the
that's how,
solution is? Like, what you think the solution for Black people
on the continent or around the
in
world.
general, like around the whole world?
In America, like the blacks
Hmm.
here, we just need to assimilate into this culture fully. You know,
Okay.
just we're Americans, right? In
Hmm.
Africa, they need to, create different countries, man, where it coincides with their language and their customs and their traditions, So I think it should be more countries in Africa instead of less, because everybody that comes into power in Africa is seeking the best interests of their individual tribe. And that's why it's so many coups because if your clan gets in power, you're not looking for the best interests of us. So it's going to lead to, coup. That's how I see it, man. Like, it's just, I mean, like, just go back to how it was. Just like you in Israel, you got 12 tribes, whatever,
Hmm.
but they're one country, right? And they all speak the same language. Like the 12 tribes of Israel wasn't speaking a whole fucking different language. You feel me?
Right.
They was all speaking Hebrew. So you can have tribes, but language is the main thing that unifies a people. You feel me?
Right.
So we got Benjamin, we got Dan, we got Gad, we got the 12 tribe of Israel, but in war, they could all understand each other. When they was fighting the Philistines, they could all understand each other. In Africa, right? Like our ancestors, we speak in a whole different language. So you see the setback?
I remember reading that when they was on the slave ships. Some slaves talk about how they had to communicate with their hands because they couldn't understand each other. I read about
Man,
that.
they didn't understand. They would like, man, it was that's why you really didn't have uprisings because like you can't what somebody can look like you, but if like you ever been to like Holland or Russia, you see the language, it looks like it's ridiculous. Like, man, what type of fucking language is this? It's just like the spelling is crazy,
Hmm.
the language is crazy, so it's just a predicament, man.
Prince of Peace said that the African military trained with European ones.
See, Principe is just a disingenuous island man. You know, he's just like, man, train for what? They teaching when they cross train, they not learning no advanced tactics. They not getting advanced weaponry. They they just like, oh, go here, go here, go here. It's just a joke. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
I hear what you're saying. I hear you.
Yeah, because like the military, the Western militaries, their level of technology is off the fucking chain, man. All that stuff you see in movies, they have that stuff where B-2 bomber can come through and annihilate a whole place, and by the time you hear it, you in the seventh heaven. You feel me? That's crazy, man. By the time you hear that shit, you in the spirit world. You feel me? Like that's crazy, man. There's all types of technology right here, man. It's like, you know, I mean, damn.
You heard about Nigeria? They just bought like 24 fighter jets
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Italy.
yeah. They got a little something, something, man. A little something, something. They got a little show.
I don't know what they're gonna
And
do
but
with them, but
yeah, basically the stuff they got is like Reebok pumps. It's like that stuff, man. Steve, I like our Arsenal is something fierce, man. We
I
got
know.
submarines. We got submarines all over the world, man. Like that can reach out and touch you from like the Pacific Ocean. You
I
feel?
know.
It's some
It's
scary
crazy.
stuff.
It's crazy.
Like reach out and touch you. You know what I mean? Like they got so much weather weapons. They got they got so much shit, man. It's like if they told you the shit they have, you just pass out, man.
Some Star Wars type of stuff.
Yeah, man. All types of stuff. They got guns that can shoot, hit you, come back right, just go in a circle. Just it's some crazy stuff, man. Yo, just look at like when we was growing up, we had Super Nintendo. Now look at the PlayStation 5. Look at that shit, man.
It's crazy, man.
You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy, man. I
PlayStation
remember,
6 about to come out soon. A couple more
yeah,
years or so.
I, when I had a Sega Genesis, I thought that was the height of civilization, man. Now this, yeah, I mean, you see Sonic the Hedgehog and shit like that. You like, this is fun, man. The stuff the kids have now, they ain't even trying to go outside, man.
Crazy, man.
So imagine that with weaponry. Like African countries, they got a Nintendo military, and the rest of the world on PlayStation 6.
Man.
It's different, man. That's why I said you just have to accept, hey man, we're just gonna live a basic life where we're one with God and nature, you know what I'm saying? And just call it a day because we way too far behind, man. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Oh dang! I'm hearing what you're saying. He says the jets Nigeria bought are from the first Top Gun movie from the '80s. Really?
Man, the Tuskegee Airmen. They got 1951 Mustangs. You know.
I mean, they might be reliable planes. I'm gonna look into them. See.
Yeah, the F-16 is reliable, but that stuff is like I said, you got a Nintendo and somebody got a PlayStation 6. It's so far, like, unless you fighting another African country, that stuff ain't gonna work against the West. You remember them TVs that your grandparents had with the turn knob,
Yep.
and now you see people got flat screen TVs. It's like so much technology is like,
It is crazy, man. Technology just came a long way.
yeah, man. You had dial-up internet.
Yep,
You
couldn't
had a
receive
lot of
calls.
little stuff, man. Now we got you can get the internet from your cell phone, man.
She said, I agree about the military African guys, but people in Nigeria live in a variety of lives just like people in the West. Yep.
See, this is when you're disingenuous, when you're
She not being
really
disingenuous. She lives in
this is
Nigeria.
what, yeah, I understand it, but unless you're the one top 10% of Nigeria, if you're in the top 10% of Nigeria, you're living probably something, I would never say on par, but something equitable to the West. But for a majority of people on the continent, our people,
Hmm.
and we love them. They like, I have friends from Nigeria. They like, nah, nah, we ain't going back. You know, especially like the Igbos and the other people who not in power, because in Nigeria the North holds a lot of power. So
Right.
if you're not from the northern area, you really just shit out of luck, man. And none of my Nigerian friends are thinking about going back.
I mean,
Shoot,
do they
probably
say
go back
why?
to
Do they say why?
it's corruption,
Okay.
you know, like severe tribalism, and their homeland is Texas, Houston, Texas. That's how they look
Oh,
at it.
okay. I have heard that narrative a lot, that people don't want to go back, especially
Yeah,
Nigeria.
'cause especially if your tribe is not running things, if you're not in power, like you're not in power. So it's just like, but when people try to make, oh yeah, we is equivalent to, no, no,
African guy
it's
that
not.
said, I'm not in the top 10%. I live in a house with a gym and a pool. My personal trainer has just left. Look at that.
Yeah, but she's not, if she ain't in the top 10, she's in the top 20%.
I mean, I guess it's like they like us. They got a middle class, lower class, and upper class.
Nah, in those places you got rich and you got the poor. Like the concept of a middle class, that's like a strictly a Western, a Western thing, you know. In most countries, you have the elites and you have the impoverished, Even
Hmm.
in like the Caribbean, you have the elites and you got the poor. Like Jamaica, like it ain't no middle class in Jamaica. That's why they try to come to New York. They're like, you rich or you poor.
Man, Hustle Smart is funny. Talking about uh, she living high off the grass cutter.
Nah, but it's like some people try to make a equivalent. Is like somebody who's poor in America really got a TV, they got electricity paid for by the state, they got cable,
Right.
they got the HBO Go, they got Netflix,
Hmm.
ribs and steaks in the refrigerator. They got money on the car, so they eat. You don't see poor fat. You see a lot of fat poor people, man.
Right.
Like it's like to equate like our poor to the rest of the. That's bad faith.
Absolutely
That's a
not.
bad
I
faith.
agree with you on that. It's not the same.
Like really, when you ever see somebody like in America, be like, damn, I ain't eating 3 days, and I wasn't fasting for spiritual growth.
She said she's in the
So it's
middle.
like,
I'm pretty sure that there's a middle class that exists in Africa. I mean, I
you could
gotta take
just
her word
you could
for it
just
because
go
she's
to
living there.
you could just go to AI and ask them, what's the African, if somebody's working like Hustle Smart say for $40 a week, what's the middle class? $70?
Hold on, look it up. Hustle Smart says poor and fat is called diabetes.
Hey, that's why the doctors are rich in America. Hey, but if you got diabetes, you got to take some of that black seed oil, like a tablespoon of that a day. You know.
It says Nigeria has a middle class.
Yo, what's good, panel? What's up?
What's going on, Dave?
What's good?
Hey,
What's going
what's
on?
up, Dave?
Carla,
Man,
what's good, Carla?
we just speaking truth to power, Dave. You know
Yeah,
how we
I hear
do.
y'all. I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro. So we should just give up, right?
Absolutely
Nah,
not.
Just live your life,
hey
17,
Dave,
we just all
chill, you know,
commit
Dave,
suicide.
have a
Never give
Dave,
cigar or
when
up.
you
two.
lose,
Let
hey
the white
Dave,
man win.
Never give up.
Dave, you know you my man. You and
No,
Musa, y'all
I'm
my
just
dude.
asking. I'm
Steve,
not just asking a question, brother. I'm just
hey
asking a
Steve,
question.
hey
What's
Dave,
up?
when you lose a war,
No, I
you
haven't
lost
lost
a
anything.
war.
We just getting
What,
started.
what Lord? What war did we lose? 1776. What you mean by
Hey,
that?
when they balled us up on the coast of Africa,
Well, that was look, that
that
was
was
then.
you lost the war.
This is now. That's why we're making moves where we are. And to me, I'm very optimistic that Dave. I think we're gonna win.
Mhm.
I really do. I think we're gonna. I think everything's the momentum and everything's on our side. Their world is collapsing. Really, it is.
I think this FBA movement is going to bring people together.
The
Yeah.
What
thing
you
is,
mean by
like,
that?
You know, because people gonna go against FBA so much that we're gonna come together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
this is
I'm like,
So
I'm
we,
like,
this
so
is.
what you basically saying we're gonna unify to go against other black people?
But listen,
no,
that
I know.
FBA stuff,
It's
Hold on.
him.
that FBA
Hold
stuff
on,
is
hold on,
just online because if
hold
you
on.
go to a Jamaican restaurant,
Hold on. Where's FBA?
90% of the people in there are African Americans.
That's true.
Hold on. Let me say this, bro. I've been gone for a minute. I'll let y'all say it talk. Look, the FBA movement, right? What it stands for, like I said, FBA movement are nothing but a bunch of a bunch of doppelgangers. What I'm talking about with doppelgangers, I see imposters, right? I broke it down to. I think I did a good job tonight. Describing doppelgangers, right? You guys would agree? You guys listen to the show? You know, I broke it
Yeah.
down what doppelgangers mean, right? A doppelganger is somebody who tries to look like the original, but he's not, and he's very dangerous because you get into your inner circle, your spaces, and everything. Chaotic Truth is a doppelganger, you know. Aphrodamus is a doppelganger, you know. Chukwo is a doppelganger, right? These people
But
aren't
I
with us,
thought a
right?
dope, I
Now
thought a
that's
doppelganger.
that's on the immigrant side, right? But you also got so-called FBAs that are doppelganger. For example, I've been noticing a lot of times, right? A lot of these people back 20 years ago, I remember, right? It was like, remember this phrase, Dave? It was all good in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody like, all good in the hood. I was like, man, okay, that's great. You can stay in the hood. I'll stay over here. We're good. I got my nice suburban mall. I got a convenience store. I can go out 3 o'clock in the morning and get something to eat without getting robbed and stuck up and shit, you know, at the gas station. I don't have to worry about crossfire bullets. Everything. That's not what you love in the hood? Go for it, man. I wish you a lot of luck, man. Keep that shit that hell y'all talk about in that radius right there. I don't have to worry about, you know, seeing a crack vial on my street, whatever like that. You know, my trash is streets are clean and everything like that. I'm good, right? But over the last, I would say, 10 years, man, the people, although they rep the hood, they want to come out into where they see decent black people live, black people like trying to get someplace in life, right? They want to come out here and become doppelgangers and pretend like they're one of us. Because
Yeah.
before we was like this. When you saw a black couple go out in a restaurant, oh, a nice black couple, it must be special.
Dress, a lot of etiquette, well
Yeah.
dressed,
But hold up, but here's Dave, right?
well spoken people. You
Right
know,
now the doppelganger, you can tell them they coming from a house, right? In their house, in their apartment. Let me set the background, right? There's dirty diapers all over the place, soiled diapers all over the place, with rats, with roaches, and everything crawling around in the diapers and maggots, right? Dishes in the sink have been washed for a week, right? Filth, trash all over the house, right? Weed all over the house, smoking weed. The smell of weed, stench, roach spray, and everything. That's all you smell, right? But they'll get the nicest suit and pretend that they got etiquette and stuff like that, and they go out one night. And those are
buy the
people.
most expensive clothes.
Yeah, they buy them and they come out and they go to the most expensive restaurant, right? They know they can't really afford, but they want to look like respectable black people, right? And people let them in. And then what you have, you see the girls, they run up a bill and they dine and dash. That's what you have. These people are imitating us. You know, they come in and imitate before they stayed in their little caves, whatever the fuck they was at. You know, now they're coming over here cosplaying like they're middle class, sophisticated black people. You know, and that's what we have right now with these.
This is what you think happened in the conscious community around the conscious movements and stuff like that, like these these co-ops.
Oh yeah. What you call it? Basically,
pretending like they're for black people, and they're really there.
Oh, of course, that happens in the conscious community too. You got people out there that ain't shit, you know, and they basically get a little bit of knowledge, right? Which they basically use Chat BTP and they go and stuff like that. And so they basically fooling people that they got this knowledge and everything like that. And that's why everything's so screwed up. How do you take somebody like Dane Calloway seriously?
But you got to understand, a lot of people in the conscious movement, the FBA movement, the ADOS movement, the Pan-African movement, these guys are not cracking 35,000 a year.
But
you understand?
It's not the fact that it's my point I'm trying to make is they know how to friggin' sound articulate. You know, they know how to sound like Dane Calloway, right? When you look at his video, right? If you're a person with low IQ, you would think you're listening to a Rhodes fucking scholar.
Man,
you know,
listen, I don't even turn. I don't. Man, that guy, he's not even articulate.
No,
he's
but
not articulate. He sounds like he has like foo in his mouth. It's just he's not.
I'm gonna tell you why people. I'm gonna tell you why people love the Aboriginal thing. Because one thing.
All right, guys, brace yourself. I'm gonna let Knack Beezy up. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he's fucking defending goddamn. I got cooled off from the other night. He defending Afro.
Let me just make this point
Afro
real quick.
Dumbass, you know,
the only reason they care about Aboriginals is because they love. Is because a lot of Black Americans love a good conspiracy. That's all. That's the whole Aboriginal thing.
You know, also all you have to do is
but this is the thing, Steve. If you ever been to Oklahoma or Kansas and you've been to a reservation, Native Americans don't really stand six. You would not have the NBA if Black people had that much Native blood in them. You don't see 6'5" Indians walking around. They around 5'7", 5'9". You don't see no Shaquille O'Neals, no Carmelo Anthony's. Like that tall gene, that's not even a Native American gene. And then your hair nappy as shit. So like, come on, this is just when you start embracing lies, man.
Oh well, he got a problem because the real Turtle Island people just trying to do a terror attack in California. They want everybody up out of here. They want black.
Exactly. My sister told me about that because she worked with a Native American one time, and she said he was cool.
Turtle Island Native Americans that day they're tired of niggas hijacking their culture, history, and identity and whatnot. They want everybody to fuck out of here.
But my sister used to work with a Native American. She said she was cool until one day he went off on her. Was like, "Oh, y'all took our land," and she's like, "I took your land."
Like, you know,
like, we came over here on slave shit.
Yo, they're talking about the Buffalo Soldiers.
You know, UNC Pembroke in North Carolina. That's a Native American college, right?
Right.
You knew that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in North Carolina, you still have natives. We're in the western part of North Carolina, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like,
they're not on the eastern part like that though.
There's an old movie. There's an old movie that came out in the 70s called SIBO. That movie changed my opinion of Native Americans, really. And plus, I didn't like them much when I grew up in Northwell. That movie, they were racist as hell in that movie, man. The movie SIBO.
Of course, Kyla. If we go kill a tribe and burn villages
well, no, I just think they had a special hatred for black people because they owned slaves in that part of North Carolina. You know,
right?
They were slave owners.
Slaves. Come on,
I don't know what this romanticization.
Native American black civilized tribes.
I'll tell you the truth, right?
They bought slaves.
Like the white man looks favorably on Native Americans, and that's why we gravitate.
They respected their humanity. They saw them as human, but they didn't see us.
Yeah, and so we gravitate towards that. But I mean, you know,
I'm about to say, let's let the new panelist speak.
Who's that?
Nat Measy.
Hey, what's up, brothers? I'm just listening to y'all. Kala, I come in peace. Well, what did your brother Aphrodama say that you're so mad about?
No, I was saying I'm mad because you compared me to that. That motherfucker is a fucking scoundrel and a troll. You know, if I say like I mean, how smart been saying last couple of days, and we criticize black people because we know our people are the best, and we don't like this. Like I said, these doppelgangers pretending they're like us and whatnot, and fucking our name up in the community, whether
Hmm.
you a so-called FBA or you one of these black immigrants that come over here fucking up and fucking our image and name up, whatnot. So we call it out, you know. So after Damas, he basically seems like one of the things like we're all Bunquishas, Pookies, and all that shit like that. You know, I never said that. I said
Cool,
I
man.
know the
Cool.
majority of us are good, we're not, but we have an image problem, and I fight that image
Yeah.
problem by based what I see on social media. Nothing else. I don't peep in nobody's backyard. I'm not spying in nobody's house. I don't know what people are doing. All I know is what they put out in social media. When I see a woman saying, you know, we just ran up this tab, we're going to die in that, embarrassing us, right? And you're going to be
Just like
bold on social media, and you black, you know, and we're saying, wait a minute here, you know what they're going to say about us and whatnot. Every other group of people protect their
but
image.
but I think the media highlights our deficiencies. Like
Yeah, but
this
why did we
lady in
put
New York,
that out?
she
Why did we
she
put
she
that out?
works she works for the in New York. She works for the post office, and she was stealing gift cards, right? So the federal government did a big investigation to catch her, right? And they don't do that for other people, right? The lady eating, going to McDonald's and scarfing down food like a clown. There's a lot of stuff to get highlighted that
But
makes us look.
she put that on social media herself. That lady scarping down McDonald's, and she
Yeah,
put that
that
on
was
social media
crazy.
herself. You know, and I'm saying,
People like
okay,
people like that need to get beat like in Singapore because that's just like certain people don't need jail. They actually need belt to ass, because like going and ordering Hardee's and scarfing it down as a woman, that's unbecoming. I
and
ain't
so
never seen a
I
woman
was
eat
just
like
basically
that.
saying to Dollar Bill and everybody else, I said, look, I gotta call out because there's not enough black women. Some black women are, but they're scared to call it out, and I'm not scared to call out that bad behavior. I don't give a damn
Where is
what
this
people
woman?
think.
Y'all saw the video? I never saw this.
Oh, I've been playing it all week, man. You know,
Let me see it.
which one? There's like a whole bunch of viral videos going. I don't know what's going on with our sisters, man.
The
They're just
one with
acting
someone
crazy over there.
eating or something like that.
What you say?
The one where someone was scarfing down food.
Yeah, they caught her. She hit up 15 restaurants. She was going around taping it too, right? And then they busted her. They knew she was going. They had predicted she was going to come into a Jack in the Box, right? And they predicted right, you know. So the Jack was like, she's here, you know, and they caught her in a Jack in the Box. So what do
But
I
what
do? What do
did
I
she break
do?
the law? Was she breaking the law?
Yeah, she was deliberately eating food, right? Knowing that she didn't have no money on her debit card,
Oh,
right?
oh.
And then we said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't got no money." Then run out.
She
She
was
hit like,
basically being dusty, man.
you
And
know.
and what people fail to understand that most black people live on the East Coast. There's like places where you don't see black people, and for them to see that image, like somebody in Iowa seeing that or Montana seeing that, that's not a good look for our people.
That's why I call it
Yeah,
out,
I
man.
mean, the
Say, look,
look doesn't really matter at this point because no matter what you do as a black person, you could be the most upstanding black man or woman or child, and you're still gonna get treated like crap anyway.
I beg to differ. Nobody treats me like that. They call me yes, sir, and no, sir. They say yes, Mr. McCullough, no, Mr. McCullough, and I'm in the business world, right? My eyebrows are always raised and whatnot. If somebody even think they're gonna think of me a certain way, you know, the way I carry myself in public, whatever like that, that's the respect I want. I'm not
Well, I
that.
mean, I also move in a way where I demand respect, but it doesn't mean that people don't try. And they try with us because a lot of us are docile. A lot of us will accept it. A lot of us will respond to, that nonsense with showing too many teeth and trying to use comic relief. Well, I don't do that, but I'm saying regardless of how you dressed up or how you carry yourself, somebody's going to test you because the word is out that, we we only flip on each other. We won't bring it to nobody else. So no
No,
matter how you dress, people will still bring it to you
well, I get
as a
that, but
black
the
person.
whole thing is this. people will think that, right? But the whole thing is this: when you look at in real life, right? There's one thing I noticed, right? White guys say one thing in on social media, but in real life, when they look you in the eye and stuff like that, they know they can see your aura about you. Don't play with that
Hmm.
guy. Don't play with these
Hmm.
people. They know and I see it all the time. They're like, these people are nothing to play with in real life. Online, they talk all that stuff like that. In real life, they know and whatnot. They could do all the stuff they talk all that stuff they want, but they know not to disrespect black people, and I like that.
Kyle,
They
Kyle,
fear
Yo,
it.
I
are you
mean,
on Saru? Are you on Saru, Kala?
Am I what?
And Saru. You remember them Saru Muslims that used to be on Jamaica Ave?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah. What about them?
Are you that?
No, I'm not Muslim. No.
I saw you wearing that Allah hat in Liberia.
Oh, no. One of my dudes, you saw my video. No, one of my dudes in Virginia Beach, he makes all kinds of clothing, right? So he made me a shirt and that he made that hat, right? And I didn't know what the heck he's one of Muslim old school. I don't know his name is
Oh, okay.
Muhammad, whatever. He designs clothes, and the thing about him is he does all cash. He says I was trying to show him how to do PayPal. No, there wasn't nothing tracking me. He's one of them brothers, man. He makes clothing.
Shoebox dudes. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so
Uh,
he's old school. He just he hustles, man. He get the material, and he made me a shirt like that with that emblem and everything like that. When I went
but
overseas in
why did you
Liberia,
wear it if you're not Muslim?
I'm not. Everybody kept saying when I went to, I got back and whatnot. There was this Muslim guy at the airport, right? He's like, okay, assalamu alaikum. I'm like, I didn't know what the hat meant, whatever like that. I thought it was cool. I still got the hat. That was like 2 years ago. Sorry, 2 years ago. And so yeah, he makes a lot of stuff like that. I told him I just want a RBG hat, a red, black, and green
Oh,
hat, and that's what he gave me. He gave me that. I was like, I wanted an RBG, and he put all. I said, I guess, man. I said,
Kyle, are you a Christian?
for me,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm Christian. I ain't what am I
Okay.
saying? No, yeah, I'm a Christian.
oh, you love white Jesus.
I was raised Christian. Hey, it worked for me. Well, not you're saying I'm not switching religions. I'm not a
You
religious
love white
person.
Jesus. You love white Jesus.
I don't know. I don't remember any white Jesus when I was growing up. We didn't have.
But
Look. I come from a real church where it says no engraving images unto thee. That means we're not allowed to put
That's
images,
right, Kyle.
images of God. That's a sin. You're not
That's
supposed to
correct.
put any engraving. Anytime you see a statue or engraving image of God, that's sacrilege.
but that Jesus is not God.
Well, it's any image of God, the Son of God. You're not
But it's
supposed to put
not
any
God.
engraving images because God knew the heart of man, right? It was like the Tower of Babel, right? If you say God looks like this, right? He said, man, but God looks awful like you, man. You guys have sandy colored hair. You put God, and then what you could do is enslave another person to basically make it seem like God is in you. You're never supposed to make God in your image. That's why you're not supposed to create God in any sort of whether it's Christ or anything like that. You're not supposed to produce anything like that. Yeah, Jesus was the Son
But
of God.
don't they say in Christianity that man was created in the image of God?
Yes, he was created in the image of God, right? That's
Yes,
means
it says that.
his spirit. God gave us a body for this earth. Our body is supposed to be what we use on earth, but we're a spirit and a soul.
Yeah, and it also says that it came from Adam and Eve. So that means that Adam and Eve had kids, and either Adam or Eve had to fuck their son or their daughter to populate the earth. I mean,
Yeah, that's
that's
smart.
just how I see it. I'm a logical person.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
never really had
if
that
you want
part.
to go by scripture,
That part was always shady to me, man. So I don't really get it.
yeah, because that's the only way you can populate the earth, unless God created some more kids that was for
Somebody,
across the Nile River that we didn't know about. But far as the Bible concerned, if Adam and Eve was the first two people, that means that Adam had their first child was a daughter, and Adam fucked the daughter, and either they had a son, and Eve fucked the son. That's the only way that it could be more Adam and Eve lineage. But back to what not me said. What not me said was true, and what Colin was saying true. Not me was saying no matter how you dress, no matter how you look. It's the old Wu-Tang thing where they were saying like, dress up, put on the button-up shirt, you still gonna be looked at. But it's a difference between perception, not measy, and you videotaping yourself and putting yourself out there to be judged. Of course, when white people see black people, they automatically clutch their pocketbooks and lock their doors. But when you putting a video of you snatching people pocketbooks, when you putting up videos where you're at a restaurant, a high class restaurant, you want to stand on the table and do a handstand on the table and pop your pussy and then run out and then get in an argument and try to make it seem like they racist for not letting you. It's a difference between perception and what you physically put out. I even have problems with my family members, not Measy. You know what I'm saying? First of all, let me say this. Not Measy is a man of his word. Let me just say that, to all the people that anything got to say good or bad about Not Measy, I'm telling you, Hustle Smart, he's a man of his word. If he tell you something he gonna do it. Let me just say that. But as black people, we don't got a problem because the internet and social media is the worst thing that happened to black people because we love to put ourselves out there. You get what I'm saying? We love to be extreme.
Oh, yes, it is.
We're the most extreme people. We take everything and take it to the next level. I always use the NBA as an example. You get what I'm saying? Like you can easily just jump up and put the ball in the hoop. You know what I'm saying? But niggas want to jump up in the air, spin around, do a flip, risk tearing the ACL, do a split in the air, come down like James Brown, throw a handkerchief up in the air, catch it in their asshole, just for the same 2 points. You get what I'm saying? So even
look at Larry Bird, everybody else. Larry Bird just birdie, flip, everybody else has to move. Larry Bird just,
but what I'm saying is it's okay to have the flavor, but what I'm saying is that the flavor that we use is more about clownish shit and being more ignorant. You know what I'm saying? When we laugh, we got to be the loudest that laugh. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to damn near knock each other over and swing on each other to laugh. You get what I'm saying? Like we just like that, and we want somebody to recognize that about. We want to be recognized, especially when we get around white people. It seems like we get even louder. You get what I'm saying? Like it's because they quiet. We got to be like we got to bring some type of flavor or some type of crunk to the room, and it's the way I see black people. The way I see it is that we always think that we bring the situation, we bring liveness, or it needs to be live, or it needs to be louder. And everything
we're gonna turn the bitch up. We're gonna get this place jumping.
Yeah,
it's our job to get everything jumping.
Because we like just this is one thing that when Men Not Measy, a lot of people don't know Men Not Measy had the baddest Friday night show on internet at one point. But this is one thing I used to always say, that we always have to act like we bring life to the party. Like we're like jesters. And back in the medieval time, we would be considered jesters. We always got to be the one that want attention, bring attention. Like we don't like subtleness. We don't like calmness. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like we some goddamn mutant monkeys or something. You get what I'm saying? Like we always got to jump and get live and be ignorant. You know what I'm saying? And we go out our way to do that. And then we go into places where we know they don't like us. And then we spending our money.
You said something. Oh no. Hold on, let me say it. Hustle, you said something profound, right? We go to places where we know they don't like us, right? Even if you're a respectful person, right? Now, we already know it's uncomfortable for us, and people say, well, because it does matter. I don't want nobody fucking going to a restaurant and somebody making my food, if they don't want me there when not, you know what I'm saying? I want nobody spitting my food.
But the thing is,
people think about that.
As a Stoic, you have to accept who we are, right?
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is hard enough to be in black in this fucking country. It always has. Anybody tell you that is a freaking fool. It's different as a fool. It's always happened. We always basically, I've been through this my whole life, right? You walk a truck line and whatnot, and these people judge you regardless of anything. While we're doing the right thing, right? Then you got some motherfuckers who I don't know if they're doing it deliberately. They're like, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go in there, act like a nigga. I'm gonna act like the way they act,
but the thing is, like I like the Waffle House, but every time I go in the Waffle House, it's like people
Why
go there
would
to
you go to
start
Waffle
shit.
House? Why anybody go in there?
Don't go to the Waffle House at night.
Don't go to
Nah, I like
Waffle House.
Hell
I like the
no.
Waffle House.
Now they beat
Not
you
at
down.
night.
I saw this one video. The Waffle House staff beat this dude down. And what the hell happened, man? They said they got training. They know they it's like everybody had to take these self defense classes. They
Right.
beat this dude the fuck down. You know,
You
the
gotta know
staff.
It
how
was
you gotta
about
know how
some
to throw
hash
hands at
browns. That's
Waffle
what
House.
it was about. Some hash browns. That's what it was about.
Yeah, so little
It's
hack
because
acting up. They beat his ass down,
it's
man.
because Waffle House stay up real late and all the drunk people that come from
Oh,
the
but this
clubs
happened
and
in the
stuff.
daytime.
Yeah,
Oh
this happened in
There's
the
a
damn.
Waffle
daytime.
House
Oh
everywhere in
This was
man.
North
the daytime.
Carolina.
This was the daytime. You know,
That's
this was the
sad.
daytime.
No, fuck up the Waffle House, man.
Oh
Yeah,
man, anybody who goes to the Waffle House at 2 o'clock in the morning,
Oh
no,
yeah, that's death sentence. That's death
that's a death
sentence.
sentence,
Yeah.
man. No, you know what I'm saying? I worked at an IHOP at that time, and I got stabbed. That's when I got stabbed up. You know?
What?
God damn, they gave you $1.50.
That's an
No, man, I got at IHOPs, man. That was on the news and everything, man. That's how Teddy Riley
Well, you gave
found.
them their pancake code or something?
No,
What's the problem?
Hey,
no.
Kyle, it was a white person that stabbed you.
Shut up. Anyway, shut up. Well, anyway, check it out. This is what happened, right? This is what happened. These thugs came in. This whole drug gang came in a van, right? They came from Newark, and I guess they made their drug trade down here in Elizabeth City, in Virginia, Chesapeake, and Virginia Beach, right? There was a crew. Was a Philly, Newark, right? And they met up with some dudes down here and the chick that was with them, she was like this, like a whole. I saw her back then. That was '96, right? How our community is broken because we're the same age, Gen Xers and whatnot. But I saw how it just wasn't working out, right? Anyway, they came in the IHOuse, right? I'm working as a waiter, right? And all of a sudden, the one guy kept talking to my Jamaican sister, right? He was trying to talk to her one night. She was like, "I ain't interested," right? And all of a sudden, anyway, the one chick that was with him, well, you ain't all that, you pancake flipping bitch. And I forgot her name. What the fuck you say? She's a Jamaican girl, right? And then all hell broke loose, right? I'm seeing the dudes like fighting the cooks. They went in the back, start fighting the cooks. When I'm saying, "Oh shit," right? So anyway, after it calmed down, right? They basically were walking out this restaurant. This one dude thought, he said, "Man, I didn't get the chance to hit nobody," right? So he walked up and fucking hit me.
God
Oh
damn, you called her
man.
straight. You
But
called her
Kyle,
straight at the
That's some
Waffle
ignorant
House.
stuff, man. That was
I got a
ignorant.
quick question.
Hold up. Big mistake, right? I said, "Okay, motherfucker," right? I beat this motherfucker so bad. And they said I had him. They said my eyes just went to a trance, right? They thought I was gonna kill him, right? I was choking him, beating him at the same time. And they said they were all beating me with brooms and everything and stabbed me, trying to get me off of him one night because I was gonna kill him. He said, "You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill him."
Damn, your
But Kyla, what I'm
fellow
trying to
employee stab you?
Everybody else ran in the fucking back, you know.
what I'm trying to understand, Kyla, you said you worked at McDonald's, Friendly's, and IHOP. Like, was that like?
I never said I worked in. That was all. But now the IHOP I worked in back in '96 when I was in Virginia. I worked in
Like, what year you worked at Friendly's?
In New York. I worked at Friendly's when I was in college.
Okay.
Man, they told me I didn't have the mentality to work in the fast food place.
So anyway, check us out. After it was done, right? Those dudes stabbed me. I said I had to do on the ground, which all of a sudden I rolled off on one night, and all of a sudden they all tried to run out, right? And I didn't even know I was stabbed. Right? Everybody's like, "Yo, you got stabbed," you know? I said, "I didn't know. I didn't feel it," you know. So anyway, but they didn't make it out of the parking lot. The police got them before they got out of the parking lot, right? And then next thing you know, they put me in the ambulance, right? And the news reporter was there, interviewed me and whatnot. And they put me in the ambulance. They said, "Yeah, you're bleeding really bad." So they took me to the hospital and stitched me up when I had a lot of stab wounds and whatnot. I still got the shirt, the bloody shirt. Remind me.
God damn, Paulie, you keeping mementos.
Look, I said, look, that shirt symbolizes if anybody ever draws blood out of me, I'll fucking kill them. You know, if it ever happens to me again, still got that shirt, the white shirt.
But who stabbed you? The dude stabbed you or one of the employees?
It was one of the girls, or they took some of the steak knives, you know, and started stabbing me and shit like that while I was on top of the guy, you know.
Who did it?
It was the guys that.
It was like there was 11 of them.
It was the criminals.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was the employees were trying to get you off of.
Were they FBA or?
It was like a drug. It was a gang. It was a gang out of Newark. you know. So I was like, fuck it. So
Was
everybody
it
makes
like
all the other which we'll call it all the other people in there were not. It was like they were the cooks, so they acted like they were scared. You know, so they was afterward. They was like, "Man, you fucking whooped that motherfucker's ass." You know, I ain't never seen nobody fight like that. Well, now you were just fucking rots up from New York. You know, the motherfucker hit me wrong mistake. Then when I was in court, right, the trial. Check us out. The trial was funny, right? But when they were doing a preliminary hearing, say if they were guilty, they tried to say I was the aggressor, right? They tried to say I was the aggressor, and they were like, the lawyer was actually good, but he ended up quitting the case. He goes, "Mr. Dwayne, where were you at when you allegedly got hit?" I go, he had a diagram of the restaurant right there. He goes, when the fight happened, where were you at then? Right there by the soda machine, right? Now, how'd you get from over there to over there? I said, man, I don't remember. It was such a. He said, why'd you run across? He said, why the fuck you run across the restaurant if they're walking out the door? Because they were trying. The guy tried to hit me and leave, right? And I caught him and brought him back in, you know. But I didn't tell the judge that. I said, I don't remember.
Hey, caller, drop African Goddess comment down. That was about from like an hour ago.
Oh, okay, I see.
But check it out though. So did you? So tell the truth, caller. Were you trying to take up for the little Jamaican chick?
No, she
Yeah.
was my homegirl there, but she was like friends with me, right? But the whole thing is, I was minding my damn business, cleaning my
Was she
table,
pretty,
right?
Carla?
Hey, hustle smart.
Whole thing. Hold on, look. This dude came up to me, right? I had nothing to do with it. I was watching all that go down, right? I'm minding my business, right? Matter of fact, I was a new employee. It was like only like my 5th night there. I was just minding my business, right? You know, tending my customer and whatnot, you know, just trying to make a little bit of money. My second job. And next thing you know, this dude came over and fucking hit me, clocked me in the head, and tried to run out the store. And I said, no, fucking, I caught him. You know, I caught him.
I got you.
But
I got you, caller. But
I'm not.
did she wear?
I'm
Did
not
she
trying to
have the
be.
outfit tight?
No. She was a mother too. She had a kid. She had like a teenage son.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
but you
I'm
know
not.
some of them
I'm not.
Jamaican chicks got that snapback body. You
No,
know
she
what
was
I'm
like,
saying?
no, she was not. She wasn't
I,
really. She wasn't really like that. She wasn't really attractive like that.
Okay, I
but
got
Oh,
you.
I'm not.
She wasn't nothing
I'm
like
not
that.
trying to be disagreeable or anything. But honestly, having a spirit of discernment, Kyle, I think you was trying to intervene on the behalf of the
Oh,
woman
yo, shut the
to
fuck
protect.
up. No. If you want to tell us, get in here. Look, remember something, man. I don't want to hear nobody trolling me, bro.
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna tell
not.
you. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you
I
what happened, and now leave it at that, right?
But let me
just
ask you
leave it at
this
that.
though, caller, because some
I was just minding my business. The 5th day on this job, 5th night, it was a overnight shift, right? Because I had another job that I worked in the daytime and the evening time. Overnight shift. I want to make some money. When I forgot what I was trying to buy, but I was wanting to make some money. And also that happened, right? I was minding my business, right? I had nothing to do with it, nothing to argue. I was sitting there watching the whole thing, right? And while I was doing that, right, some redneck guy was saying that, yo, I'm in the hood, man. He was watching it. And they walked out without paying the tab, you know?
But Carla, hold on now. You got to be honest about something now. You probably because I'm 6'3", you say you're about 5'11", right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You and then younger, you probably was stopped. You probably stacked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you probably was the biggest. If
Yeah,
you was a
probably was. But
server,
what I'm saying is, all the other people there, like my boy Mike was there. He was a boxer, but you know, I mean, he did all right, man. But you know, when you're up against thugs, I guess he lost his nerve.
most boxers are short though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my boy Mike was like, I trained with him for a little while, but I don't know if he's what about real fighting. When these thugs came out, he just froze up, whatever. So anyway, they was walking
I
out.
mean, it was more than
But
once. I
hustle
mean,
smart.
So what I'm
A
saying,
lot of
they're
fights.
walking out the store. They're walking out the store, restaurant, right? And the manager's like, "Okay, y'all leave. Okay, we're out of here. Fuck y'all, whatnot." But the guy said, "No, hold up, man. I'm sick of this. Yeah, my cousin, I guess a female. I feel she was disrespected. I'm gonna fuck somebody up." And the nigga decided to
Yeah,
fuck
but
her.
why would he go pick out the biggest guy? Like most dudes that try to show out,
I have no idea what it
they
is
ain't gonna pick
because
out the biggest guy. Now.
I'll tell you what it is, right? When they walking around and everybody looked like they're scared, they assumed that I was scared, you know?
Okay.
And so they would go around hitting everybody. And one guy, white guy, he says, I noticed they were bullying the customer. He said, but they didn't touch no white people. You know, he said that he goes, I'm gonna tell you something. That was a y'all thing, man. Because he was a white guy. He's like one of the white. He reminds me of Michael J. Fox. I always call him Michael J. Fox. That's what he reminds me of, right? He said, man, that was about you brothers, man, because they were walking around the restaurant hitting people when they were only fucking with black people, you know. And he said, so therefore, he goes, nobody white got touched. He says, and so therefore they were looking for black people to hit, and so the dude just hit me. And people just act like friggin' like I said, when people act scared, black people act scared. That's what these dudes do. They learn, man. You cannot show fear to these dudes. That's why
Nah,
we're so good in the clubs, right? Because they knew I was fearless. I would not let nothing slide. You say something, what you say, or like that, because you got to act like that. As soon as you act fear, when matter of fact, when the guy was doing that, man, I had my back turned, right? Because I was like, oh, whatever. These guys, whatever.
But this is the thing I don't understand. Like, brothers can be chilling peacefully, but every time a sister come around, it's always like a fight, and somebody's in the spirit
No,
world.
it was different than that. It was all about the fact that it was the females that got into it. The females got into it because the one chick was like, the dude was like all over the girl. I forgot her name. She was all over her. Whatnot. She was like, look, I'm married. I have a husband. And they were like, nah, man, this and these was a bunch of knuckleheads. These are a bunch of country bumpkins. Because the dudes from Newark, to be honest with you, right? They were like, man, I didn't come down here for all this shit, We're coming out here to make, I guess they were trying to make, it made a drug connect, right? They were just like, yo, man, let's just get the fuck out of here. I heard them. It's like, the fuck out. Nah, man, we don't need this shit. We don't need, because a lot of these dudes, one of the dudes was wanted for fucking murder, These were major dudes that they took down. And also, but these knuckleheads from Virginia and Elizabeth City was the one who started this shit. They're the ones who started it. The dudes that were from Newark, these motherfuckers are murderers, man. These are real
but check it
motherfuckers.
out though, Colin. I do get what I mean, not your situation, but I do get what 1776 said. Cause I remember, man, we used to be just hanging around talking shit, and then a female walk in, and these dudes like, oh man, let me get off the phone, man, so I can go pick up this key of cocaine so I can sell all the drugs. And dudes just start going to bragging about doing the most diabolical shit when females come around to impress them. And that's what we was talking about the other day on the show, that the females, because we knew that the females like certain type of guys would imitate that type of lifestyle, so we see it in movies
Well,
too.
these guys that were doing it, right? These guys were one when it all said it up. They let all the dudes that were from like Elizabeth City and Chesapeake and whatnot. They let them go because they found out they really weren't really. They were just wannabes, They were the ones who started.
I'll give you an example from my life. Like my brother's son, my nephew, when he was going to the public school, he had like a DC average. As soon as they took him out and sent him to a boys' school, he was almost ready to go to like an Ivy League school, right? I don't know what it is, that peer pressure of our sisters. Like, we can act like an ape, man, when the sisters
It
come
doesn't
around.
even matter about the sisters. I tell you right now, it's all peer pressure. You try to impress your friends. You impress your friends enough that the females will come with it. So it's like this. You got to press your boys. I've seen that a lot. The dudes try to press their boys. I'd be like, yo, man, I seen this one kid, right? He had girls that liked him, man. I mean, he got any girl who was a little pretty boy. He got girls, whatever. But the bottom line, he wanted to be a thug, right? Because although he can get girls and everything like that, right? He knew that to keep doing to keep that girl like that he had to be impress his friends, right? And do stupid shit. He got into gangs, stuff like that, because that basically made him more legitimate. Even though I do believe this kid can get girls without the gang, whatnot, but he just was drawn to that life. He didn't have to, because this kid had girls calling him, older girls driving him around and stuff like that and everything like that. But he basically wanted that life for the thug, because that was he wanted the respect that the thugs got, not just, it wasn't just about females, he wanted that.
But what is the respect for? If the respect
Well,
is to get girls.
you tell me. Why is it though? Look, I've seen a dude, right? Kid, right? Seen a kid, right? He had a pretty ass Puerto Rican girlfriend, right? Pretty ass girl. But this kid, man, I try to talk to him and whatnot, he was actually could play football in high school, right? He had he got a partial scholarship, play football and everything like that. But the bottom line is this: because his older brothers were Bloods, whatever like that, he couldn't leave that life alone. You know, he couldn't. Oh, I want to be like this. I was like, you don't have to. You got a job, you got money, you got a nice family. You live in Virginia Beach, nice family. But you know, you got to. I mean, his girlfriend was real pretty, Puerto Rican girl. She was real pretty. You know what I'm saying? I say you got a pretty girlfriend, you got popular and whatnot. You don't need this, but still, that ain't enough for these young kids. So make it think like it's just females, not females. Because I know a lot of kids that can get several of them that can get females, have females, everything like that, and they still want to be in that life, you know.
Yeah, but these days they trying to press them chicks. You get what I'm saying?
Some guys already impressed because they got good looks.
Like Hustle Smart said the other night, 90% of what a lot of dudes do, especially black men, is for the females. Like you'll rarely find somebody who's just independent, who could just rock with themselves.
Those are the dudes that look at took in proportionality. The dudes that don't have not physically attractive to black women or don't have any money or swag, whatever like that. Yeah, you gotta do that to person women. But some black men got it so good they don't fucking have to do all that with females. They just naturally.
No, you got to dress. These days you got to dress. Back in the days, I would have said that too. I knew dudes like that were broke.
Well, yeah, but
these days you got to be dressed.
Like they're good looking and they could dress.
But
like that. So
but these days, but don't say you got to have money for that kid.
If you got a little bit of money, you got money.
That's what all the studs talk about. All the studs come with money because
you don't have to do it. I know a lot of dudes that got money. That young dudes that got money, they dress well, whatever like that. They got a car, whatnot. They can get females. They don't have to go to the streets. But some dudes don't have it like that. You know, if you don't have looks, whatnot, they got to get out there and get there and get on the grind. You know,
that's true. But I'm saying it's still about trying to impress a chick.
Oh, it's always about trying to impress.
Yeah, it's always the end result is about a chick. And like I say, if kids
who do all that and they still can't get the.
But I'm saying.
Then those guys become predators. Those are the guys that become predators and they do all that stuff trying to get it. Then those the ones that become rape chicks, beat chicks.
Hold on. Did you see that video, Hustle Smart, when the dude was harassing the sister in the bar? He goes, "Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. Let's go." She goes, "I'm not interested," and he just kept like, "Nah." So what are you doing? I'm just sitting here enjoying the drink when I. That's the type of dudes, you know.
They turn into predators. It's a lot of dudes that's like that, man. You know what I'm saying?
I think the hardest thing for us as black men is like peer pressure never ends. Like I have friends that's successful, they still got peer pressure, right? They making six figures, they still got peer pressure, right? And that's like a bad thing that always have that pressure. Like you don't see that with other cultures where you got to be all that to get a chick. Like in most cultures. A woman ain't even valued that high, but for us, a woman is like the Olympics.
Basically, as I got older,
in our community, a woman is like a prize. Like it's like an insult if you tell a dude, "Hey man, you ain't holler at no chick today." Like we put that on a pedestal.
You don't have a woman, or you don't have a woman.
Yeah, and white dudes ain't like. See, a white dude can go get a F-150 out a old pickup truck, and this white girl so a black dude, he got to go get a Lamborghini. You know what I'm saying?
White girl.
Hey, Hustle, you ain't lying, man. There's so much pressure. Like white guys, man. Sometimes you see them, they got Abercrombie, they got some boat shoes, some khakis, and a polo they wear every fucking day, right? Yeah. We can't do that. Like. We got to get, it's like we're like an actor. We got to get fly every fucking day. We got to be a black belt fighter. We got to be super intelligent. It's like so much pressure that I don't see with Koreans. This one Korean, he owns a restaurant. I swear to God, he wears shit from like the 80s, right? All he does is smoke and cook food. That's it.
Because what we think in our community, what we think is impressive is what on the outside, like the aesthetics. Like if you go to a restaurant, the ambiance, not the food. You know what I'm saying? You go to a restaurant, you expect for the food to be as good as the ambiance, and then you know what I'm saying. So, but that's how we are.
That shit you said on Dinah's show had me rolling. You said you spent $50 and they give you like 3 oxtails. I was fucking dying, man.
And that's the way that's why those businesses failing. Like even those Jamaican restaurants now, you know what I'm saying? Like I was trying to me and Colin had this conversation about Jamaican places. Jamaicans don't go in Jamaican restaurants and order them oxtail for $28, $30. That's black people. They go
That's
in there
why
and get that jerk chicken, they go get the patties, they get the cocoa bread, you get what I'm saying? They get the jerk
that's why I
chicken.
said the FBA shit is kind of fake, because when I go in a Caribbean restaurant, it's all African Americans in there,
Yeah.
right? Like Jamaican people, they make that shit is like their soul food. They're not spending $30 on no
They're
jerk
not
chicken.
spending $30 on no 4 bones. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
That's what black people go get the oxtails. You get what I'm saying? Because in most black restaurants, you get them the Southern style way. It's just in gravy and onions. The Jamaican put the swag on it, but then they gonna shout you on the bones and they gonna rape you with the rice and beans. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And then you got to beg them for some gravy.
I told this one Jamaican restaurant, I said, do I look Asian? She said, what? I said, why I got so much goddamn rice in my shit, you know?
It's just like I don't know if you've been to JJ's Fish. Like what they do is they put fries and bread and then they put the fish on top of it and try to make the plate look fatter. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all trying to scam somebody with these goddamn small and see, I don't even eat shrimp, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if it was a Muslim guy when I was locked up. He told me, man,